And here we are, Superweek TV 2024, with my fine co-hosts Rick Dronkers and Fosca
Fimiani.
Sì, certo. An amazing year. Great to be back. Fosca, what are your thoughts on the year so far?
Well, actually, it's my third year here. I love Superweek. I already saw the program and it's amazing, and as every year. I'm just expecting to know a bit more about what the year ahead will offer us. I'm quite interested and curious about what's next. We have already 2 days ago, so it's nice. You come here like yesterday as me, so we will have Rick.
I've lost track of days, actually, so it's all a blur, preparation going crazy. And you're covering, what areas are you covering?
Yes, this year we decided all together to change a bit. We began last year, so this year we are trying to have different subjects to speak about, yes.
Yeah.
My angle will be about community and teaching, whatever is mainly soft skill, while yours?
Mine is, I'll be focusing on the brand side of things. So I work with the brand leadership community, and I'm really passionate about connecting all parts of the brand together. The technical, the community, the learning, the whole strategy side of things.
Also connect with your site.
Yes, yeah, with the brand leadership community. So that's great to be able to bring that and also share that with our community. Rick, you are our tech genius, right?
I'll do everything else. Everything you guys are not doing. No, so mainly technology focus. There's a lot of interesting technology focused people at Superweek.
And you were here from day one, right? Unlike us slackers that come in a bit late.
I arrived late night Sunday.
Yeah.
At 2 a.m. with Peter O'Neill, and we went straight to bed, and then, Monday morning fresh we started. So yes, I have seen most of the talks so far.
Yeah.
So,
and how have they been going so far? I mean, it's a different feel this year, right? Wouldn't you say?
Yeah. So I made a little list. I got my cheat notes here. So we got kicked off by Julian and Ahmed of Media.Monks. And guess what? First topic, AI. You wouldn't have guessed this year, right? So I think Maria, one of the hosts, mentioned that the program had 16 mentions of the word AI in it. So obviously AI is a big topic, but there is a lot of nuance about AI. I think the people at Superweek are not easy to impress, and they are ones to see past the hype. So there's a lot of nuance about AI. So I think yesterday Miroslav also gave a really great presentation about it's about people, not about technology, basically, if I have to really dumb it down. And I think there's a lot of great content about AI and its power, but also its flaws and also how we should handle it. So that's one of the main topics, and we will have more talks about that, but we've had talks about it already on Monday and Tuesday. Actually, after this segment, we're going to go to a talk of Aurélie Pols about AI and it's Aurélie, so AI and regulation. It's a big topic. The other big topic is what we call at Superweek breadless tracking.
Yes. So there is a banned word, is that correct?
There is a banned word. We cannot speak about, I will say it once, cookieless tracking. It is not allowed to be mentioned. Joshua has a strict policy about this.
Let's see Joshua coming from the door now.
Yeah. So whenever we talk about breadless tracking, no, we are talking about the forbidden word. But yeah, it's a big topic, right, for our industry. So there have been, I think, already at least 3 talks mention it, right? So Dennis from Stape mentioned it. Obviously, Stape is big in this industry. But also yesterday, Timo, the original founder of Tracken, had a big talk around this topic. And it has been mentioned in other talks as well, because it will have a huge impact. So I suspect the topic will pop up in further conversation.
But it is a hype word, right? Will it be relevant next year, for example?
It will. It's definitely a hype word because we will not track without bread. We will always use bread. Third-party bread will not be used, right? So it's definitely a hype word, but it will have an impact, right? Especially if you're on the publisher side of things, it will have an impact on your revenue, what you earn from advertising, and it will have an impact on advertising technology and marketing technologies. Infrastructure has to change.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a topic, and I will be interviewing the Chief Product Officer of Piwik at 11 a.m. this morning about how he is optimizing his decision-making on like what to build for Piwik Pro, with keeping in mind the changing regulatory landscape on what bread can you use or cannot use, right? So how do you handle the future of what is allowed in the EU, and how do you build a product that anticipates for that? So that's hopefully going to be an interesting conversation.
Yeah, and if we were to explain to, say, people in product management or marketing what breadless, I'll say the word once, right? Cookieless tracking. Okay, I've used my ticket. Yeah. How would you explain it to someone who's not in analytics, but they rely on the analytics? If they needed the dumbed down version so that they can really understand what the benefits of it is.
I don't think there are necessarily benefits. It's a change, right? So it's a changed approach. To be fair, in Safari, we haven't been able to use third-party bread for a long time already, and now Chrome is also making the change, right? So it's more of a further rollout. Yeah. But the main thing is, let's say an advertiser wants to target people interested in a certain category or a certain item. They used to be able to match data across multiple websites and create a profile of that user and how they browse around the web. And now they can only do that using first-party data, so they need to have that specific unlock. They cannot track the person around the web anymore. Yeah. So from a privacy perspective, this is what we want, because we decided collectively that third-party tracking is not the future we want. Yeah. And now the actual industry has to also change, and the infrastructure has to change. So it's a natural progression, I would say.
And would you say, like from a brand strategy point of view, the first-party data really is the holy grail, or there should be a strategy around that? Yeah.
Well, I will watch out with the word holy grail, because there are so many holy grails. But I think if you rely on reaching your users outside of what you own, right? So your own property, your own digital property. Then it's probably wise to build this first-party data set to be able to reach them using whatever technology, right? Whether it's a data clean room or another way to do it, because you used to be able to leverage this third-party technology for this, but that is done in the EU. Done, I would say. In US, sort of done, almost done, will be done. Yeah, that's my take.
Yeah, we also see, I think that in the last years, a lot of businesses also like brand exactly, have built up on this stuff. So also we said about Stape, but other businesses server side. So a lot of technologies are rising. So also maybe also from your point of view, just not technology, but also from brand identity or whatever, I really think that we are seeing something new. So what's your idea, and also how you will connect all of that?
That's a really interesting challenge. I mean, my background is I worked for AC Nielsen, so that was looking at FMCG products and looking at their data, which was Scantrack data, which was clean, unlike this online dirty data kind of stuff. So that's the Scantrack as you're buying stuff. And they used to use a term called brand equity. And I think that doesn't really fit in today's world, because how do you measure brand equity, right? But I think it's such a powerful mindset to have, because we're in a world where performance marketing has taken the spotlight probably a bit too much, at the detriment to brands. So we're looking at a lot of price promotions, maybe invasion of privacy, and to purely get the sale or to get data. And the word brand, and this is why for me I'm really passionate about, with the brand leadership community where I work, because I think we all, in all areas of product and brand, in any organization that has a brand, the brand is our true north. Without the brand and without customers, our jobs wouldn't exist. So I think the world has changed way too much, and keeps conferences like these amazing and meeting everyone amazing, and us up at 11:30 at night talking about stuff amazing. So I think it's if we can have some focus on brand, and Steen, who I also continue to work very closely with, he's in our advisory council, great person to have. He said, brand is now critical again. And to me, that's just heartwarming. But part of where I'm working, brand leadership community, there's also the word community. Yeah. And we have to come together. And leadership is not so much one person is leading, it's leading in the thoughts, leading in the discovery, leading in trying to be the best that we can be. So I'm really looking forward to the next couple of days, and it's been great also as we've been working together. But from your point of view, because you also touch on community as well, which I'm passionate about, and learning. What are you feeling for the next couple of days?
Actually, there was a really nice talk. There are other conferences where we can meet up, and it's also linked to community. So it's nice to see also how other people think. And a thing that I really miss is like not just community, but also teaching. Because of course we are analysts and we work in this field, so we get in touch with other people that speak our same language. So we have our nucleus and etc. So also on LinkedIn we have all these updates and so on. But what about the world outside? So we know what a cookie is, but if you go and ask my grandmother, what is a cookie?
She'll go to the cupboard and say, would you like milk with that as well? Yeah.
Or maybe also a high school student.
Yeah.
It can be, yes, it can know a little bit more about it, but there are a lot of people that are really agnostic about that. So it's nice also to enforce that and find ways, not just in between us, but how to share this information around us and make them aware of what a cookie is, what breadless word mean, and so on. So it's kind of nice also to have this part. Of course, like I feel I'm the youngest here. Yes, also in terms of experience. So it's nice from my point of view to just address this kind of stuff while you can address more important, like not important, I think more or less we are all on the same level, but technical stuff and brand identity. So it's kind of nice to have everything all together and try to find a way through that in between us.
Absolutely. So we've been running around like crazy. I call it, when we're scheduling people in for these interviews, I've been calling it human Tetris.
Yeah.
Or the other word I use, human trafficking, trying to put everyone into their place and stuff like that. Rick, what talk or topic are you really looking forward to over the next 3 days?
So couple. So first of all, today at 1, we'll have the first person on the Superweek TV who is not at Superweek. So we're doing an interview with Glenn Vanderlinden, who has a great presentation. You witnessed the presentation about synthetic data, which is a really interesting concept, which popped up because of privacy, but also how to train people on synthetic data. So that's something that we're going to talk about. So we'll have a Zoom guest in the Superweek TV, so that should be fun.
Our production crew are shaking as we speak.
Technology will be on our side. It will work out. We tested it last night, so fingers crossed.
Yeah.
So that's going to be fun. I think right now, or shortly, Doc Hall and Zorin will have a talk about value-based bidding in Google Ads, which is a super interesting concept because there's the black box, which is the Google Ads algorithm, which is becoming more black boxy every day. And Zorin and Doc are really proficient at what signals can you manipulate when you send them to Google, and how can that enhance your outcomes from a bidding point of view. And they have some really interesting clients with large ad spend where it all matters, every percentage matters. And I think that's a super interesting topic because it's a really high level, senior level topic to even understand what's going on there. So I think it's a true Superweek talk, let's say, for this audience, perfect. So I think that's going to be super interesting. And I think let me go through the cheat sheet. Yeah, so Jordan from Snowplow will have a talk. And I just love Snowplow, so I think it's going to be interesting. He's not necessarily going to talk about Snowplow, but mostly about how to model data. So they have a lot of experience on that. There's going to be a panel. This is a little bit shameless self-promotion. I'll be on it, but it's a panel by run by Kelly Wortham from the TLC community, which is like the sister community to Measure Slack, I will call it. It's all about testing and conversion rate optimization. It's a really great Slack community, and she's going to run a panel where, talk about all the technology changes that we have to deal with, and we're going to talk about it from different angles, like consultancy angle, teaching angle, practitioners angle. So yeah, there's lots to look forward to. What about you?
Well, I'm kicking off with the wonderful Juliana Jackson, who you guys know. Great energy. on customer lifetime value together with Valentin or Radu. And I'm trying to get a third speaker in, but hopefully that comes through. But yeah, I'm really passionate about customer lifetime value because it's a new way looking at data, or a newer way of looking at data and predicting the future of how you can change the future, potentially, right? Nothing in the future is controlled. But if we have better insights, it's not just better way of marketing, but also for product managers, they can have potentially better ideas on how much inventory they should order, especially if you're in fashion. That's a 6-9 month purchase cycle. And also, you're controlling your ad spend, stuff like that. And it's just a great kind of metric that I'd really love to see explore and go back into the product management teams, back into marketing, and back into, and really have, I suppose, other areas of the industry really see the value of data. I've come from the client side, name I won't mention, but they still weren't using a global electronics brand with 12 brands, and they were still not using any web data at all. They were just using X Factory. And this is just 2 years ago, right? And these are, for the industry it served, I won't give that away too much because people will figure it out, but for the industry it served, 2 years ago, there's some pretty major brands aren't using web tracking, which is, we would find shocking, but it still exists. There's still a high level of immaturity within.
I call this opportunity.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's what I think is exciting. I'm kind of breaking one script as well. I've got Astrid Illum joining me as a co-host, a special guest co-host, as we grill some of the vendors about how to select the right technologies, because that's, the whole thing about onboarding new technologies, digital transformation is such a painful exercise for everyone. The successful implementation is virtually at 0%. When I've asked people how many are there, but what happens is people usually hide the bodies afterwards because people don't like admitting to their failures. So I'd really like to open up that can of worms. So I won't be able to get much out to the talks because we're running around here. But
I think that brings up one thing. One talk I want to mention is the talk of Peter O'Neill. I'm checking if it will be broadcasted. Maybe it will be. I don't know. Maybe somewhere in the next couple of days. But Peter O'Neill is now working at Decathlon, and he's heading up. He's trying to build. Let's call it. He's trying to build digital analytics. And he basically is talking about his struggles, first time working in such a large company, how to deal with that. And it was a really good talk because it was non-technical, right? And a lot of Superweek is technical, but he was really sharing his struggles, like how do you sell upwards? How do you get budget? All these kind of learnings, which I think was really interesting, really eye-opening for a lot of attendees as well. So that's also a super.
No, it is. When you work on the client side, it's a totally different world, right? A totally different pace and totally different battles. But what about you, Fosca?
I'm here in the middle.
You're the umpire. What are you looking forward to in both the interviews that you've got, and if you're getting to any sessions?
Okay, actually, I had a couple of tech. As well, I will have one tech interview, and because no one knows, but I'm a physicist, a former physicist, so it's kind of nice. Also, I'm interviewing Matt Gershoff, and yesterday I really made a really interesting talk about how to make important A/B testing without using user data. So we will go through that. But I'm also attaching a bit your host, because I will have Juliana, I will have Kelly, and I will have for sure also Peter. We will speak about community, how to create a community. We know, everyone knows that Peter has created the MeasureComps, which are these free, and we are both hosting the MeasureComp.
I'm Copenhagen and you're
in Bologna, in Italy.
Bologna,
So it's kind of nice also to see how this conference, Superweek, can also put together all these incredible people that want to share freely their knowledge and expertise, and we are gonna do this, and I will speak both with Peter and Kelly to understand how to make also a remote community with Kelly and a really physical one with Peter. So it's kind of nice also to have this point of view. We will speak about communication with Han, that also she had a speech yesterday, and that would it's kind of really interesting to see all these different perspectives, and we will have also Julius with us. We don't have Simo this year. We miss you, but
his role is taken by Julius.
Yeah, we have Julius. We are gonna speak about teaching because, of course, he has analytics mania, and also we will speak with other people that are doing teaching as a job as well. So it's kind of nice to have all of that all together in one place.
Yeah, definitely a high condensed group of awesome people.
And every day we will be here at 10.
Yeah, we'll be kicking off.
Yeah, exactly. So you will know what happened the last day, the previous day, and the day ahead.
Yep, that's the plan.
Yes, and we will have some nice surprise as well.
We have nice surprises. End of day should be
chill,
fun.
Yeah, sounds good. A couple of things. I mean, like this year, different feel. I mean, last year was a really tough year for a lot of companies. We've seen a lot of redundancies and stuff like that. Rick, what's your feel on any learnings from 2023 that you're going to be taking on and questioning your guests this year at your segments?
Yeah, I remember last year we actually I also did a session on like how to how to prepare for a upcoming recession, something like that. Turned out to turned out to be somewhat true. I wouldn't say it's a recession, but a lot of companies did take preemptive measures, let's call it, right? So, so I think the industry felt it. I do feel that currently it is going upwards again. So I do feel like a positive wind from that perspective. Like budgets seem to be opening up a little bit again. But as some people mentioned last year, like actually, when budgets are tightening, once people realize what's going on, they should actually invest in analytics because that will allow you to tighten in a more, in a smarter way. So from that perspective, the field should be, in a good position for that. But yeah, when there's a shock effect, everybody's affected. I think even people at the conference are affected. Like there's people who used to work somewhere else who are now no longer employed there this year. So yeah, it's been a big change. For me personally, it's business as usual, but I definitely saw clients who are more conscious about, where they spend their money. Free money is out of the system.
There was no end of year rush, use it or lose it budget. We noticed as well, right? So, what about you, Fosca, from a community point of view? Have you seen the community come together as there's been layoffs and budget tightening?
Well, actually, for what I saw, it's like community gets more strong, mainly after COVID, because after these 2 years where we were not really able to get in touch with each other, of course, that created the need to see each other and to speak physically towards each other. So it's also nice. We had a meeting this morning with Peter, with all the Measure Camp organizers, and there is an increase of the need of this conference. More and more people are looking forward to meet others and find ways to share things, not just through the net, but all together. Yeah. So it's also kind of nice to see how, in a positive way, this recession also has proposed that. And
it's a lot of change, so people get a chance to reevaluate, right?
Yeah.
I do think with the change pushed even more people to work remote, even, which also emphasized the need for physical events like this, right?
Yeah. But it's better, I think, instead of staying in your own office, is way better to find a way like that to meet up. Also because we are more or less of the same field, and we can exchange better thoughts, and it's kind of enriching. Okay, I love the agency or the office vibe. You can chit chat, have a coffee, and so on. But it's kind of nice also to have something completely.
Well, having choice, I think, is nice, right? Yeah. Because you want to have the hybrid of, because I found 3 years of predominantly working from home, a serious cabin fever, right? But I think that kind of ended on the first night here at Superweek. I just had to go to my room and just watch a Netflix movie and just not have anyone to talk to,
You go from 0 to 100 real quick here. It's like you come
luckily
from
we
your
have
home
this
office. So it's, but it's great. I think you cannot exchange ideas like you do here on a Zoom call. You could try, but it just doesn't work that way. It's there's something great about just walking out here at night and then randomly getting into a chat with somebody from Amazon and somebody from a new startup, and then how they are solving the same problem in a totally different way. Like, this is what happened to me last night, and I got so many ideas from what they shared about how they are solving for data quality. And I can apply that to our clients, and that's the magic.
And that's what's special about Superweek. I mean, MeasureCamp is great because you make hard and fast connections, but because a lot of people here have at least 3 days, and you have that incidental time when the brain is down and it is more creative and open to ideas, I think that's fantastic. Have you had any interesting conversations at all?
Actually, the last 2 days were planning what to do. But okay.
Human Tetris,
Yes, it was like, but it's definitely nice. I saw friends back again, and of course I met Juliana again, and we spoke. She made an article, and we spoke about what's next. So it's nice. Alejandro from also HelloFresh, that he changed business right now, so it's another business. So it's kind of nice to see everyone again. And I really think that the next day will be mind-blowing. We will have such a great time. And of course,
such a busy time, such a great time. But it will be amazing.
Nice,
looking forward to it.
For me, it was great to see the usual faces. There are, a few notable absences, and of course, Simo got stuck. But it also gave a bit of a shake-up for other people to step into character. And of course, you've got Julius, who's amazing. And an amazing energy. And last night I was saying, keep your voice down, or he's going to lose it again. And you got Doug Hall, who's taking over the simulator spot. That's on tonight as well. One of the things I have to say that was quite amazing on the community front, an area that we're both passionate about, was last year Simo was very vocal about Google's strategy towards community, right? And there were very fair comments, and a lot of people were saying, even when you talk to Julius today, one of the things I was talking about is, back in the day, there was so much activity in Google's their own forums and stuff like that, and the discussions and the feeling of people connecting with real Googlers and getting answers and all that stuff, and to see the resources moved away from that has a negative effect over time. The challenge is if you take away from and this is Google, a company that did it so well, when it's taken away, you see the benefits slowly tear away, but the benefits do take time. Community is the long game, right?
Yeah, but it's nice.
It's building up outside of Google, which is a good thing.
Yes.
We're building it ourselves.
Well, here we are, right? We've seen MeasureCamp as well explode, and we're also doing events as well. So there is that need for also that therapeutical need as well. With at the end of each MeasureCamp, we had the meeting with Peter now, and he was just saying that everyone at each MeasureCamp needs to do the analytics therapy, because sometimes there's a few tears that come out, but it is really the whole therapy from it is really important, because at the end of the day we're still a very new industry, right? And we're all discovering stuff, and we're comparing our discoveries, which I think is amazing.
So we got 2 minutes left, then we're going to go to a recording of Aurélie of her talk on day 1. Anything we want to share before we jump off?
I would just say, it would be great to see Superweek next year. I would love feedback from people if they can give us thoughts about what we can do. We've all been given we'll be back every year as health permitted and all that stuff. But to really make it interactive with the audience and help Zolly and the team really grow the Superweek community. So I'd reach out whatever the best way is, whether it's through comments on the YouTube or emailing us,
LinkedIn,
or connecting with us on LinkedIn. Please.
We're so connected.
Please let us know.
Just give us comments. If there's somebody here who you want us to interview, let us know. Right, we'll try to get them. We'll if they're afraid, we'll feed them some beers and then we'll get them in front of the camera.
Right.
So let us know. But we're here for the next 3 days. Let's make something.
And I also heard that Rick does karaoke as well. I'm just making stuff up, actually.
Okay. I was worried. I didn't see that on the planning.
No, you didn't. No, but I thought just funny surprises. I think what was great for us is we got together beforehand proactively, and Rick did a lot of following up on a lot of the ideas.
Thanks.
Which is thanks for that. And
we're here. We're gonna make it happen now.
So we're basically yours.
Yeah, we need to thank also the crew out here, because without them we're nothing. We can speak in between us.
We'll thank them at the end if everything goes smoothly.
Yeah, but we'll thank them for now anyway. It's great to see them back. So yeah. So we're getting the bye-bye and...
waving.
Yeah, we will
We'll talk to you later today.
See you later today.
Have a nice day.
Thank you so much, and for the introduction, and for being here once again to talk about my favorite topic, which is data protection and privacy. I reached out to Zolly about a decade ago, apparently, to say, hey, my name is Aurélie Pauls. I'd like to talk about privacy. And he was like, okay, well, okay, yeah, sure, why not? And since then, well, basically things have kind of evolved, and I think people kind of realize that it's maybe a topic we want to care about. And so I've been in analytics for digital web analytics, or whatever you want to call it, for a while, working with Juliana also many, many years ago. And since then, well, around 2008, I think, when my son was born, I started caring about privacy, mainly because of Rob Lowe. So maybe you guys are old enough to care and remember this very cute guy who was aged a bit. But in a series called The West Wing, he was talking about privacy at some point. And I watched that. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. I woke up the person next to me and I said, this is what I want to do. And so since that time, because of Rob Lowe, I actually care about privacy and started listening to these people in Europe talking about this thing called GDPR. And today they've been talking about this thing called the AI Act. And I would like to help you a bit, like, structure your thoughts about what Europe is doing beyond these crazy people in Brussels, and they're very annoying and they're making my life very hard. So this is a bit what I want to bring to you. I'm here all week, so if you want to talk, because the answer to privacy questions or data protection questions is often, it depends. So I'm always happy to take on like use cases or things like that and have a conversation about the role within your organization and what you need to deliver and do and the questions you might have. I wanted to start with this, and I found this actually on LinkedIn. Some of you might remember the HIPPO acronym, highest paid person's opinion, which is why basically we started with this idea of we need data to support decision making. And I want to start a bit with this challenging idea to say, well, maybe this guy called Avinash Kaushik, you might have heard about as well many, many years ago, maybe he was wrong because he said that basically we didn't want to listen to the HIPPO, and we wanted data to rule the world, and that the decisions would only be based on data. And I think that we have evolved since that time. There's a lot of data around. And the question now is, well, maybe we have enough data. I mean, maybe we need to bring back individuals to make decisions about how that data is being used. And so this is kind of more a philosophical question, but should data really rule the world? Or should we kind of try to find some form of a balance and making sure that humans remain in the loop when it comes to decision making around data? I read recently a book called Tyranny, which really marked me, and it was basically a call for the newer generations to think about how data is being used today. It's a short book, it has like 10 chapters. I left it on my son's pillow the other day. But it's one of the questions I have. Are we replacing one tyranny by another? The tyranny of the person that had a lot of power with the tyranny of the person that has a lot of data. And actually, this conversation is not new, and I always bring it back to that. It was a decision made by the FTC when Google acquired DoubleClick back in 2007, and where basically the FTC agreed with the acquisition, but there was a dissenting opinion, so a dissenting opinion, like Ruth Bader Ginsburg, by somebody called Pamela Jones-Harper. And what she describes in that document of more than 15 years ago is basically, I think, what we're seeing today, this idea of walled gardens, too much power within certain entities that can potentially have negative influences on our society. So it's there for you to read if you want, but it's uncanny because when you read it, it's like, this is what we're facing today. So I wanted to share also because I care about privacy, as Maria said, but I'm also what I call a recovering dataholic. This is how I sell myself to the policymakers and the privacy lawyers. It's like, I get what you're doing, but I also like data, and I want to find balance between the two. And so I care a lot about numbers. And what I wanted to bring also to the table today is, do you know what happened 79 years ago? Yesterday? No. Well, it's not very far from here, but it's when Auschwitz was liberated, 79 years ago. And this year, around 2.4 billion people are going to vote. And digital is going to have a big influence on that. So I think it's important to maybe continue sharing knowledge around privacy, certainly here in Hungary, because it's about building bridges. What the lawyers say, what the policymakers decide, what we do with the technology and how we use the data is going to influence our societies. And so this is a bit what I want you to think about. Some examples of what I call data tyranny over time. I read this book many, many years ago, which is called The Wisdom of the Crowds, and I almost threw it like against the wall. I thought it was terrible, because when I read it, I was like, I can think about mobs driving decision, and it really scares me. So I don't think always crowds have wisdom. And when you think about, for example, social media, and you think about, these big successes of social media, and we talked a lot about the Arab Spring. Do you actually consider today that the Arab Spring was a success? It is debatable. Other questions that come up as well, at least for me, I have a 15-year-old son, and he was talking to me. He asked me the question, do you think that Drake is as good as Michael Jackson? So for those who are a bit inside this kind of music thing, we use Spotify, there's a lot of rating out there, but basically he is comparing subjective arts using numbers. And the objective of Drake was basically to beat the numbers of Michael Jackson on Spotify. Does this make Drake better than Michael Jackson? Can you actually compare using data when we're talking about arts? I don't think so. It really surprised me. But we have a generation of adolescents that are data-driven and that rely their decisions on certain types of data with by forgetting also potentially the subjectivity of certain things that cannot be measured. And we need to remind ourselves of that. And then maybe you've heard about this story of a chess player who got acquitted last week in a court in Madrid for tweeting that he was going to blow up the flight of EasyJet to Palma de Mallorca. So the question was, who's going to pay for the F-18 jet flyers that had to accompany the plane all the way to the islands? So don't joke over social media. It was rather obvious that this guy was actually joking, but he did have to go to court like 3 years later, and there's a consequence in terms of cost for just making a joke on social media about the fact that you're going to blow up a jet. So are we in the time of tyranny around data? Potentially, but we have to be careful about it. We're getting good at using data, but it shouldn't drive the entire discussion about how we actually use it. This is a slide that I use all the time. If you ask yourself, okay, what is that crazy person doing in her life? What is her role? Well, basically, I look at what the lawyers are saying in their policies, notices, MSAs, statements of work and things like that, and align it with the data flows. So basically, I ask the really tough questions. Nobody loves me, which is fine. I don't really care. But it allows me to make sure that I limit risk for the companies using data. So it's about building the bridges between these annoying compliance teams, like the yellow box that Juliana showed in the corner down there, legal to make sure that what is promised within these contracts is actually delivered through the data flows. So Europe's been annoying with legislation, and I'm sure that the GDPR has made your life slightly more complicated. The idea is also that, well, ideally, it actually makes data of a better quality, and we make sure that we go in the right direction for our societies. So this is kind of a general snapshot of everything the European Union has been working on for the last couple of years. This is publicly available. I'm not making anything up. But what I did want to highlight in this slide is that basically the GDPR and potentially the e-privacy directive you might have heard about, the consent cookies and things like that, fall under the category of data and privacy. On the other hand, you might have been talking about the DMA or heard about Digital Markets Act, which actually falls under competition. So it's not the same rules. And then it gets even funkier because they're talking about this thing called the AI Act, which falls under trust and safety. So this means that abiding by these different legislations don't fall under the same playing rules. And this is going to be important moving forward, certainly as the ink is slowly but surely drying on the AI Act. It is not the same sandbox, basically, to be compliant. So 4 years ago, what was pushed, we're talking about this now, the DMA. So we've all seen, videos around consent mode and things like that because of the DMA. It's not new. So for anybody paying attention, this stuff doesn't fall out of the sky from one day to the other. This is being discussed, this takes time before it's being enforced and things like that. What's coming up? Well, other stuff. So just to ingrain in your head that nothing new doesn't come out of the sky and there's more coming. So let's start thinking and let's start working together with these annoying compliance and legal people to make sure we go in the right direction. So I wanted to talk a bit about this idea of risk and enforcement. So you say, okay, there's legislation, but what does this mean? I don't care, it doesn't change my life. Well, it kind of does, slightly but surely, but things are moving around and you can feel it and things are getting slightly more complicated. So in terms of enforcement, I think we can all agree that this company, this NGO called NOIB, created some issues around international data transfers for Google Analytics. Very specific angle, but this Schrems 2 thing that suddenly made Google Analytics non-compliant in Europe and things like that created turmoil in our business. There's more things coming, like for example, class actions for certainly BlueKai, Oracle's BlueKai, Demdex, and Salesforce's Crux are being tested in the courts in the Netherlands. And class actions is also something rather interesting in the United States, as being fueled and financed by hedge funds. Because suddenly some smart people realize that making money through privacy class actions is a good way to fill your coffers. So these hedge funds typically get 15 to 30% of any settlement, and you might have heard certain of the millions of dollars that the market has been talking about. Other enforcement that we're seeing, the European Data Protection Board is setting up a pool of experts. There's a creation of an AI agency. So in general, enforcement is slow. Nothing happens the next day of the enforcement of the GDPR. It was also a Saturday and everybody was drunk in Brussels, so by default, nothing happened. But it is changing. Things are changing, and things are changing in very different directions. And this is also something I wanted to talk about, and this is something I talked about also back in 2016, apparently, where I typically compare analytics to playing Age of Empires. You discover more because you add data. Whereas privacy and data protection are more like a puffish that suddenly explodes if you didn't think about it. But you can prepare for it. So one idea around this kind of changing environment is, I suppose we all remember ATT, right? App Tracking Transparency by Apple, pushed by them, Meta not very happy. And for as much as I'm not super happy to support Eric Seufert, I do listen to him. We don't always agree. But ATT was an interesting move by Apple to basically hedge risk against a complaint by NOIB. So there's a reason why Tim Cook stood up in Brussels in 2018 to say, we care about the right to privacy. This is the biggest company in the world talking about that. Is it really about fundamental rights, or is it about risk to the bottom line? And so this is what I want to bring to you as well, is there is an evolution when it comes to privacy, potentially privacy whitewashing that I talked about last year as well, from actors to push everybody in the ecosystem in certain directions that might not always be in the interest of your employer or the customers that you serve. So in general, I think each actor, and certainly when we're talking about companies, hedge for their own risk. It's a fact. I think companies are psychopaths. They need to deliver the bottom line. It's as simple as that. When I saw, for example, the video about Google's consent mode, I was surprised that consent granted by these French-accented ladies was green. For me, consent granting is not green. It's green for Google, but it's not green for me. It's green for the customers, but it's not green for me as a data subject. And so we're seeing this, like Apple announcing changes with respect to the DMA. We're certainly seeing that, well, things are getting slightly more complicated, less transparent potentially also, while using privacy as the excuse. So generally speaking, I think it's getting bloody complicated to also from a privacy side actually understand what's going on and what are the stances you need to take. So this is a slide that I took out last year because I thought it was a bit too much, but I was basically working on global privacy controls, which kind of dates back to do not track as well. And basically last year I already was banging my head against the wall. I'm banging it even more against the wall, depending on the questions that are coming. So be kind to people in compliance and privacy. Explain to them what you do, take them by the hand and work together to make sure that you mitigate for risk. So I think it's time to start thinking strategically and get back to the basics. So what are the basics? Always the same, high level. Europe and the United States don't think the same way about data. So Europe creates, first of all, laws following a logic that I call the Sagrada Familia, for those who live in Barcelona, the cathedral that's eternally under construction. This is the rule of law in Europe. It keeps on being built. Ideally, it will look as beautiful as that, and it's never finished. What's important to note here also is that there are typically 3 roles inside the GDPR. Either you're the data controller, so you decide about what you do with the data, or you act as a data processor, so you're kind of following the instructions of the data controller, or potentially you're together accountable and you're a joint controller. That's the 3 buckets we have. The United States kind of followed suit with the first 2, business and service provider, but has a 3rd bucket that has nothing to do with the 3rd bucket in Europe. And that is a data broker or a third-party supplier. And the idea of the United States, when they talk about data protection and uses of data, is that there is a market to sell personal data. And that's the biggest clash that we're going to see in the next coming months and years. It's about this idea of, can you actually sell personal data? Should it be a market or should it not? And to be honest, Europe is not clear on this for the moment, as I'll explain. So generally speaking, 2 big buckets, opt-in legislation in Europe, opt-out legislation in the United States. Not the same logic. You can use data if you respect fundamental rights. You can use data, and if somebody says they don't agree, you have to abide by that. This is where we're going. This is the situation we have today. The United States is evolving with respect to different privacy legislations in different states, making it extremely complicated. I'm not holding my breath for a federal privacy law because I think the Biden administration is busy with something else in any case. So this is not going to get easier. So for those that are complaining about the fact that, well, Europe is so complicated, I think US states are like the biggest headache ever. And the risk of class actions are there as well. This gives you an idea of the map on the global level. So certainly Asia has followed suit, and the GDPR has created this ripple effect. They're thinking about it in the same way. And while there's this big red block that is just not covered in blue yet and will not be covered in blue anytime soon. On a state level, it looks like this. Patchwork is not getting any better. And this is where a lawyer spends a lot of time for the moment to try to make sure that risk is hedged for certainly customers working in the United States. So my question to you is, what kind of a data engineer do you want to be? Do you want to be the one that says, I don't know, I haven't heard, I don't want to speak? Or on the totally other side of the spectrum, are you going to be the one that says, oh, I'm only processing compliant data or else I don't do anything? It's actually up to you. And so between that spectrum, I think you need to find your balance as well. Finding your balance about who you're going to work for, what you escalate internally to say, hey, this is potentially problematic, or how you reach out to other parts of the company you work for to make sure you're doing the right thing. When you look at things like this, for example, that came about with the DMA, these conversations are not new. We've already had these debates, certainly with Piano AT Internet, like 5 years ago, about where the obligation of a company like AT Internet, as a data processor stance? Should I just put inside my contracts, you should collect consent, and then I ingest everything? Or should I push back and say, no, no, if there's no consent, you're not ingesting data? And the reason why Google is coming up with this is to prove they're compliant with the DMA. And the DMA exists because they're not compliant with the GDPR. So, who are you hedging for is basically always a question, and certainly also the challenge with respect to enforcement between what your contracts say and your data flows do. Who is going to be the whistleblower to say, hey, that doesn't work? Is it going to be the data processor that wants to bill on a monthly basis? Well, it should be the customer, or is it going to be the employee that's going to be the whistleblower? So ethical challenges with respect to employment are actually also surfacing with respect to data uses. So let's talk about roles. There's a great discussion, I think, in a podcast called Masters of Privacy with Sergio Maldonado, who talks to Romain Robert. Romain Robert is the one that used to be at NOIB, is now also working in Belgium for the litigation chamber. But he was basically the one that gave me hope many, many years ago and said, well, if we're talking about selling personal data, would we be okay with selling our kidneys or selling our hair? How far does this go in terms of integrity of the human being to be able to sell something that is potentially not consumable, that is potentially not a property? A lot of discussions in certainly the United States about ownership. We don't have these discussions in Europe, but it doesn't mean we're out of the woods. So Meta came out with this idea of pay or okay model to either you use our systems and you agree for your personal data to be used, or you pay. It was like 13 euros, it's like huge. And this is basically the conversation that we're going to have, certainly in the next 2 years, I think, in Europe. Is data, personal data, a commodity? So comes in AI, and I'm going to finish and try to wrap up. Joe Biden, out of the blue, executive order. He likes to do this lately. He's done that with Privacy Shield. He does that again. In the meantime, Europe has been working on the AI Act since 2021. So again, this comes slowly and surely. I've shared the position on Measure Slack with where you can see basically where we are. And well, it's a race. It's a global race about creating, like the GDPR did, a Brussels effect, a ripple effect on the global level. And we're almost there. And the Spanish presidency at the end of last year called in Carmela Tigas to make sure she pushed through, and she got all these people in a room for 37 hours to finish up the negotiations. We're not there yet, but we're on our way to do that. So it's a competition on a global level when we talk about AI. But the ink is not dry, and there are still certainly some issues, and it takes time for the market to actually catch up. It's certainly what I've seen with the GDPR. Stuff that we're doing today is rather obvious, but you would ask for a data protection agreement 5 years ago. US companies would be like, a what? Why would I sign a contract? Because it's the law, and it took time. The market takes time to catch up. So there are some conflicts between the GDPR and the AI Act that you need to be aware of. And I'll share with you the slides, but I really want to sum it up in this way. It's a very good white paper by the Norwegian Consumer Association. They've been pushing at Meta hard as well. But the thing is, when it comes to AI, well, in the GDPR, we talk about data controller, data processor. AI makes things slightly more complicated. So where does the data come from? Who develops the initial model? How is it being deployed and things like that are issues that are going to come up. And the wording between the GDPR and the AI Act is not the same, and neither are the roles. Why? Because AI is about trust and safety, and the GDPR is about data protection and privacy. So this is the challenge that lawyers are going to be facing, to say, okay, how do I reconcile these obligations under an existing law, the GDPR, and an upcoming law, which is the AI Act. And so this is where they're going to need help. Additionally, it's still not clear who is going to be competent for AI. So certainly the French would like to see CNIL. The Spaniards have created an agency. The ICO is collaborating with others. And, well, we'll have to see basically where we're going. But what's sure is just like NOIB created ripple effects with respect to, for example, uses of Google Analytics, when it comes to AI, there are NGOs already there starting to challenge the transparency of these systems. And so we need to start supporting and thinking about how we make sure we do the right thing. So ideally, and we were joking about this, but ideally for the last 5 years, you should have been collaborating with compliance people, privacy lawyers, DPOs, data protection officers. So I suggest we continue to do that. And we continue to collaborate when it comes to certainly due diligence, when it comes to AI models, because, well, the risk is potentially going to be bigger if you have to support, for example, data subject requests and rerun your models. This is not a cost you want to bear. So you need to really think about how you're going to reach out to legal, to compliance, to make sure that it will support, well, ideally, the benefits to your company that Juliana was talking about. So I'm happy to discuss more. Remember these numbers. It's important to make sure we do the right thing and make sure that, well, basically we document the hell out of everything. We're still wasting a lot of time and resources on those cookie banners. But as I said last year, I think data governance and documentation is going to be the sexiest job for 2024 as well. Thank you so much.
Here we go. First interview of Superweek TV with a guest. I'm joined by Kuba Bomba from Piwik Pro. And we're going to talk about the tough decisions you have to make building a tool like Piwik Pro with the complex landscape of privacy changes. Unpredictable, I would say, or less predictable. And you have to build a product, right? You're working towards building a product for us, for the people of Superweek, right? Your user base. Let me start out with your role at Piwik. What do you do? What does your day look like?
Yeah, so I'm the product person at Piwik. So I'm responsible for the strategy, for the technology. So what actually do we want to build? at Piwik. And like as you said, it's a really complex domain because it's not only about the competition, it's not about the competitors like seeing what they are doing, not about the market in general, but also like the whole legal stuff. And like based on the last few years, like every year there was something, so some change. And for us, it means that we have to adjust. And yeah, we have to track it. Like we have a team of like lawyers and also like business people who are tracking what's happening. We are working on the drafts of the like guidelines that are published, providing our feedback. And based on that, we decide what to build next. And what's really important here is like not only about the regulations, but also about like preserving the value for the end users. And it's like a balancing act for us.
Yeah.
And for me, as a like really technical person, it's more like about being prepared always. So we research the different options that we have on the table, and once like the regulation is enforced, we decide to incorporate it within the product.
Yeah, I want to touch upon a couple of things you said there, but I'm going to start at the beginning. So you started out with also looking at the competitors, and I think for most people in the industry, they probably heard of Piwik Pro when Google Analytics 4 turned out to be not so great, and you guys made a great move, right? If I dumb it down, you basically said if you love Universal Analytics, you're gonna love Piwik Pro, right? That was a little bit the messaging of, let's say, the last couple of years, and I think it was a strong message, and I think it is true. I think if the user interface of Universal Analytics was up to your liking, I think Piwik Pro has a lot of resemblance. But I like that since recently, I think a couple of months, you guys have left that behind, right? You are now just Piwik Pro, and it's no longer about comparing to analytics. You are now on your own course, I would say.
Yeah, so I think that it's still valid. It's like really important, and like last year was like the beginning of the sunset, but we have to remember that this year we have also GA360 sunset, which is like also like a big thing for us.
Yeah.
And you are right here that like we don't really want to be defined by the competitor going forward. So it's like really easy to explain to somebody who's not into it, who knows Google Analytics that doesn't know Piwik Pro. But like we want to build something more, and our strategy is not only about like analytics. Like recently we've released the CDP, so we don't want to only work with insights, we want to act on it. So to be able to like activate the data in like, let's say, email marketing tools, or like making the onboarding process more seamless by doing some like on-site personalization. So, and that's the reason why we added the CDP to our stack.
Yeah, yeah. So you took the good parts of Universal Analytics, and now you're adding new features that are your own. Let's say like you know, that really. Yeah,
really. So we have the base, we have the data.
Yeah.
And now it's like, what do we want to do with that? And like, we don't really want to strictly follow like Google Analytics, because I guess they have like totally different business model. It's more focused on ads.
Yeah.
In our case, it's more like focused on the marketers.
Yeah.
So we want to build something for marketers to make their life easier, to like make their jobs easier, so that they like can really focus on optimizing the businesses.
Yeah. Well, I think it's working, because I talk to the people in this community a lot, and if I compare like last year to this year, I know a lot of people who are using Piwik Pro more often for clients, and also a lot of the specialists here who are critical customers, let's say, right? They are not the easiest customers probably. They are enjoying working with Piwik Pro, so I think you guys are on the right path. So
good to hear.
So congratulations on that. So let's switch to the topic that we want to dive into. So there are a lot of EU regulations. On Monday, actually, in the talk that was just broadcast before this, Aurélie showed this picture of all the EU regulation coming up, and also US regulation coming up related to privacy.
Yeah.
It's a lot, right? And all of them could potentially have an impact on a feature you design, right? Because you are using an identifier. Let's take a simple example, right? We cannot say cookieless cookies. You take an identifier and you build a feature around that, but it's a crucial part of infrastructure on which you build that feature. How do you how do you take this into account when you are investing time, money, resources of the company to build this feature, when there is a possibility that the feature might not be allowed in the EU? And I'm assuming your largest customer base is in the EU right now, but it's...
Yes, but not only that, because we have also like US and the healthcare, which is also highly regulated, and like there are also we are working there with like protected patient data. So like that's totally that's a bit different, but also like there's a niche. And we know that like in the healthcare, the economy is quite big. You can compare it to Germany, the whole healthcare industry in the US. So like it's a big market for us as well, and we have plenty of clients coming from this industry. So, but yeah, so there are regulations all around the world. So it's not only about Europe, but you are right that it's like mostly Europe.
Yeah. So you are aware of this potential change. Let's take e-privacy, right? It's a big one,
quite recent topic.
Yeah. So how are you handling this, the potential impact of this? Like, how are you handling that from like a product development point of view? Are you building like a plan B? Or what if worst case scenario happens? Like, how are you?
It's like not only about plan A and B. It's like 5 different plans.
Yeah.
Because like that simply takes time. There are like the whole process is quite complex, because like usually we start with some like draft. Sometimes there's like some lobbying included in there, but the general rule is that you have some like guidelines. So we can base it on the latest draft published by the European Data Protection Board. So like regarding the e-privacy.
Yeah.
And there it's like simply stated, like in simple words, that like if there is no consent, there should be no tracking. So like long story short.
Yeah.
But there are also like included like different things that like you cannot really, or you must not use the UTM tags. But like from our point of view, like UTM tags, it's not something that infringes on users' privacy, because that's just a piece of technology that allows you to attribute the traffic to like certain campaign, let's say. And obviously, like any single thing, you can misuse it, and you can like add there some like personal information, but that's not like by design.
Yeah.
And yeah, you could also add this personal information to the URL, and like then like you wouldn't be allowed to use URLs in your tracking. That makes no sense.
Yeah.
And going back to the original question, so how do we navigate there? So simply like we are involved, we are tracking what's happening. We have like a team, as I said at the very beginning, like business people and like lawyers. And we are providing our feedback to the drafts. So we are working on that and like stating our arguments, like why it makes sense, or like maybe we should like amend it a bit. And then like it goes through the process, and like currently we have the draft, and I presume that it will be like enforced like in maybe 2 years from now. So that's the time for us to prepare.
Yeah.
And at Piwik we try to be like Switzerland. So like we don't really say that this is right, that isn't. We simply provide end users with options. And it's like for them and their legal teams to decide how they would like to configure the product. And like when it comes to like consent and tracking, there are like different modes depending on like what's possible in like given country, and also like what's the approach to risk taken by the client.
Well, I think this is a good bridge to what we at Superweek now call breadless tracking, right? Cookieless tracking. So Google, right, is now pushing consent mode V2.
It will be a year of consent mode V2, I guess, at least the first part of this year.
Yeah. But Piwik also has a form of cookieless tracking, right? How would you differentiate or compare your approach to Google's approach? And after that, maybe we can put it in the light of e-privacy and what we think the effect will be.
Yeah, I will start a bit broader. So like in general, I would say that there are like 4 different modes. So you have like either like you do full tracking without consent, because in some countries you can do that. You have like the so-called benign analytics. So you simply work on the aggregates.
Yeah.
And it's like somehow in line with the guidelines published by French CNIL.
Yeah.
It was also published by the Spanish regulator and also in Latvia. It simply means that if you are operating on the aggregated data, you don't need consent. And
so these are tools like competitors of yours, like Plausible, Phantom Analytics.
Not only because Piwik Pro can be also configured.
Yeah, but I mean, like examples, they would be like they aggregate page level, high level data, but you cannot zoom in, right?
And it's like simple analytics.
Yeah.
And it works for like many use cases.
Yeah.
And,
if you want to see how many visits you had on your blog post, then it's fine. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But you can also like have access to really complex reports in this case. So it's like the tools like Plausible, like that's their direction, that they don't want to provide something that's too complex.
Yeah.
But you can also do that with like with a full suite of reports, and it also would work. And that's something also that Brian Clifton advocates on. That like that's somehow like the middle ground between full tracking and also having like the level of insights that you want. And going forward, you have also like so-called limited scope analytics, and here is like the comparison between like us and Google. In case of Google, you have the cookieless pings, and like prior the consent, you have like the modeling, if you have enough data to use the machine learning for that.
Yeah.
And in our case, we created our own technology with the session hash that is used to tie the events together. And we did it because like for us, it's really crucial to be able to attribute the actual source of the session to the conversion, because that's like something really important for the marketers, and we don't really want to rely on machine learning here, because we would like to have the full data. And from the technological point of view, it's just like a short-living identifier created on the backend.
Exactly.
That lives in the memory, and after 30 minutes of inactivity, it's gone.
Yeah.
So if the visitor comes back after like 1 hour or the next day, we treat him or she as the new visitor.
Yeah, because the challenge from a privacy perspective, creating a user identifier, a cookie, or whether you store it in local store, it doesn't really matter, right? A user identifier with a unique identifier that identifies, in this case, my device, that is the privacy problem.
That's a no-go, simply in that case.
Yeah, exactly, right? And especially if you look at e-privacy, that's definitely a no-go. And the way you guys tackle it is you create a temporary identifier, because you do want to connect the events that happen in the session together, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to attribute the conversion to the Google ad click, let's say, for instance. Right?
Or even like create a funnel.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
you need to have like a set of events and the order matters.
Yeah, so you cannot look at it on a per user basis. Otherwise, you could only look at it from an aggregate point of view. So that's why you need the identifier. But the identifier is problematic from a privacy point of view. So your solution is, okay, we create a temporary solution that will always be deleted. If I really simplify.
It doesn't use cookies. That's really important, and it simply disappears after some time.
Yeah, and then on Google's end, they send pings, cookieless pings, to their network, and we have to trust them that they will process them without stitching together the user. Without identifying the user, basically, right? And then they will provide you with model data in their suite if you have enough of these cookieless pings. So if it has enough information to generate that model data.
Yeah, exactly. So the biggest thing here is that it's not like the user identifier, but the session identifier.
Yeah.
And that's the difference. But when it comes to Google, the biggest issue I have with that is the fact that you are like doing the modeling, and somehow you create the model based on the full consent. So you had the consent, so you have full set of data, and that is used to create the model for totally different users, because those who don't opt in, those are totally different personas, like with different needs, maybe. So that's my just assumption, but I cannot really predict that.
Yeah.
And then you simply apply this model, and you end up with model data, but you really don't know if it's true or not.
Yeah, no, clear. And then, so it's basically two different approaches to the same problem. Now, obviously, Google is lobbying in Brussels, right? I could guess in which direction they're lobbying. What are your thoughts going forward, like e-privacy, consent mode, and your solution? Want to do some predictions? You dare to?
I guess it will come into force, but like things like you are not able to use UTM tags will be removed from that.
Yeah.
And we simply want to be prepared, having all different modes. So like as our strategy states, it's like we want to have like product that brings value to the marketers, but with the configuration and like privacy compliance as simple as few clicks.
Yeah.
And in this case, that for us it means like maybe additional switcher within the product that like before consent you do this and that, like or you have like many different options for like anonymous tracking or like the CNIL mode.
Yeah.
And after consent, obviously you can do full tracking, and then it's like the details are really important because okay, then you have like two different sets of data.
Yeah.
And certainly you need some dimension that you can use to do segmentation and like do the analysis separately on those who gave full consent and those who didn't. Because like if you have full consent, you can also like join the analytics data with data coming from other sources, for instance, with like data from Google Ads, from Google Search Console. And without consent, you cannot really do that because like
yeah, good point.
That's
So
another purpose.
It has it also reflects on the rest of your tool, not only on the consent front, but also on the how you utilize the data downstream in your tool.
Yeah, so exactly. So the thing that you have the information about consent, like it will be, for instance, using the CDP.
Yeah.
Let's say you do the marketing, you want to do the activation in some like email marketing tool.
Yeah.
And then if you export the data, you can only use the data with consent for like remarketing, let's say. And that's like really crucial thing, and to have that, and like whenever there's like somebody wanting to audit your setup,
you
have that data and you are on the safe side. And we really want our clients to be like on the safe side.
Yeah, that's probably a good approach. So you're basically providing all the options, and then whatever turns out to be reality, whatever law comes to pass, you hope to have the options ready in time for the users to adjust. Yeah,
but the crucial thing is to be prepared. Like it's really complex and hard domain because things are changing. And for instance, like from the technological point of view, we start research. We have some solutions, like we are ready to implement it, and we have to wait because we don't know. Like, and sometimes there are like slight changes, and sometimes we have like to completely redesign the whole like tracking setup, the whole onboarding process because of the changes.
Yeah, so there's some development hours lost on privacy.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so switching up a little bit as we end our talk. Is this your first Super Week?
Yes, it's my first Super Week.
How are you liking it?
Like it's really awesome when it comes to like the thing that like I'm really active on LinkedIn, for instance, and like I see all those people in one place, like gathered, like all the influencers, like people that have some strong opinions on certain topics, and like you can like easily approach them and like ask some questions. So it's like really, really awesome.
Yeah. There's definitely people with strong opinions at Super Week for sure. You're staying till the end of the week?
We are leaving on Thursday.
Still some talks that you want to see?
Yes, like definitely. Like in like 30 minutes, there will be talk by our CEO.
Important, yes.
Yeah, so definitely the vendor wars, like because we are a vendor, and I don't know if it will be like vendor wars or something different this year, but I know that there will be like a discussion panel.
I think we will live broadcast that session on the YouTube channel, so for the people watching, they can follow along. I think it will be Adobe, Piwik, Snowplow, and I don't know if there's a Google representative, or maybe somebody else will represent Google. I don't know what will happen.
There's plenty of experts there. So
yeah. There should be some people who know something about using Google Analytics. But it should be fun. Cool. Thank you a lot for sharing your knowledge and for sharing the way you navigate this. And I hope you have a great Super Week for the rest of the days you're here.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Bye everyone. Thanks for watching.
Bye.
Hello and welcome to Superweek TV. My name is Jomar Reyes from the brand leadership community. Back again, my first guests, the wonderful Juliana Jackson and Valentin Radu. I've been really looking forward to this because customer lifetime value to me is a metric that just, it like sings, you know, it tells about the future. Welcome, Juliana. Welcome, Valentin. I have the CLV lady and the actual man who wrote the book. So it's no pressure, guys, but you really got to shine here. But I'd love to start. I'd love to start with where did it all begin, Juliana? What was your journey and your career path? You know, CLV is a part of what you do now, but if we're talking about customer lifetime value, what led you in that pathway in your career?
So it's funny because it's like I'm sitting on the couch with the person that actually had the biggest contribution to this. It was 2019, and I was looking for a job for like 6 or 8 months, and nobody would hire me because I was overqualified, which is a problem that happens in our industry. And I applied to a job at Omniconvert, and Valentin called me in the same day, and we met in the next day because he was going to Turkey to a conference back then. And it's like, I know it sounds like a cliche, but he actually did hire me on the spot. And he was like, when can you start? I was like, I don't know, now? He was like, okay, start from tomorrow. And I actually started on Monday because it was like Thursday or Friday when you were leaving. And by the time I joined as a product owner at Omniconvert, and Valentin was building a customer lifetime value tool that helps you, like, I guess measure customer lifetime value, do customer segmentation. So because I was the product owner for that specific tool, I had to dive deep into what customer lifetime value is, what is it not, which is the most important part of this conversation today. And kind of like just got super obsessed about understanding, you know, what is this metric? Like,
You're super obsessed? I can't imagine that. So
I was very obsessed. Like, I did, you know, like kind of obsess about it.
Yeah.
But what happened, which is funny, is that both me and Valentin kind of grew into different phases of customer lifetime value. Like, he is much more focused on like the organizational part of it, like how does it fit into an organization, how does it make different like functions within the organization work around CLV, while I became more ironic and sarcastic about it because I realized that, you know, for me especially, CLV is it's one of the most perverse metrics that you can work with. We think a lot, when we talk about customer lifetime value, we have the impression that we can indeed measure it, but we're really not.
It's an indicator, right?
It's an indicator. So I talked to Steen once, and he was telling me that customer lifetime value is just an outcome of a good customer experience. I stole that from him and like kind of repeated it. And it's true, because the thing with customer lifetime value in the context of e-commerce, for instance, because Doug and Zorian were talking about this earlier, we shouldn't name it necessarily customer lifetime value. It's more like predictive revenue or just revenue.
Yeah, that would be an analyst's point of view, right?
Because think about it, like I don't want to sound like, I mean, I do want to sound like, so let's sound like. But to be able to clearly and confidently calculate customer lifetime value, you cannot do it in isolation. It has to live next to customer acquisition costs. But to calculate customer acquisition cost is very hard to do out of the box, because acquisition cost is not just how much you spend on ads on all the channels, it's also how much you pay the salaries, the overhead, the taxes and whatnot.
So there's a lot of variables that we don't know about.
So can you really calculate customer lifetime value?
Yeah. Well, how can you answer this, Valentin? But how did your path come along this way with customer lifetime value and your brand Omniconvert as well?
Yeah, so it came out as everything out of the struggle. So we were on this uphill battle against Google Optimize. We are a vendor. We've built an A/B testing tool, and Google Optimize showed up in the market back in 2018. They revamped their tool, and it was a no-brainer for any marketer to use their tool because they had Google Analytics. And we've started to investigate what can we do for our customers, how can we pivot the company so that we can continue to grow. So after interviewing e-commerce and retailers, we realized, hey, is this metric, which is so important, is basically, this should be the North Star metric for any retailer, e-commerce company, right? It's the predicted profit per customer down the line. So if you are not profitable and if you don't find your path to profitability, why should you be doing all these strategies, actions, campaigns, marketing? Why are you doing this unless you know you are profitable? So it was a no-brainer for me to continue on this path and to help companies to measure lifetime value, to understand what it's all about, to segment their customers accordingly, and to become profitable. Now, after these 4 or 5 years, I realized how naive I was, because I thought, you know what, in 2-3 years, everyone is going to adopt lifetime value. 5 years after, I think we are 10 years behind the moment where the companies will wake up to sort out their data properly, to track things like customer acquisition cost, and to basically steer their strategy towards becoming customer-centric and not looking for vanity metrics like revenue or EBITDA, which eventually are just showing the past. They are not showing what's going to happen. So that's how I stumbled upon the customer lifetime value, and after that I continued to be obsessed about it, as you can see.
Absolutely.
I even wrote a book about it. I had this let's say luxury of working with hundreds of companies, and after that, after all these years, I realized that it's a vital metric. It should be the North Star metric, but unfortunately we lack the mentalities, the processes, and the awareness in organizations to leverage it properly.
So, I mean, if we're looking at things like, the customer acquisition cost, which you talk about, I mean, there's so many other costs. There's also cost of goods. There's also cost of sale, cost of service, a lot of things. Is there a guide that you can give, particularly to the e-commerce customers e-commerce brands that are out there? What are some of the things that they should look when they're creating their customer lifetime value formula? Should there be a standard formula that they set up, or what's the best way in terms of setting up?
You go
Yeah,
first.
I think the formula for customer lifetime value should definitely include the costs that are relevant to the net margin. So basically, when you say value, what do you actually mean? Because it's the actual value can mean a lot of things, right? In the real world and in the business world as well. When you say value, you should be having the same terms. And the problem with lifetime value is that it's a term which is so shady, so blurry. When you say customer lifetime value, do you refer to the revenue, to the gross margin, or to the net margin?
Yeah.
My personal opinion is that you should be doing it by the net margin, but in reality you can't do it because you have so many costs which are hidden, which can't be got very easily. You can grab them and use them into the real life, and that's why I prefer to focus on the gross margin and then do this let's say quarterly overview and to see if that makes sense and adjust it by the net margin, because otherwise it's going to take like 2 years to have perfect data, but you've lost 2 years when you maybe got down in the hierarchy of your competitors.
Yeah, and you also have changing costs like inflation. The cost of doing business has gotten more expensive. Did you have anything to add, Juliana?
I have a total different answer than Valentin.
That's fine.
I do agree with what he said from a financial perspective. I also think that, and I think everyone should understand that customer lifetime value, it's an average. It's a lot of stuff coming into a single metric. And as Miroslav said yesterday, averages do not exist. So it's basically a number that if you would not put all the efforts into calculating it correctly, you're having a very, I'm sorry for saying this, Valentin, it's a very fake North Star to have because you cannot trust it. How can you trust it if you don't have all the information to calculate that number? I think if you go outside here and you pass Bernadette and you go to all the people that are at Superweek and you ask them how they calculate customer lifetime value, you will get a total different answer. Because customer lifetime value is going to be very different for every business. It's going to be different for a retailer that sells wedding rings, Valentin, because we like to give that example. And it's going to be different for somebody that sells CPG, coffee, or whatever. So you have to adapt it to your business. So I actually want to talk to Valentin, like, why don't we just do our FM from the beginning? right? Because another important thing to discuss is that customer value, it's not the same thing as customer lifetime value. Customer lifetime value, again, it's an aggregate, but customer value is something different. So why not focusing on something that's more simple like this, which you can do with RFM, and Valentin does have the appropriate tool to do it. And if you use an RFM model, RFM stands for recency, frequency, and monetary value, and it can help you understand, based on how recent, frequent, and how much money customers spend with you over time, how valuable they are to your business. That's something that's more palpable and trustworthy, and you can have more confidence on to activate versus focusing on customer lifetime value. Because at the end of the day, it's all about how much can you trust the data. I'm not saying you cannot have a good customer lifetime value model, but that would require a CDP, a good CDP, and some good data engineers in the back that can bring together all those things. If you go on Shopify, and if you look in your Shopify dashboard, you will only get revenue metrics. And if you believe that your Klaviyo, your ESPs, your whatever tools you're using are telling you customer lifetime value, that's wrong. It's a wrong metric. So I would rather do RFM, and Valentin can share more about how you can do this, and he writes a lot about it in the book, and just start with that from the start.
So if I was, say, a product manager for, let's throw a scenario in. I'm a product manager for a fashion retail company, say menswear, for example. Yeah. And I'm saying, hey, Valentin, this CLV is a really important metric. I've got some idea of it. Where should I start?
You should start with the CEO of the company, because lifetime value, it's his or her's KPI, let's say. And when you say lifetime value, it's not the KPI of the marketing team, because if you're selling shitty products, pardon my French, you can't expect for the lifetime value to go up. So not amount of marketing is going to fix a broken product. So that means when you want to start with the CLV model, you go to the upper management, you let them know about this, let's say, mandatory knowledge that they should be having, and you make them understand that there are 3 pillars of the lifetime value. You have to improve what you sell, which is the product, what you do, which is the customer experience, customer journey, whatever, and what you say, which is the marketing. So if you don't fix all of those things, and if you are not focusing on what's wrong, you will be tweaking some things here and there. So it's like you're not focusing on what's happening within the company. So once you have that, you could start to track it, you could look at the trends, and you could go into a process to come up with initiatives to improve it. But if you're not measuring it correctly, you will be shooting in the dark. The marketing team, I mean, most of the marketing teams from e-commerce are shooting in the dark because they are not using things like Doug and Zorin just told about value-based bidding. So they are focusing on the first transaction. So if you are looking to become profitable from the first transaction in a crowded market, maybe you can't be profitable anymore. Maybe you should be looking at those products which make you, bring you this type of loyal customers that have a larger lifetime value and that allows you to be profitable down the line. So if I were to go to this retailer, I would start with a workshop to align the upper management about these new terms, to make them aware about what customer centricity means, and then I would be tracking it. I would be letting them know once they've fixed their data, and they could be looking at their best segments, their best categories, their best products in terms of lifetime value. They will be coming out to apply this type of methodology that I've wrote extensively in the book about.
Juliana, how would you see the rollout of this from? I mean, it's a great point, coming in from top down, and I think this is why most implementations of systems or strategies often will fail, because you don't have the buy-in from the top, right? So say we have the buy-in from the top and we're following Valentin's steps. What would the next steps be? Should it go company-wide across all the other product managers as well, for example?
So, as always, a marketing response, it depends. But Valentin made a very good point to your question, is you have to look at the products first and how they are performing. Valentin, when we were working together, we had a client that's a Central Eastern European shoe retailer. Yeah. And the thing that Valentin did, and I'd never seen anyone before him do, is to look at customer lifetime value, or like customer value per product sold. A lot of people look at it generally, but what I really like, and again, like I have to give his flowers and credit where it's due, he looks at something that's very important for the product teams, but also for the wider company, which is buying habits. So you would have a different COV per the channel you're coming from. Your customer value can be different if you're coming from Facebook versus email, if you're buying, I don't know, shoes versus sandals, or you buy whatever, and if you're from UK or from Hungary or whatever. So there's like some data points that can give you more clarity. And those types of data points, if you put them in front of the wider leadership, there is where you can get some sort of buy-in. But if you look at COV in general and you just look at the dashboard and be like, oh my God, COV, look at this, it's so good, I increased it. It's again, it's fake. It's an average, and averages don't exist. But the way, if you look at it for product, and this guy is from Central Eastern Europe, it's a very big retailer that probably a lot of people would know. Are we allowed? Are we not allowed to say it? But anyway, these guys were selling a very shitty shoe, and they had a lot of sales for that shoe, but then all those customers that they acquired never came back to buy. So then we did this analysis and looked at the lifetime value for that specific shoe, and we found, and then we did NPS as well and customer interviews, and we found out that that specific shoe had a lot of sales because it was cheap, but it was bad. Like people would just wear it once and they were not even bothered to return it because it was that cheap. I was like, you know what? It's a shitty shoe. I'm not even gonna go through the process. So it was like, how much? It was like €5. But that got sold so much.
So the standard metrics were, this is a huge success.
Yes.
The campaign was successful, but from a brand point of view, it was almost suicide, right? It was brand destruction.
So that's how you gain that type of leadership buy-in, by just getting people around these insights. But you will never get those from quantitative data. You always will get them from qualitative data, because if it's one thing that everyone in an organization speaks, is business language. And business language and actual facts that happen come from customer interviews, comes from NPS scores, comes from surveys. It doesn't come from them looking at the Looker Studio dashboard. Nobody gives a shit, I'm sorry, but nobody gives a shit. If you look at the Google, oh my God, look at these numbers. Yeah. Those are great, but where's the context behind those numbers?
Yeah. So throw to an executive a list of pissed off customers about their shiny new product or brand that they've started to list, and they will start to open their ears, because they don't respond. I mean, we are people as well, and the decision makers respond to emotions as well. So if you give them those kind of emotions, give them a list of 50 frustrated customers, spitting their shit out to them, and they will start to take action, because otherwise they look at their things, and again, it's a political thing. I mean, all the bosses on this planet, they want to look better in front of their bosses. So if they start not to look so good, they will start taking action. And I think it's more about educating the decision makers, and it's also about taking real action, experimenting, turning things around, not continuing with the status quo. And the market is the best teacher. I mean, when their revenue, when their profit will start to go down, when they will realize that they are going out of business, they will start to look at the unit economics that matter, and that's why I'm such a big fan of this customer lifetime value. And I see that this trend is not going to stay only in the digital channels, but we are actually seeing how lifetime value can be improved in retail stores, because that's where the money are being made in retail. So imagine that you can carry different brands, and you can experiment on putting those new brands on 50 stores against the treatment and the control group. So you can experiment in real life and track things like customer lifetime value, because you have your customer loyalty program. So you can even track the impact of this type of massive changes, and you can become more agile. And that the agility is needed right now in retail. I think everywhere, because we are in this dynamic environment where everything changes very fast.
Yeah. So and you spoke about profitability. That's a really interesting area to move into. If we were to look at the CLV metrics in order to save money and increase efficiency, is this a good place to look, or how do we? Your eyes are lighting up there, Juliana. Did you want to?
I will let Valentin take this one.
So. My personal opinion is that we have this chaos in the organizations because we have the traditional KPIs, and profit is one of them. Now, what's happening is that more and more CFOs are waking up to the reality that, hey, these guys from marketing, they spend a lot of money and we don't know if the returns are there. So there is this bridge which is now being built between the CFO and the CMO in order to reach a common goal, which is the overall profitability of the company. So, and that's how the things will become fixed, because if you have the buy-in of the CFO, and when the CFO realizes that, you know, these customers with their emotions and with their habits and with their behavior are the ones that are affecting our bottom line, then that's the moment when this CLV model will be adopted. Up until then, marketing and the data teams will do all these type of reports, and the company will go and do their way. I mean, the CEO and CFO will steer the organization in their direction, and these marketing and data guys, they will do their reporting, they will throw their reports at us. We will not be in a position to understand what's going on, and that's it.
So, but what about, like, marketing is one thing, but what about other costs in terms of like product forecasting? That's a real tough one that product managers will have, especially in finance, in fashion, because it's like a 6 to 9 month cycle of order from placing the order to receiving it. Is there any metrics that a product manager should look at, or a purchasing manager, that are they also stakeholders or beneficiaries of the CLV model?
So I'll take this one. I think, so first of all, I want to say that if the whole company looks at a metric only to drive success or to consider success, they're going to be very narrow-minded. And a lot of people might think that if the company has a North Star metric, that's going to cancel silos. No, it's not. People are going to be siloed even more, because if you look at one single thing to drive your whole business, you're not going to look left and right. For product teams, I work only with product teams, as you know, and I will tell you that product teams' most important, I guess, indicator of performance is shipping features. That's all they care about, because the leadership wants some new features to come in their apps, or in their, if we're talking about retailer, just want to have new products. So they don't care about CLV, they care about shipping. But shipping is a very important part of the profit formula. So let's talk a bit more. I want to dive more into this. Every company has a profit formula, which means how they are structured to make money, how they're making money. Spotify makes money from subscription, they make money from advertising, they make money from royalties. That's their profit formula. But each company and each business on this planet, no matter what they do, under this profit formula, they have internal processes, external processes, and all of these are driven by resources allocation. So if you would have CLV, or I don't know, revenue, or one single metric as the profit formula, as external and internal processes, and then resource allocation, imagine how much crazy it would be. It's insane. So if this resource allocation means people, means tools, means, I don't know, agencies, and go to internal processes, which means how people work together internally in the company, and then they go to external processes, which is sales, is marketing, is data, is us, what we do. So it's very important that metrics for each type of department or each type of function, that even if they're different, they need to be consistently different. They need to, you need to have indicators of success, but compounding, they would look at just profitability of that business. That's the profit formula. So if product focuses on shipping features, speed to be on market, customer experience, then marketing should be focusing on acquisition and bringing leads. But they won't be able to bring good leads or new sales unless they talk to product and data and e-commerce teams to know how to acquire customers. So people need to work together. It's like being a hog. You cannot isolate yourself to one metric, and you cannot isolate yourself to think that your department is going to do better than others. And I will talk about this for 3 hours, but I don't think nobody here wants that.
This could be part 1 of part 15, basically.
But you can come in Copenhagen this year, where I'm going to have a retention masterclass with Jomar. I think we're going to do it probably this year, so I will talk more about this then.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep an eye on Juliana Jackson. Follow these guys on LinkedIn, actually. Juliana Jackson, Valentin Radu, Omniconvert. It's great to see you at these events and at Measure Camp Copenhagen, fantastic as well last year, and the great thing I love about having someone from your side of here as a startup of a brand, you're creating a brand as well, so respect, but really getting in with the community and being a part of the community. So I'd also like to thank you for that as well, Valentin, and Juliana, for your endless energy and support. You're looking great, as I can say, and thank you. Thank you. Oh dear. Well, anyway, this is my first session at Superweek TV 2024. We'll be back. There's plenty more coming from Rick, Fosca, and myself over the next couple of 3 days. So stay tuned. Thank you, and we'll see you very soon.
Thanks very much for coming along today, guys. Super excited to talk to you about how you can steal our business. So I'm going to talk about what we've done when we've built our marketing data platform. And hopefully, if this is going to work, which it might not, I might have to stand here and do it. Let's try to get this working. So, bit of an introduction. My name's Ross and McAthy. These are my two co-founders. We started Ringside back in 2019. I love dinosaurs, cooking, and the NFL, and I support the 49ers, which meant that I was up until nearly 4 a.m. local time last night, and we made the Super Bowl, so super excited for that. Woo! Boo. So yeah, we're going to be playing against Taylor Swift in 2 weeks' time. So looking forward to that. So yeah, back in 2019, we started Ringside. This was working 2 seconds ago, and it's not anymore, but hey, let's carry on. So I want to talk about the last 4 years. So back in 2019, we started Ringside. We planned to launch in April 2020. Something happened. Our two largest clients were global travel companies. That was fun. And then my business partner who designs the slides decided to put that I got engaged in early 2022. And then we will win the Super Bowl. And that was in there before yesterday. So it was a bit presumptive from our side. So I'm going to share 5 things that we've learned across that journey. Hopefully it puts into context for you guys challenges that you guys will face. If all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So I've been a marketing analyst or a data analyst. I started off as a financial analyst, and we were coming up with the same challenges, and the solution very often was either Urchin very early on, or then what turned into Google Analytics. And what happened is, a lot of the questions that we are facing now, people go, you can't do that. And so my question is, what do you mean you can't do that? And it's like, oh, you can't do that in Google Analytics. You can't do that in Adobe. And what that means is the industry quite often is saying, oh, that's not possible to be solved, or you can't answer that question because they're limited with the tool set that they've got the experience of. And we find that very often, even if you're talking about GA4 versus UA, like what the expectation going in of what is possible and not possible. So one of those challenges, or many of those challenges, I kept on coming up with all the time about 8 years ago. And so one of the things that was the real appetite for me was, well, if we can build this ourselves, how do we approach this in a way that means that I can start saying, oh, actually, you can answer those questions. It's just a different way of thinking or a different way of doing things. So I mentioned marketing data platform, which, again, has now become a little bit more of a thing when you Google it. In 2019, it was just other articles talking about it. But what that means for us and the way we communicate what we do is we have our own tracker so it's not using any other systems. And then we combine that with all of the marketing data that we get for the brands that we work with. So that is connecting all of their ad tech, MARTECH data sets. It's connecting what we call satellite data, so all of the data that goes around that organization. The goal being is that any interaction between the brand and the consumer in any circumstance is all pulled together into a single place. So that being the context of like the big picture, the ecosystem, the first thing I learned is do not reinvent the wheel unless it needs reinventing. So the principle behind this is if we were approaching, and let's just say from an analytics perspective, what is the concept of how we should track what the person does on the website, we didn't go into this going, Google's got it wrong or Adobe's got it wrong. We needed to go, well, what should we be doing? What do people want to be able to see? So there are 2 post-it notes on my desk. There aren't, this is metaphysical, but the first post-it note, and the thing that I constantly have to remind myself when I'm building MVPs and I'm trying to teach my tech team on what we need to be building, is do not reinvent the wheel. But the other side of that is we should question everything. We need to make sure that the logic that goes into anything and any question that someone would ask of us, we need to make sure we ask those types of questions. And it might be that whether consent mode is the best way of setting that up. And I'm very conscious of following Aurélie on talking about how we do tracking following a privacy conversation. But this is in all walks of how we get data for marketing. So the first challenge that many brands will come up with, your global brand, and you have many different websites, and you want to join all of those things together. And so if I go back 15, 20 years, early days, it was, okay, well, we need to create multiple Google Analytics profiles. And I apologize, I will shit on Google a bunch in this. It's a fantastic platform, but I am doing this on purpose. So you have to create all these different profiles. And then actually the person who is in charge of the Nordics goes, well, actually, I need to see all of the Nordic countries grouped together. So you then have to create a different profile to group all of those together. And then you've got someone who's actually in charge of EMEA, so they need an EMEA version of that. And that becomes really difficult. And so instead of talking about each locale separately, what we decided to do was to think of them as separate accounts in isolation. So there is a French account, there is a German account, a UK, a US account. And what that would allow us to do is roll up with any combination. So there's no need to prep in advance what you want to do from a grouping perspective. You just create each one of them from a financial entity, which is typically how an organization does it, and then you can roll that up. Now, first challenge is, well, I'm going to question the way that other people do it, but then you come up with a bunch of other challenges. One of those challenges being currencies, which is a huge issue for organizations. And way back when I went to go for a very large entertainment company that's one of the 2 major games consoles, and they had a major problem that their account was in yen, but then when you had a combined account, they had US dollars and yen calculating in yen, and if you know how many zeros are in yen, the revenue numbers were completely wrong. And so that roll-up didn't work. So most brands who have one account, you have one currency. That's super easy, US dollars. But what we've made it is that if you want to combine multiple European accounts, that rolls up to euros, because all of those countries are in euros. That's easy. But if you picked a company that has multiple countries, how do you solve for that? That's not an easy solve, because that revenue will be different in all of those. So each of those separate accounts, we define an account currency. And what we actually do is we capture the currency that the customer paid the conversion in, and I'm going to use e-commerce as the main example here. So you say, what actual currency did the person buy in? And then you then also go, what account currency? Because there's a number of occasions where there's a UK account that also has Ireland in it, and they're in euros. So you actually need to still roll up to a currency for an individual account. And then you go, what is the brand currency? What is the finance team going to be using when they roll anything up? And so what you can then do is define a brand currency. In this case, the brand decided that they want to report in pounds, and so it rolls everything up to that number. And because we're doing that, we can do that on a daily basis, so we get the daily currency conversion rates. We can do this weekly. We can take custom ones, because very often a finance team has already bought currency in certain regions at a specific rate. That's problem one. Problem two that is constantly confusing me, because I am not remotely the smartest person in the room, and I'm definitely not the smartest person in my company, is time zones. It fucks my head constantly when I'm organizing meetings. But the key thing here is, what is a day? Which is a constant confusion between people, because you go and speak to someone in APAC, their day is ending. You speak to the person in the US, their day is starting. They want to talk about yesterday's performance. One of them has only just started today. The other one is literally talking about the day that you're still in. And so what we wanted to do is solve for that and make sure that the data captured was against a correct date time period for those areas. For the uninitiated in the room, I'm just going to give a little snippet. Timestamp is UTC. I didn't know that until about 3 or 4 years ago. There is no such thing as a timestamp in another time zone. Timestamp is always UTC. There's quite a few nods. I'm definitely the dumber one here. I did not know that, because I was using timestamp and date time interchangeably until someone corrected me. Pardon? I still love you. Yeah, I still probably do it just in the last 5 minutes. So all of those things, it's been really interesting talking about prioritizing a roadmap. And what we now do, and have done from the early days, is we have to follow the money. And I'm not talking about literally our customers' money, but actually the brands that we work with, their customers tell them things when it comes to the data that we capture. And so what we do is we prioritize the functionality that will make the biggest difference, the levers of change for those organizations. So that moves me on to the second thing that I've learned. I was disappointed when the designer sent this deck and it didn't have a picture from the film behind this. And if you haven't seen the film, it is amazing and a headfuck at the same time. No wonder it won a bunch of Oscars, and it's amazing. This is a conversation I have all the time, basically every week. Someone goes, yeah, we want access to the data. Cool, we want everything. So I'm like, you want the raw hit level data. So you want a few million rows coming in every hour? Yep. Cool. What are you going to do with that? Oh, we'll put it in our warehouse, because then we'll have it. But what are you going to do with it? Well, we'll probably total up the amount of sales we made. Cool. So you don't need the hit level data. You just need total sales by day. So you want all of this information. And many of you have probably had this conversation with people where they go, I need everything. I need all of this everywhere. And what that actually happens is brands just end up drowning in their data lake. And this lake is actually just down the road from my CTO's house in Slovenia. And it's such a beautiful place to just go and have meetings. But this is what happens all the time. Organizations just say, yes, we need all that data. We will put it into our data warehouse. And what that turns into is the conversation that Rick and I were having this morning, and hopefully I think we're going to do some stuff on the YouTube channel later this week about build it yourself. Because there are some incredibly talented people in brands who go, yep, we can build our own analytics tool. I see what you're doing. I can go and look at your JavaScript and understand what's going on here. We're going to go and build our own tool. Thank you, cool. And we have to go through that conversation of going, that you may be able to do that. And there's many brands out there that do have a 10-person data team and a few million and 2 years to build a system that gives you a bunch of functionality that you'll then use. But it's way more complicated than that, and the big thing that the people in this room would add to that conversation is the context. That's the hardest bit. Many people in the data world don't understand the context of marketing, and that's the hardest bit to actually force into any form of analytics. And then the next question and the conversation we have with these people is, well, how are you going to aggregate that data? And we need to aggregate sensibly. And there are multiple levels of aggregation that are needed, and I'm going to go into some of them now. But the first thing is, a lot of these brands go, yep, we've got Fivetran or Data DDO, which if you're using Fivetran, have a look at Data DDO. If you've never heard of them, basically the same offering, a lot cheaper. It's fantastic. Most brands collect data. So they go, yep, we're going to pull that in, and we're going to load that into our data warehouse. There's many platforms out there that allow you to do that. The thing that a lot of people do who are moving this forward is they collate that data. And you see this with, and I'm not trying to shit on any companies, but you see this a lot with like funnel.io and things like that. We're pulling that information into our data warehouse, and we're going to link it on date, or we're going to link it on campaign name. And that's all good, but the problem is that you're just putting two data sets next to each other and kind of lining them up, right? Well, actually, what makes that data really powerful is when you consolidate that data and you actually link it at incredible granularity. And we're talking at like a unique hit ID, click ID, where you have true data that is fully built into the context of what you're tracking. And instead of using Snowplow or going and getting Google Analytics data itself, we decided to build our own tracker. And this was the first foundations of Ringside back in 2019. What was really important there is it came with a bunch of advantages. We could design what was coming in. We could limit what was coming in, which was the other thing that was really painful for me as someone who, for comedy, used to go and put hits into other people's Google Analytics back in the day, because I knew they had live dashboards in their office on massive TVs, so I could write anything on those TVs. I don't even know if you can still do stuff like that, but that was always hilarious when I'd get a photo of someone's office where "fuck you, Dave" was on the tracker. I all knew the people in those offices. So this follows very on from your talk, but we decided very early that we were going to prioritize data security and data privacy. I have all the documentation. I don't understand most of it. That's why I have lawyers. But the other thing that I learned is PII isn't even a thing. It's just a word that I think, well, this is where I'll probably have a conversation with you later. But the way I talk about it is, PII is always, I do bunny ears every time I talk about PII. What we mean is, we don't at any point capture or store personal identifiable information. But that isn't the thing that we talk about with legal teams. What we have to talk about with legal teams is pseudo-anonymous identifiers instead of anonymous identifiers. The main thing for us is we're not a CDP. We're not trying to be a CDP, and therefore we don't need to know customers' names, email addresses. We don't need to know what shoe size they are. The core part of this is analytics for marketing. It's not so we can go and create audiences off the back of that. The second thing that was really important when we were capturing all of that data is the ability to align that data set with everything that we get from everywhere else, whether that be from Google Ads, whether that be from Klaviyo, from Salesforce. We could make sure that everything went into the same schema. So we have one schema for everything, and it's our customer journey schema. So all of the data we get from Salesforce, Klaviyo, Pinterest, TikTok, everything gets loaded into our database. We then convert it into our schema, and that way every brand and everything that we build on top, whether that be machine learning, AI, all of that kind of stuff, is based on the same data set that we've loaded in and done that transformation. Why that's super important is because shit like this happens all the time. So this is Google Analytics 4. I may have done this wrong because I don't actually know how to use it. I don't want to know how to use it. But this is a client sent us this because they were like, why does the paid search visit or sessions or whatever they call it this week, such a very big difference in a Google product to the other Google products that we loaded in? And that's the same account, same date range. And this happens all the time. And the first thing, and I appreciate who I'm speaking to here, because you're going, well, there's a difference between sessions and clicks. They mean two different things. And they do to us. And they probably do to an agency. And the agency's saying one thing with one of these numbers, and quite often they're using this number. And then you've got the in-house team who are probably using the top number. And then you've got your analytics team, who is probably the most knowledgeable out of those about why there's a difference. And the problem here isn't the actual terminology, it's not even necessarily the tech setup, it's actually the CMO is looking at one thing, and the CMO is sitting at that level where they don't need to be told about the differences between clicks and sessions. They want to know how much are we spending to acquire a visit? How much are we spending to acquire a conversion? Those questions and this setup just complicates things significantly when you're talking to someone at that level. And so when you're talking about return on investment to the CMO, they're not even caring about the clicks number here. They're going, how much did we spend and what was coming from that? And that's where being able to align data smarter rather than just saying, oh, this for the total of that date makes a difference. That's why this is really important. And we've got a solution to do that. I don't have time to talk about it. We will carry on. What then makes this even more complicated is when you go, well, actually, there's not just cost in paid search and paid social and in display and programmatic. There's also all of the SEO costs. There's cost of production. There's cost of agency fees. We want to take that into consideration. How do you align that? Well, we do, and we pull that data in and align it to SEO visits, which then gives you a really interesting view of what is a cost per visit. What do we do for influencers? What do we do for affiliate commission? We want to load all of that data in so you then have a clear understanding of what the actual cost of doing business is for organizations. I intimated to a few of these things in my Superweek talk last year about lifetime value and how we've got a slightly, not very different, it's just slightly different maths, realistically, but a slightly different way of approaching lifetime value. And putting more and more cost data into that model is becoming really interesting when we're asking questions as in, what is happening when someone does an offer this year that they've never done before, and does that decrease the actual value of brand, which is the fluffy way of saying acquisition cost of a new customer versus an existing customer. And what they're all then talking about is, well, is the lifetime value of someone who we're now giving a discount impacting our perception in the marketplace? And that's the conversations that CMOs are actually having, not just about cost per acquisition. Because what we're actually talking about when you have access to all of this data is that enrichment allows the people at the top of the mountain to say, just give me that top level number. And you can roll everything up to say, this is the cost of playing in organic search. This is the cost of playing in affiliates. But we like playing in the weeds at the bottom. And what this does is this allows us, and having this data set allows us to start climbing that mountain and start to aggregate better because we know the incredibly granular data is available. Number 3, a user's journey is not what us marketers want it to be. So my next slide is actually my favorite slide, my second favorite slide of the deck. Have you ever watched your mother use the web? It is painful. Or maybe that mate who didn't get an email address until 2008. These people are mainly what our customers and the brands we work with actually see when we look at how they use the website. I got asked to find an example of a fucky customer journey. This was the second one I looked at. So in Ringside, we have the concept of a visit and an entrance. And the reason for that is that so many, it's about 70% of visits, 17% of visits have multiple marketing entrances after the first initial visit has started. So 17% of visits to a website, so if someone comes in, and I'm just going to use this example here, which is obviously the extreme, but they came in via paid search Google, and then a minute later came in, different G-cleared, potentially different keyword. So you've paid for both of those clicks. They then came again via paid search, and then 7 minutes later came in via organic search. We see this all the time. And when I say 17%, you're like, oh, it's not that often, but it's quite often in the ones that convert. Because these people, like my mother, don't know how to use websites properly, and so what they do is they use Google instead. And so we see this all the time, and the classic example is in e-commerce websites, where someone will come, they'll land on a category page, and then even though the product is just below their scroll line, they'll go back to Google and go, oh, type in the brand name and then the product that they're actually looking for because they couldn't find it. Or then they'll go back and just type in the brand name because they can't work out that clicking on the icon takes them back to the homepage. And this happens all the time. And all of these entrances that are coming in means that asking the question, how many visits came from a channel, isn't necessarily the way that consumers are engaging with that brand. We're not just talking about this being a paid search visit. That is how the person originally came to us right at the start of this interaction. And we can have the questions on like, how long does a visit last and what defines a visit? But the way that we've got this set up just shows us that a user's behavior is not as black and white as saying this user is a paid search visit. We need to take into consideration the way that they're actually engaging, and that's why that's super important. And then the other thing is the engagement and value of that consumer doesn't finish when someone purchases. So this person purchased on the 23rd of January. 2 days later, they came back via organic search, yay, didn't have to pay for it, and then viewed a bunch of other activity. They viewed the FAQ page, they viewed the shipping page. All of the information that people wouldn't say had value to that consumer because they did it after they bought. But if that person isn't satisfied with the information that being provided post-conversion, we need to feed that back and go, well, maybe the emails we send straight after a purchase need to include shipping, need to include FAQs clearly so the customers don't have to engage with that. That leads very nicely into lead gen. I've spoken a bunch about e-commerce and travel and that kind of activity. But from an analytics perspective, we've got a pretty good idea of what happens on a website before a lead happens. But what actually happens after that, and especially where we've got a number of brands in auto or in proper B2B activity, where the lead to sale journey sits in Salesforce, different team, quite often different warehouse, and the marketing teams are like, we're delivering you a ton of leads. And the moment that things stop going as well as it has been over the last few years and sales start to drop off, people go, well, you're delivering us shit leads. And you're like, cool. What do you mean by that? Which one of these leads aren't working? And there is such a disconnect between those two platforms. So what we want to do is be able to link all of that web data that's above that activity through to all of the Salesforce data, or other CRMs are available, terms and conditions apply. But we want to be able to link all of that data. So we provide the ability to link that information together. And this allows you to answer so many different questions. And it's really amazing to see when you speak to these marketing teams in the brand where this organic search visit is not included in any of their analytics. It's just a visit that didn't convert. But actually, that was a core part of the consumer's behavior that informs us that this is truly valuable to them going forward. Now, the way that a lot of brands do this and have done this for the last 20 years is basically in Excel, where they go, here is our export, the last touch was paid search, and that is where the lead came from, so we need to invest more in paid search. And we should not be, in 2024, I have to get that right, 2024, be using Excel and VLOOKUPs to understand sales performance, because we shouldn't be looking at it in that way. And I'm talking about spreadsheets, but I'm just going to shit on Excel while I'm up here. The output of this is allowing us to say that metrics are vanity, ROI is sanity. We have to be in a position, especially in lead gen, where we can say, what is the return on investment of our marketing activity? Not just what is the cost per lead and live in cost per lead land. So that was more to the people who do work with lead gen brands and B2B. the ability to say this campaign is working better to drive leads, but the leads are not actually converting, well, brands change their sales process. They put different people, different call center agents reaching out to different types of leads. If it's a person who's engaged with a certain category of content, you need to speak to them differently. Maybe we had a brand the other day, we went to go and see an auto manufacturer who, whilst we were showing them a customer journey to give an example of what content that person was looking at versus where the lead came from, he went, oh, that's actually a corporate buyer. And we were like, how do you know that? And it's like, all of those cars we can give tax breaks on. But the lead came on a Tesla, which you can still get a tax break on until recently in that country. But he knew, just by understanding the behavior of the user, what that person probably would end up getting. And unfortunately, / fortunately, because it helped the sales process, he was right. They ended up getting a Range Rover Evoque, I think it is, the new electric one. And he was like, yeah, that lead came in on Tesla, but actually they ended up selling what is ultimately a more expensive car. And it showed that understanding what content they're looking at can inform that behavior as well. Number 4, lean into your problems. This is unbelievably important for me as the CEO of the business. I tried to solve so many of the things that really frustrated me when I was in the trenches way more than I am now. If something is hurting me, it's probably hurting you guys and your clients as well. I'm going to not talk about this too long because I'm conscious of talking about attribution every time I stand up here at Superweek. I fucking love it. So many people go, doesn't exist, can't do it, cool. People pay me to do it, happens. What we want to do, and I am passionate to talk about, is let's fuck off last non-direct. Let's actually just talk about the way that consumers engage. And what I just wanted to show you some analysis we've done recently. So we have a machine learning model to do attribution. We pump everything into it, all of the interactions, everything people do on a website. And then when we have the output from that model, it has 2 things. One is the propensity to convert, and it shows us what activity happens on a website, increase the likelihood of that person purchasing within a 30, 90, 120-day periods. And what we can then say is, okay, well, what is the weightings? So all of the factors that we've put in. So we've put in things like day of week, time of day, seasonality factors per region. And when we look at the amount of weighting distribution, so when it's moving and attributing data into different interactions, only 16% of the movement happens from when it happened, time, day of week, etc. The technology, so browsers, operating systems, dimensions of screens, things like that, is only 6% of that movement. Marketing, channels, campaigns, landing pages is only 17%. Visits stuff, order of visits, count of visits, the fact it's a 3-touch journey instead of a 2-touch journey, is only 19%. That is the majority of most attribution models, is actually the order of touch points. I'm not going to make anyone do the maths, because I had to double check myself about 3 times. What a consumer does in the visits that happen, all of the add to baskets, what content they viewed, in what order did they view that content, is 42% of the weighting distribution. And so many sort of attribution logic models don't even include what happens in the visit, what content did they engage in. And we've not done anything to distribute this. This is just, we show it everything, we tell it what success is, and this is the output from the machine learning. And the other thing that happens from an attribution perspective is nobody communicates it in a clear way high enough in the organization. You go down and say, yep, this is your machine learned attribution revenue, and this is the variance. But if we can start to talk about you're undervaluing Pinterest by 40%, so you don't value that activity as much as you do from a last click perspective, we can then change marketing mix and budget distributions. And that's where the CMO comes in, because you're then saying, well, yes, you're massively overvaluing your Rakuten data. No shit, affiliates are overvalued. But actually talking about, well, maybe you need to make investments in Pinterest more than you are at the moment. And it has not just a brand awareness activity, there is some direct response plays there as well. And so when you're talking about cost per acquisitions for that activity, having an attributed view is really important. I'm going to try to speed up through this bit. Dashboards are fucking slow. It's so annoying. Data Studio and Looker are great, right? We've all used them in some capacity, but they're so fucking slow. And it's because they've been built to service everyone, right? That makes total sense. Like, they've built so anyone, and no matter what your kind of problem is, you can pump data into it and you can build it. But one of the things for us was it's so annoying when we had a query in Data Studio and it took 45 seconds to load, and then when you changed the drop-down, it then took 45 seconds to load because it runs a slightly different version of that query. When we transferred that into our own data set, it took 2 seconds. What the fuck is going on there? We use BigQuery. It has got better because they've now accelerated them, but this was something that was core to like understanding the speed to insight, because speed to insight isn't just the methodology used, it can also be how quickly can you get access to data, and especially when you don't know where you're going. When you're interrogating data and you're going down rabbit holes, if you constantly have to wait 45 seconds when you think of something where you may go, that's just painful, and it's mainly painful for people in the room here more than it is on a talk that I normally do like this. This is partly me showing off on behalf of my 2 business partners who basically designed and built this. Our tech team weren't actually involved in this. We made a date picker that actually works because it's fucking annoying. We have the only thing I'm going to talk about now, I'm going to skip over this, match on the day, match on the date. So if you're doing year-on-year analysis, you can do year-on-year with the day matching rather than just the date matching, which is one of the most annoying things when you're trying to... Thank you. A little other thing, if you select the 15th to the 19th of January and you press last month, it doesn't do the first 6 days of the previous month. It will do the 15th to the date range. We just built a bunch of logic into it because it was harder not to do that than to do that, to get it working. Other things like channel definitions, I'm definitely talking too long about this, but we built our own complete channel definitions logic, and we also built vendor logic because we want to be able to automatically track everything from Facebook. There are 47 different domains that Facebook use for advertising and organic, and so many of them end up as referral because they're not tracked correctly. And that's 47 that we've found. Who knows? When you lean into your problems, you start to ask questions, right? So the first one, and someone's touched on this earlier, is real-time. Does anyone actually need real-time analytics? Yes, if you're working in live sports, gambling, there's some use cases where that's correct. If you're an e-commerce company, probably not, even if you've got a sale going on. But what we've decided to do is combine what we've done in predictive analytics, where we predict how many people are going to purchase and when they're going to purchase, and combine that with real time. And the one part of this page that I know a number of CMOs we work with look at is this. This tells them how much money they've made so far today and how much money they're going to make by the end of the day. We also have the same logic for end of week and end of month. So people can start to predict those, but from a real-time perspective, during Black Friday, this page was refreshed on average every minute by one of our clients. It's a fucking expensive query, but Black Friday was the one-off. So the classic one is the Zuckerberg, or the book that was written about Zuckerberg, Move Fast and Break Things. We don't do that. I would, if I was the ultimate decision maker. What we try to do is move fast and plan enough so we don't break things. And now we go to my favorite slide of the deck, which I only found existed. You need a seesaw. Thank you, generating AI to make 2 businessmen on the seesaw. We need the CEO version of, yep, let's do this right now. Let's get this built. This is a really cool idea. I can get everyone to buy this. Combined with my business partner, Ben, who basically goes, or let's actually consider what the implications of this so we don't end up with loads of technical debt. One of those is the classic conversation. There's a couple of talks going on over the next 2 days. Very interested to see what other people are doing there, is in cookies. So we have a number of clients all over the world where they go, we need a cookieless solution and you guys. And we were like, but actually, why don't we just build a cookieless solution that actually works totally alongside our technology, rather than them going and using like a Plausible or someone like that who's gone very hard down the, we don't do anything in cookies. So what is currently in beta for us is a combination of a cookieless and cookie tracker based on consent being passed. And it's completely, those two interactions are completely non-connected to each other, but the data is ingested into our data warehouse and we deal with it the same way that a cookieless tracker deals with cookieless data. But if they consent, we're linking that to the consented data. Would like to talk to people about that. The other thing that we've done and I don't know how many other people have played with the new Shopify sandbox tracker. It's pretty amazing. It's amazing. It is, yeah, oh, I say, if you're using an app, it's terrible. If you've custom built it into their pixel, what this has done is this commoditized the naming convention for Shopify, which is the biggest issue with onboarding an e-commerce brand, is that one company's called it item_price, another company's called it item price, another one's called it product price. What they've done is they've basically put all of the data set for all of their events and all of the schema that sits behind that into a consistent naming convention. I feel like there's a question coming from you. We really like this because it's taken the onboarding of an e-commerce brand on Shopify from like 4 or 5 days down to like 4 or 5 hours, because it's just sped up the ability for us to get data and extract data from a consistent place. So, gonna end my talk by saying no man is an island. We've got a bunch of ideas. We get a lot of ideas from our partners. We work very closely with the agencies that we've got a number of brands with. And we also get a bunch of ideas from our clients. But you guys are the smartest people in digital analytics because you're here.
It is so exciting for me to be here. I can't believe that I'm here. You know, probably I'm not making this up, for a decade. I've been looking at pictures from Superweek. I've been hearing stories from my friends who've gone to Superweek. And now, as I walked in, I saw all these amazing, beautiful pictures of many people who I know and have known for years. I walked into this room and I see the view out the window that I've seen behind the photos that I've been looking at from a distance. And I want to thank Kelly Wortham for inspiring me to actually come here. It was about a year ago. I was talking to Kelly, and she had just gotten back from Superweek, and she said, "June, you should go. You would love this. It's exactly the kind of thing that you would love." And I said, "Fine, I'm going to do it." And I put Superweek 2024. I blocked it on my calendar, and I'm here. So thank you for inspiring me. So I thought I would start by telling you my entire life story. No, really, I'll make it short, and I swear it has to do with the topic of my talk. I mean it. In Russell's talk, he had a timeline, and it was 4.5 years long. Mine is, I'm not even going to say how many decades. So it all starts with goats, because all my talks start with goats. I was born and raised on a goat farm in Oregon in the United States. And then I went to university and I got a degree in theoretical math. because that's what goat farmers do. And then I went to go to a different university, and I was a research assistant for a math professor, and I was there for a number of years in the early days of the internet. And in 1999, I decided that I wanted to get a corporate job, and so I moved to San Francisco, and I landed a job at a startup as a web analyst in 1999. And then I worked for a series of startups and internet companies in the first dot-com boom and bust in San Francisco, and I learned a lot there, and that was all in analytics. And then in 2007, along with a man named Eric Peterson, I co-founded a networking event series called Web Analytics Wednesdays. Heard of it? It may be my magnum opus at this point, which is a little weird, but it started. I ran the very first one in the world down the street from my office in San Francisco, just by saying, hey, does anybody want to get together after work and talk about web analytics next Wednesday? And we all met and we did that, and then people started doing it and it became a thing. And so I'm not sure whether Steen is in the audience right now, but I know he runs them in Copenhagen, which is awesome. So, so thank you for anyone who's ever participated in that thing. In the late 2000s, I also went into analytics consulting, which I did for 7 years, including a several-year stint working for Gary Angel at Symphonic, and saw that through to acquisition by Ernst & Young. And then I left right when Kelly joined, right? And then I went back into being an analytics practitioner, but this time as a manager. So I was building and leading teams of people who did marketing analytics and product analytics and data engineering, and that was a new experience for me. In 2016, I joined this large tech company headquartered in Seattle, Washington, but I didn't work in retail. Actually, I only worked in media and entertainment businesses, first in gaming, and then in streaming music, where I actually still am. And it's been a really interesting experience. And I'm still there. I've been there for 8 years. But in the past couple of years, I've added something new to the list of things that I'm doing, and that is angel investing in analytics. And that is what I'm going to talk about today. See? It's relevant. Oh, and I will say, I've never actually spoken about this on a stage before. It's something, it's pretty new for me, but it's also something where, you know, in a one-on-one conversation, a person will ask me some questions about it, and I'll answer those questions. But this is brand new material that I've never presented on a stage. It's all about my experience working angel investing in analytics, so bear with me. So here's what I'm going to cover. I'll tell you how I got started and how it works. I'll tell you a little about what I've learned reflecting on this past 2 years. Look ahead at maybe some of the trends that I'm seeing. And then I'll share 2 promising startups that my group has invested in so far. So to get started, I mean, many of you are familiar with this image or variations on this image, commonly called the March of Progress. It came from one book in the Time Life book series from the mid-60s called Early Man. And it, you know, it shows the evolution of mankind. Thinking about this talk and how this relates to it, it reminds me of the early days of my involvement in analytics technology. In 2001, I was working for a software vendor that was making a web analytics tool. Right? And we were doing this because we knew there was a need for it, and we were going to go and solve that problem. And I remember around that time, maybe a little later, seeing a list of 200 companies that were trying to build web analytics software at that time. And then looking back on that, we all know how it turned out. There were a lot of those solutions folded, and some of them merged, and then there were acquisitions, and now they're fairly mature. It's not that they're not developing anymore, but you know, we're going to look back on that and say this is how the evolution has gone. But as I think about the future, though, it's actually this. This blew my mind when I saw this. I don't know if you know, but the March of Progress isn't actually just 6 figures. It's actually 15, all the way from this little dude down here who you never see. And it's actually spread over 4.5 pages because that picture with the 6 images that we're used to seeing was folded. And it wasn't until you open it that you see the whole thing. And that, yeah, who knew? So that is sort of how I'm thinking about reflecting on the past 2 years that I've spent evaluating startups in the data and analytics space has been like this. It's like, I thought I knew the evolution, but then I unfolded the page and I see the whole thing. And I'm not sure whether this analogy is going to make sense to you yet, because I've seen this talk because I wrote it, but you haven't seen it because I've not yet shared this story with you. But I'm hoping that by the end of the story that I'm going to share, that this analogy will make sense to you too. So part 1 of 4, in case you're timekeeping. I run short, by the way. So I just want to set definitions here because I think it would be just good to start at the beginning. What even is angel investing? So angel investors are individuals who provide money, that's dollars, but just money, to early stage startups in exchange for ownership equity or stock. And these people also contribute mentorship, industry experience, and business advice to the companies that they invest in. That's what I've been doing. But then there's also this interplay between angel investors and venture capitalists, or VCs. And they're part of this story too, so I wanted to find them here. VCs are professional investment firms that provide lots of money, typically $1 million US or more, in exchange for stock, and often taking an active role in managing the companies that they invest in. So they might sit on a corporate board, for example. So the difference here, angel investors, individual people, not professional firms, providing smaller amounts of money, and contributing mostly mentorship and industry expertise, but not sitting on boards like VCs do. So how did I get started doing all of this? So this goes back to 2017. I got a cold call email on LinkedIn, and I answered it, which I do sometimes. And it was an invitation to go to a data leaders dinner in San Francisco, and it was being put on by a couple of venture capitalists. And I didn't know any of these people, but I was like, okay, I'll try this out. And, and it was interesting. And so over the course of a couple of years, I attended these dinners, and I met other data leaders and startup founders who were building solutions in the data space, and it was interesting to me. And around that time, I was talking to the same group of VCs about like, oh, you know, I would eventually like to advise startups, but I don't really know how to get started. And one guy was like, no, I think we can think of a way. And so in 2021, obviously our in-person event series had ended because nobody was getting together for dinner, and I got an invitation to the same group that had been organizing this event series. They said, hey, do you want to start this new thing with us? And it's an angel investing group for data startups. And it actually took a little convincing, because this was like outside the realm of my possibility. I'd never done anything like this. This is a totally new thing, but I said yes. And I got in on the ground floor to help start it. I helped coin our name and develop the mission and determine how we operated and bring in a group of people and all of that. I was one of a small group of people who started it. So that's what I'm going to talk more about. So it's called Invest in Data, my particular group, an angel investing syndicate for data startups. We focus on contributing to the data industry's evolution by backing founders who build data infrastructure, analytics, machine learning, and AI technologies. So basically, we're focused on the kinds of technologies that are within the budget of a chief data officer. So what does a chief data officer need in terms of technology? That's what we're looking at. And at this point, we've got about 40 people in the data space who are leaders. Many of them are chief data officers or VPs for what that means. And they come from all over, but they're all practitioners. And here's how we work. This is our pipeline. And before I get into the details, what I'll say is there is no magic to this. It's powered by meetings, a Slack group, and some Google Docs, okay? So nothing fancy. So the way this works is the first thing we do is, and this whole cycle is once a quarter that I'm going to describe. And so it's been once a quarter for me for the past 2 years. The first thing we do is source companies we're interested in. And there are 2 different ways we think about sourcing. One of the ways is the people who are members of the group might be trying to solve a pain point for themselves. And so they'll be doing vendor selection and evaluation, and they might come across some interesting startups through doing that. They can refer them in as a source. Another way is we have a forum on the website, and so if someone is a startup founder and they're interested in working with us, they can enter the forum that way, although we ask them to have a sponsor from our group anyway. And so after we once a quarter collect all these companies that we might be interested in, and it's mutual, we get together and we vote on which ones we want to have come in and pitch to us, and it's a smaller group, right? And so what happens with pitch is that we invite the startup founders in to tell us more in their own words about what their company is. And if they've already got a well-developed product, we'll ask them to demo it for us. And at the end of that, we vote again. Like, which ones of the companies that pitched to us do we want to proceed to the next step with, which is diligence, where we look more closely at them to say, is this the kind of thing we would want to invest in as a group? And out the other end of diligence, we write some kind of memo that sort of summarizes what we learned, and we make a recommendation about whether the group should invest in it. And then we decide. It's either yes or no, we decide to invest. And at that point, we've got like this number of companies that we've built up that we could then continue to advise. And so we continue to work with the companies that are in our investment portfolio. And all this to say, we've got 6 companies to date, which are the ones that I could talk about. There are more that are kind of on the way but not made public yet. And to give you a sense of scale here, because I know that 6 sounds like a really small number, from the sourcing perspective, over the past couple of years, I'll stand here, the sun's coming in. The past couple of years, I've looked at maybe 100 or more different startups in the data space at the top of the funnel. And I've seen startup pitches from about 40 founders at this point. And then I've either seen or participated in diligence for 15 different companies, right? And so that whole cycle has given me the new interesting perspective that I feel like I've gained over the past couple of years. I wanted to talk a little bit more about due diligence because it's really important. And this is it's kind of an intense period of time. We do it over a period of a few weeks where we scrutinize a company to decide whether or not to invest in it. And we look at that company through a variety of different lenses, including their product. This may depend, on the stage the company is at. Maybe they just have wireframes, or maybe they have a really well-developed product. We'll look at whatever they've got. Also, pricing, like how do they make money, which is an important thing. Go to market, which is just a fancy word for sales. How do they land customers? Customers, so again, if the company is pre-product, they're not even going to have any customers yet. But if they do have customers, we might go and collect feedback from those customers to see how they feel about the technology. We'll also look at the competitive space, because no matter how good and interesting one particular company is, do they have what it takes to compete with the other companies that are in the same or a similar space? And then finally, the team. And this is, where did the founder or founders come from? Have they previously run startups? Were those startups successful or not? And as you can imagine, if a company is very much at the early stage, more weight is placed on the strength of the founding team and their ability to potentially deliver on this idea that they have. So it was like, as I went all through this, it was, doing this in like an angel investing capacity was brand new for me. I'd never done it before, but I'd certainly seen stuff like it. You know, as a buyer of analytics technology, whenever I did a vendor selection, I did this, whether I knew it or not. Like I was looking at this kind of stuff. I'm sure you have too. But the thing that I have really gotten from this personally over the new way I've been looking at it has been strengthening my ability to feel like I'm making good decisions. Because as you might have seen on the last slide, there were these points where like vote, decide, right? And at each step, you're having to apply judgment to say, I know a little bit more. How do I feel about this leading up to, do I want to put money behind this? And so going through that, I would like to think has improved my ability to use my judgment at points when it really matters. So I want to move on to tell you about some of the things I've learned through this process of every 2 years, once a quarter, going through and looking at companies and evaluating them and deciding whether to invest in them. Well, first of all, they fail. A lot, actually. Recent study shows only 80% of startups survive after the first year. And so all that stuff that I showed you before about how we do all this work to decide which companies we want to invest in, they still fail. Or, you know, not just like completely fold, but also some choose to pivot. And so they might have said at a certain point in time they focus on one thing, but if you check in on them a year later, they focus on a different thing. Well, that's fine. Again, that's evolution. But one of the interesting and ironic things about this is that you got to remember, I'm working with a group of 40 data leaders. We're analysts. We need a lot of information before we can make a decision. And this is an incredibly risky thing we're doing. So we have like this high risk decision on one hand, and we have this incredibly risk adverse group of people on the others. And I cannot tell you how many times someone has stopped and said, I just need some more data. And we're like, oh. We're making it work. The next thing I'll say is it's not very diverse. I mean, maybe I'm pointing out the obvious here. 15% of tech startup founders are female, and that's just a gender part. And I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, right? I got a degree in math, and there weren't many people who looked like me also getting a degree in math. The further I've gone up in the ranks as a data leader, the fewer women I see around me, and the more people around me I see named Jeff and Steve. And, but it was, you know, I've gotten kind of a new perspective on it in the past couple of years, looking at startup founders and venture capitalists. And startup founders, I looked at that, I made the observation of someone who was more seasoned than me, and I was like, there aren't any women here, are there? And they're like, no, they're just like hard to find. And the thing that I have gotten out of this is, I think, more of a sense that I need to be acting as an advocate whenever I can to change the situation that we're in. And so, for example, a few weeks ago, I was talking to a venture capitalist, and he wanted to increase his network of people who were data leaders. And he asked me if I could introduce him to a couple of people. And I gave him the names of 2 people, and I introduced them. And those 2 people were both women. And that was a very intentional choice on my part. And I think that with all of this, there isn't like one big thing that's going to solve the diversity problem, but instead, it's a whole collection of small intentional actions that hopefully will add up to the outcome that we want and we need. I've read studies that show some kind of connection between diversity on corporate boards and business outcomes. Right? And so it's that diversity of opinion that I think we all need and need to be advocates for. Lastly, this is slow. I think it's a little ironic that the little icon for startups is a rocket ship. And yeah, it takes 7 to 10 years for a major liquidity event to occur for startups. It's a very, very long process, right? And so, it goes back to risk. I think that it's a long time between here and there. And as an individual, I think it's not right to just be focused on like the financial outcome being the thing that is of value for my participation in it. And I say this with all sincerity and honesty, I feel like I've already gotten a lot of value from the time that I've spent doing this over the past couple of years. And for me, it's been about learning, you know, that once a quarter, I'm going through this process of like looking at and evaluating new technology and new customer pain points in ways that I'd never really thought to look at before. And it's given me this interesting new perspective on the whole thing, and I've been able to step back and see like the entire march of time. And that part has already produced a lot of value for me. So I wanted to look ahead a little bit. Oh, generative AI. Has anybody talked about that yet? That's not what my talk is about. There's just like one little box on one slide because I think other people are super excited about talking about AI and are going to cover it in way more detail. From my perspective, though, you know, obviously people are interested in this as from an investment perspective. In thinking about the kinds of generative AI tools and products that a chief data officer would buy, it's still very early days, and I will say that my group is evaluating this, but has not yet made any investment decisions around it. It's just too soon, and there's still a lot of snake oil. With data and actually, I'm going to mention a couple of these things. Areas to watch. I was very pleased to see in the first talk that Julian and Ahmed gave that they mentioned both data quality and MLOps. And I think I heard one more. Oh, Maria mentioned data quality as well. So I would like to think I'm not the only one who's telling you that these are the areas to watch. With data quality, do people here experience pain due to low data quality? Yeah, yes, Julian raised his hand, he does. I would say, I do too. It's not just you. And so I'd say this seems like a pain point that's not yet solved. And there have been some promising developments in some areas. Companies like Monte Carlo have been successful as a data observability platform. I'm not sure whether it was Gartner or Forrester, but one of them said data observability is like it was category defining, like it was a new thing, and now people, you know, see it as a category of software. So that area is definitely promising. Machine learning operations, ML ops, which is, you know, you can't just build the model, you need to bring the model to production, and often in the early stages, it's really janky, if people know that word, it's frail and manual, and there's still a lot of room to improve the tools that we have for ML ops. Lots of unsolved problems, but still I haven't seen sort of a leader come out of this. With data catalogs, I was actually really excited about data catalogs. About 6 years ago, I had this talk on self-service analytics, and I was hyping data catalogs as being like full of promise, and I'm over it. I personally have seen data catalogs try and fail and haven't really gotten the traction that I would expect out of something successful. But the problem, the customer pain point is still there, and maybe it's approaching it from a different perspective that's going to make a difference. Maybe it's a semantic layer thing instead. If you think of a semantic layer as like the translation between data stored in databases on one side and business KPI definitions on the other side, right? Or maybe it's related to privacy. I don't know, but I think it's an area to watch. And then finally, I have business intelligence and reporting on here. This was like a late-breaking edition because I'm not really sure how much there is room to innovate here, and yet there are still startups coming saying that they're solving problems in the BI and reporting space. But I think it's really hard to compete with the major players that are already out there and very well developed, like Tableau and Looker and so on. But I still see companies trying. This was the only slide I have on this, and as I got into developing my presentation, I thought, well, this is probably something I could build out into a whole separate talk. But that's what I've got. I wanted to tell you about two startups that my group has chosen to invest in. The first is a company called Nimble. You heard about, somebody's heard of Nimble? Oh, cool. Great, I'll talk to you about it later. So it's a web data scraper that monetizes through engineered pipelines that make external data easy to access quickly for anybody. So, and it's not tied to one industry vertical or another. It's kind of generic. You can use it for whatever you want. So customers can scrape and ingest data from the internet and make it available to build business data apps on top of it. I'm familiar with one company, a B2B company, that's using it to scrape the internet and collect information about who their competitors' customers are, and so that they can maintain that list over time. So it's useful. And it's interesting, I think, because it's poised to replace manually built pipelines that are error-prone and expensive to maintain, right? If you could say, we built this thing, but it's a lot of effort to keep it going, we just get this tool and run it for us. Nimble, the CEO is a guy named Uri Norovich. He and his co-founders met when they all worked for a security company together, and this is their first foray into startups. The second company I want to talk about is Gable. It's new. It's actually pre-product. Some of you may be familiar with Chad Sanderson. I think he was a guest on TLC. But Gable is focused on a problem in the data quality space. So it is data contracts, which are agreements from data producers and data consumers that capture and enforce what data should look like as it's pushed from production to downstream consuming teams. And now I can tell you, this is a problem that I face day to day in my job, and I'm sure many of us do. As I mentioned, they're still in design phase, but Chad Sanderson and his co-founders came from a logistics company called Convoy, where they worked together to build data contracts for use there. And now they're generalizing that, and they're going to be making it available through their company. And obviously, I think this is interesting because it's a painful problem. There aren't really any good solutions today. And at this point, you might say, great, June, sounds like you've been doing some really interesting stuff. Thanks for sharing it with us. What's in it for me? So I wanted to leave you with a few things to think about. First, start small, get involved, go to networking events. You're here, you're at Superweek. Yay, that's a good start. Keep at it. And answer LinkedIn cold calls. I mean, don't get catfished or anything, but there's good stuff out there. You know, and I've had actually some amazing opportunities come my way because I've talked to a stranger on the internet. And that's how I got into this whole mess. That's why I'm here, actually. Second, learn about startups and VCs in your local area. I heard, either from Zoli or somebody else, that last year's event had participants from 42 countries, which is amazing. So no matter where you are from, take some effort to go out and learn about the startups and venture capitalists in your area. Take risks, and this is hard for us. I say to all of you, as data analysts, as I am, that it can be a really good and gratifying thing to take risks. Take more risks. Some of the best things I have ever done have been because of something I didn't think I could do. And then finally, think about where the gaps are as you're going about your daily business, working in analytics and data science. What are the pieces of that puzzle that do not yet exist that you believe should exist? And either make those things or advocate to have someone else make those things, and you can be a part of this evolution too. And with that, I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to Zoli and Petra for putting on this amazing show. Thank you for Piwik Pro and Conductrix for sponsoring this amazing show. And thank you for everyone in the audience for showing up here and listening to my talk. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the live stream studio. And today we have a first for Superweek TV. We have a guest in the studio who is not at Superweek. So hope the technology will not fail of us. I have Glenn Vanderlinden via Zoom with me. So let's switch to Glenn. Let's see if the technology works. Glenn, you here?
I can hear you perfectly.
I see you on the stream. Great. So
okay, amazing.
Glenn is the co-founder of Human 37, a analytics agency. Well, I'll let you introduce it, right? Because what are you? An analytics agency? Would you classify yourself as that?
We call it like a data consultancy, let's say. We help organizations build their data strategy and also like roll it out. So we do more than just build slide decks. And we also do more than just implement, right? So we kind of like do end-to-end analytics implementations, focus on customer data mostly.
Nice. So starting off with the most important question, what is your reason for not being at Superweek? Why do I have to call you via Zoom?
Yeah, it's a good question. I kind of got late on the timeline. And by that time, I actually got booked in for a half-day workshop with one of my clients, which had the entire team at the table. So yesterday I was leading a workshop of, I believe, 12 people.
Okay.
So I could not do it over Zoom. So that's my valid excuse, I guess, but I'll try to rectify it by next year.
Yeah. This is official, documented. We'll see you next year at Superweek. So the reason we're calling you is Fosca, my co-host, was attending MAGIC Brussels, and you were also attending, and you gave a talk about synthetic data. And Fosca said, we need to have Glenn to talk about this topic because it opened so many doors. It's such an interesting concept. So that's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about synthetic data. But I know there's many ways to apply it, but it originated from a story within your company. So let's start there. How did you guys stumble upon the idea, and what did you do first?
So basically, let's start with the idea of synthetic data. Synthetic data is basically data that looks like real data, but is not, right? And since we have our hands on, or we work with customers who process a lot of customer data, we're very deep in data warehousing, customer data platforms, and analytics such as GA4, mixed count amplitude is one of the destinations, let's say, in which we analyze that data. But it also means that a lot of people might access that data. And because it's very sensitive data, we're looking into alternative ways to have our teams trained or potentially do demos for clients to make them understand very tangible what a specific implementation or the implementation of a user story would look like and what they would be able to do with that implementation. And so the best practice for that is actually to show rather than tell, but it's quite problematic if you're dealing with very sensitive data and actual customer data because we're very focused on privacy. So we started looking into how can we mimic all of this. And so originally we have all of our sandboxes where we can test and we can train and we can send in whatever stuff that we want to do. But typically when you generate users and you apply attributes or profile properties or whatever you want to call them, you need to have some sort of consistency across the journey, et cetera. And you want to generate like pretty high volumes to at least give like an idea of what it could look like, not on a single customer journey, but like this is what a funnel could look like. This is how it enters your customer data warehouse, these type of things. Yep. And so we had one of our clients who actually used synthetic data for pen testing or for unit testing. And we started elaborating the idea from there. And so now we basically built our own mini package. It's more of a script actually, that allows us to mimic customer journeys, generate fake users by the thousands in a few seconds, and actually allows our teams to train, but also to test a bunch of stuff and to demo a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. So that use case makes a lot of sense, right? Preferably you would never expose sensitive data, but especially like when training people, there's you could argue there's even added risk with new people in the company. Exactly. So it makes life easier. It also makes life easier for you as an agency, right? You want to ramp up people, you want to expose them to interesting stuff without the risk. So what has been the response so far, like within the team, training people, like actually using it, putting it into practice? How did it go?
A lot of the people in the team actually use it in order to like validate certain use cases. We have customers who want to try to track a specific customer journey. What we basically do is we amend the script to generate a few thousands of users. We paste in theoretical attributes that they want to track. We generate fake values, and then we ship it into a destination. And so they have an understanding of like, this is the user story I would like to build, and this is what it will look like in the end. Does it correspond to what I'm actually doing, or what I want to know, or do I need to refine the question? That's one thing. So versus our customer, it allows us to mimic certain things without introducing any risk. And for our teams, it's handy because there's always new features in specific platforms. So we sometimes need to load data sets into platforms to verify how specific things work, or how the report would visualize certain things, or how the module would treat the data, etc., etc. And we can easily mimic this by the synthetic data sets that we generate. So it's very easy for us to test new features or to increase our understanding of how specific tools treat the data once it's been accepted by the platform and how it's represented in specific reports.
So how do you deal with the like, because it's synthetic, you couldn't even call it inaccurate. It's non-existent, right? It is fake. How do you apply, like, how do you make sure that what you are doing is not going to have a negative effect like with real data? Like how do you account for those kind of situations, or do you try to?
Yeah, it's hard, I think, because usually today we use it a lot in like at the start of an analytics journey. So there's like very little risk because we just make assumptions, right? What's your current conversion rate? What do you have in mind? And we can apply the weights, and we can just say like, my conversion rate is 40%. So in between events, we have a progression rate of 40%. It's a parameter or a weight we put into the data set. And from there, you actually get, as if the law of large number applies, you basically get that 40% conversion rate distribution, right? It gets more tricky, I think, if you start elaborating on other usage cases or use cases or usages of synthetic data, which is potentially like, one of the things is algorithm training, right? For instance, for personalization or product recommendation, you need quite some data. There's this whole thing, should we train it on actual production data, yes or no, right?
Yeah.
If we understand what the general trends are in a data set, we can actually fairly simply replicate it. X% of people purchase product A, Y% of people purchase product B, and there's an overlap of X. We can actually replicate that data set without actually using all of the production data, because we make a synthetic copy of it. Like we mirror it. It's not even mirroring. It's like we use the attributes of one data set and we transfer it into a newly generated data set that has nothing to do with these actual user identifiers, and then we could use it in order to load the data. We're not quite at that stage yet, but it's one of the use cases where you could think synthetic data might be useful.
I'm just thinking out loud here, right? So how much real data do you need to have enough synthetic data, right? Because let's take this to its extreme, right? Because synthetic data has a lot of advantages, like from a privacy point of view, right? It's not about real users, so amazing. All the restrictions don't apply. But you have to model it after real data, right? So you're gonna need a percentage of real data, and preferably, I would argue, a well-distributed sample of real data. So not only not only the users who consent, because there might be a significant difference between users who do and don't consent, so that might actually have its impact in the model data, or not.
Yeah, I think the whole thing is about not necessarily the way I think of it. And again, it's an idea that is developing, right? I'm not saying it's correct 100%. The way I think of it is, if you look at the data set has a number of characteristics. 100% of the data has a number of characteristics. There's a bunch of flags behind you. You could say like X% of the data is generated from region Y, from country A, from country B, from country C. That's a property or a parameter that you could transfer. When I generate users, I could say, okay, I want X amount of Dutch people, X amount of Belgians, X amount of British people. And so I could build that in the data set. And then I could potentially look deeper and say like, okay, of all the Belgian people, we see that conversion rate is 40%. Just give me, for this segment, a 40% conversion rate. For the people in the Netherlands, there's a 50% conversion rate. And for the people in Great Britain, there's a 60% conversion rate. And I could model all of that over. The thing is, like, I'm not using any real identifiers, right? Because all of the IDs and the anonymous IDs I'll generate in my dataset, they actually do not exist. So I'm trying to mimic these things based on specific characteristics that are anonymous enough, and then I'll let the dataset generate exactly, or at least characteristics of them, right? So I also think that the whole concept of synthetic data kind of is like when you do analytics at a aggregated level. It's not, I think, built for, and I'll come back to that later, currently in one-to-one understanding of analytics. But I do believe that there are some quite some use cases where you actually could apply it in order to further obscure the data and make it less specific to a person.
Yeah. Well, you opened the can of worms. Let's go down. Let's go down that rabbit hole, right? Because so the application for training, you know, very obvious. You guys are actually doing it, right? So you know the value is shown, I would argue. What other applications do we have? You know, like what other applications do you potentially see?
Like one of the things I have in my head, and I've actually have a real MVP running in my sandbox, which is the whole concept of I think of analytics or an analytics hit that's being sent to a destination as a package, which contains a number of attributes or a number of parameters, whatever you want to call it, right? Yeah. There is like my IP, there's potentially my IP, there's my user agent, there's my anonymous ID, there's the page I'm on, there's the event I trigger, there's the parameters of the event, right? And so the way I think about analytics is, first of all, there's the concept of data minimization. Like there's a difference between it's not because you can that you should. So technically I'm allowed, like first I have consent. Let's go the easy route. I have consent and I can track specific things, but it doesn't necessarily mean I want to track everything that the user does, right? Even if on a specific page, I don't want to track everything. I'm trying to figure out what are the things I need in order to solve my use case, right? So data minimization, tracking what you need. And then from there might be a couple of fields that are still tied to a person that are like PII or pseudo PII, right? And the concept I'm thinking of is like, what if in that analytics package, I can either anonymize those things because I don't need them. Maybe the vendor requires me. I have mandatory fields that I need to send maybe. Yeah. I can't really think of use cases. Or I want to introduce specific noise into a specific parameter. I'm taking IP. Not a very popular one, but it's like the proof of concept I have in my head because there was a lot to do with IPs going to servers, etc., etc. And so what if I introduce a fake IP for 25% of my users? It means that 1 out of 4 users, the IP is actually wrong.
Yeah.
And by default, like I'm not sure if that's the actual IP, but from an aggregate point of view, I can be certain that it's 75% correctly represented, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if IP is the right use case. I just tested it because it was easy for me to test because I can look at my IP and then manage everything from there. Yeah. But it's actually one of these things I'm thinking about. Like, can we look into first, what is the data package we're sending? We minimize the data, only take what we need. In the package that we send, should we entirely reduce the fields that might be too personal? If we can minimize them and leave them out, should we like synthesize them entirely? Or should we synthesize a portion of the users from which we have consent to track to just introduce noise and kind of like introduce this level of uncertainty maybe, but which is statistically potentially relevant enough to do analysis on, right, from an aggregate level. I'm not entirely there yet. It's like this whole field. The idea started with the concept of differential privacy, which is basically the concept of introducing noise, but making statistically relevant enough for your analysis to kind of uphold. And since there's a bunch of libraries like Chance or Faker that actually allow you to do that, I can run it in a POC in my browser. But there's also like server-side libraries that kind of like allow you to say, whenever this package for this user goes out, replace the value XYZ by a synthetic variation that I'm going to render. Yeah. And so that's a concept I'm playing with.
Yeah, that's a super interesting idea. I think definitely that's a topic worth discussing at Superweek.
Next year.
I'm also guessing that people looking at the live stream might be interested, you know, in this topic. Like, so we should probably open this up, you know, like make this a broader discussion. I think your slides from your Measure Camp presentation are available online, right?
Yeah, they're online. They're on my. I'll reshare them later through LinkedIn again.
Yeah. So we'll make sure that all those resources and relevant links are shared, because I think, like you said, this is an ID that's developing. I think IP address, like the first thing that came to mind with me was like, okay, that will mess up with all the geo lookup stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. The question is like, if you know 75%, and I'm taking 75%, like it's a random factor that I now have enabled, right? I'm not a statistician. There's smarter people to tell me out there what the threshold should be, but it's representative, right? Because you could still like, okay, I have a distribution of geolocations, 75% of them is correct.
Yeah.
The rest is scrambled. Is that enough for me to make decisions on that and to activate my data in one way or another? Because there's also, I think, a difference between like, if you needed to personalize, like in that case, it wouldn't really work, because I'm not going to tell you like, the weather is amazing in London while you're actually like, you don't live in London, right?
Yeah.
But your IP got scrambled. Versus I want to do aggregate analysis to figure out what the trend is within my platform or within my product, or et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, exactly. So you know, it boils down to these boring but very true questions of, you know, first deciding what you want to do with the data before you decide on the technology and the infrastructure you're going to use to actually do that.
Exactly.
So we have to still apply the basics, unfortunately, also in 2024, not only cool technology. I like the idea. I think it's definitely, it has merit. Are there any, so you mentioned 2 open source libraries, I think. That, are there any other things, like any companies, people, technologies, things that are, you know, active in this space, or things you think people should look at if they're interested in this?
There's a very interesting article, which is like maybe not entirely related, but a bit, written by like Jonathan Mendes, which came out 2 weeks ago, which is called, I'm reading the title, Data Cleanrooms, Feature, Product, or Platform on the newsletter Source of Truth, which for the very first time kind of connects all of the concepts. So he has very clear definitions and super simple. I think he did it really well, because we're too deep to give clean definitions, I feel sometimes. We're trying to bundle everything. But he's focusing on what's the core of first-party data, what's the core of CDPs, what was the core of DMPs, and what's the core of data cleanrooms. And for the very first time in the lecture, I have been finding like on blogs that people in our industry read, like synthetic data comes in as a reference to how data cleanrooms are anonymizing stuff. So I'm expecting it to pop up more. Data cleanrooms from an advertising space or a media space are growing, let's say. There's more interest, especially with the focus on first-party data. You also see different parties like data warehouse providers or cloud providers like buying or building data cleanroom capabilities. So there's definitely something going on there. And he explicitly makes reference for the very first time, at least that I've seen, towards synthetic data usage there. So there's definitely something going on. So I would recommend everybody to read that article, even if it is just to refresh all of the concepts and see the clear relationship between all of them.
Yeah, that sounds like a great article to read. So we'll make sure to share all of that. Glenn, I wanna thank you for calling in, for being the first non-Superweek attendee on Superweek TV. And awesome. Hopefully next year you'll be here in the studio and
next year for the whole. That would be amazing.
Great, thank you for sharing your knowledge, and we'll talk later.
Thank you very much.
See ya.
Have fun. Ciao, ciao.
And welcome back to Superweek TV Live. Here we have our session today, Data, MARTECH, and the Brand Strategy. My name is Jomar, Reyes from the Brand Leadership Community. I have a special co-host today by the name of Astrid Ilum, and our guests are Dennis Golubowski from STAPE and Thomas Tockner from Gentis. Got it. Welcome, everyone. And the thing about this gathering that I like that we've got is we have, from the brand or the client side, Astrid's really going to ask questions about building that brand, that data strategy for the brand. We have two gentlemen here who've also founded brands and organizations, which is great, but also to discuss probably even a bit more on the technical side. So this is why I've asked someone like Astrid to also co-host. Welcome, Astrid. How are you feeling?
Thank you so much. I'm feeling very well. Thank you.
And having a good Super Week?
Definitely. A lot of interesting talks as usual. Very inspirational.
Yes. And we have our guests here. Dennis, your first Super Week.
Yeah, for me, everything is interesting. I meet a lot of people, so I'm super happy with this.
Yeah. And Thomas, is this your first Super Week?
The third Super Week, yes.
So you're one of the addicts.
Super proud about it.
Absolutely, yeah. So when we talk about like a brand strategy and data, sometimes the word brand can be really far removed from data. How do you deal with that, Astrid? And if you want to pose questions to the gentleman,
Yeah, so definitely. Let me get started on that. So the connections, as I also see it, between the brand strategy and the MARTECH landscape and how vendors with your offerings come into the mix is figuring out what is the right combination of services compared to the aims you have as a company. And so what type of company are you? What's the type of good that you're selling? And what kind of requirements does that put for you in terms of your data strategy? So to take just a starting example, the size of your company and what that means for how your organization works is one aspect that I think is really critical. And I'd love to hear your takes on how that works with your particular services and your brand strategy in a sense. And then the other aspect is also, what is the type of product or service that you're selling, and how well does that fit with the prevalent data schemas that exist in the world of digital analytics and data strategy? So maybe from you, Dennis, first.
Yeah, I can start. So our main idea of our product to be as open as as we can. We have a lot of open source projects, and we have our own community. We participated in measure camps, and we try to bring all our products to everybody. And we not to try to lock on our product. Basically, what we do, we provide server-side hosting for Google Tag Manager. And if in any reason you don't like to use us, you will be able to move to other hosting provider, but still use our open source projects, even if you not use us. And people love this strategy because I know a lot of agencies who started to use our open source projects and then moved to us because they needed some additional functionality or something. So open source helped us a lot, and our brand strategy at initial was to be open as much as possible to the community, and we try to be community driven. So yeah, and answering your question regarding how big is our company, and we're still relatively small. So currently at the company only 23 people working full time, but we're managing like thousands of clients. It's more than 50,000 at this moment, and I'm really proud that small team can manage all of them. And yeah, I think Thomas can. No.
Yeah, happy to continue. I mean, your question was if the size of the company, for example, matters regarding which data strategy you should choose. And from my perspective, it's a clear yes. I mean, if you take, for example, our company, Chantis, we are 43 people. We have around 100 customers. Our product strategy is totally different. So we are going more to the enterprise customers. That means we do not have 1,000 customers. That means getting data from 100 customers, we do not have 1,000 and 1,000 data points per day. So our data strategy is going to the people and ask, for example. So, and here you see, for example, one of our customers is the Washington Post, and they have a totally different approach, obviously, to it. I mean, they need to handle billion of data points. So then you need another data strategy, and then you need another MARTECH environment. So based on what are you doing, B2B, B2C, how many customers do you have, how many employees do you have, how many data points do you have, the answer would be totally different on which tools you should have in your MARTECH.
And from your point of view, if you were to answer the question yourself, Astrid, what's your strategy in answering your own question with DFDS?
Yes, so as we are covering actually both a B2C and a B2B angle, and as well have a regular type of e-commerce set up with a click and collect, and then also the travel tickets. We are looking for quite a wide array of tools. And one of the things that we care about is the trade-offs in the way that the tool supports our data strategy. So for instance, you could have a tool with a super specialized feature set that requires you to actually enrich it to a large extent for it to be super powered. I think that's acceptable, but then the tool needs to support letting that data that it is creating stream back into the central setup.
Yeah.
And oftentimes allowing just download of data is not really sufficient.
Yeah.
It needs to respect, for instance, if you've got internal IDs, it needs to really play nicely with the whole centralized strategy that we need to pursue. And I don't think it's always the case that it's easy to understand whether a tool is providing that type of functionality. You ask, do you have webhooks? Do you, expose an API? And they say yes, yes. But then in reality, it's a little bit more of a promise than reality.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are just some very basic requirements each data strategy should follow, which is, for example, the data accuracy or data compliancy, or you should be able to connect the data or the information which comes out of the data. So some of them are very basic requirements, but if you have fulfilled these requirements, I mean, then you really have to know in which direction do you want to go. But to be open, many of our customers, and what I see even on events like this, many companies in Austria and in Germany, for example, does not even fulfill this basic requirement. So very often the data are very, very inaccurate. Compliance is a big topic, especially in Europe, now more and more in the US too. And even, you said it already, connectivity, it's very often a very bad topic. If you have a super data set, you have a super data warehouse, but you're not able to connect outside. So the question is how to use the data and to get information out of it and to use the information for your daily business. I think these are the big challenges for a data strategy.
Yeah, definitely. So one other thing that we also talked about earlier was that, in fact, many of the small customers that you were interacting with similarly just wanted that magic button they could press.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. So mostly of our smaller customers who run their Shopify WordPress shops, they don't really think about data strategy, branding, building. It's like 1-3% web online shop that need really good big one button where you can press and get everything set up for you. So I think people, you mentioned this before, that you still need to make your brand from the ground. Even like if you 2 people at the company, you still already need to start to think about where you will store data after the year, how to move from, I don't know, from Shopify to your own servers if you decided to build bigger sites. Same for analytics. If you decided to get your customers from one store, move to another, your custom store that you will build, you need to have this ability. Same with analytics data. So I totally agree that you need to start with beginning and think about this.
Yes, and to elaborate on that really, I think that one of the things that all the small customers they are facing is that suddenly with the pressure on the external data ecosystem of the web client, so the pressure on cookies and other methods to retain data, the need to in-house some elements is just rising. And that will pressure them to maybe build up more solutions in-house. But I like another aspect that you mentioned. So it's like there's a parallel in the world of logistics, which we at DFGS of course cover, which is being a good logistics partner is not just about solving the needs of a customer, it's also about figuring out what's their growth potential and how do you assist them on that journey. And I think that's also what you are touching upon when you're saying even if they want the magic button now, tomorrow they might need an data engineering setup to supply a different kind of advanced goal.
Yeah, exactly, and I see this that some customers is growing. So we are running company for 3 years, and I know few of customers with which I spoke like in years before, and now they grow it in much bigger companies, and they really need more. And happy that we also involved with them. But there is different situation where you choose a tool, it good with one button, but they focus it only on this one button, and then you need to migrate, and you're right. Yeah. So yeah.
But Tomas, you mentioned that your customer set is a little bit smaller, the pool, and that therefore you have the opportunity to be very kind of like responsive to the needs of your customers. Do they also span across very different business model, and how do you see that affecting the way you need to work with very different data schemas?
I mean, it's kind of an illusion thinking about because the customer is bigger, the customer are more mature if it comes to data strategy. So even the bigger customers hope for the one magic button to press that everything is solved. And obviously the outlook of bigger customers are very often we have to do that. We have to build a data team. We have to invest in data infrastructure. And I think especially with the end of third-party cookie this year, the need is obvious that companies need to bring that back into their own houses. So first-party data strategy is very often discussed. At the end, not everybody really knows what it means to have really a first-party data strategy. What does it mean to invest, to hire the right team, for example? This is one of the biggest challenges.
That was actually one of the questions I was going to ask about first-party data, right?
Yeah.
Because you think of first-party data. is it more than just collecting email addresses? I mean, so how would you, Dennis? What if there was a brand, you having a conversation with one of your clients, for example, say, we want to do a data strategy for our brand. And in terms of first party, what kind of suggestions would you give to them?
First, I often see that people miss correctly set up consent. So they I always recommend to start with consent and have correct privacy policies that allows you to gather as much PII that you allow to. And everybody miss this, smaller, I work with smaller clients, they have consent banners or something, but they not think to add information about what they collect in their privacy policy. They not think about which fields they can collect. So at first I always recommend check your privacy policy, check what you allow to collect, not collect everything, because first what people start to think I will collect everything that I have in billing information, for example, about client, but do you allow it to collect the address of this client? That's what, first my recommendation. Second, if you have properly built consent, you know what you can collect, then collect everything and send to wherever you need it. So my advice, think about consent.
Yeah, Thomas?
Everything what Dennis said, obviously. But build on that, I think the context of data is super important. We have this discussion very often, and some weeks ago I was in a tourism organization and we talked about first-party data, and I got the answer, obviously we care for first-party data. I mean, we're using Google Analytics. So you see very often that what first-party data really means is not understand it. So, and this was a super discussion with this customer because we discussed the videos on Instagram, and the recommendation was you should try, and this should be part of your data strategy, that you try to just make a trailer maybe on Instagram and to get the use on your domain that you can connect the data like connectivity. And then it was a super discussion in the table because the social media manager said, but then I will lose conversion rate because the video is working on Instagram and trying to move the customer to my domain will mean that not that many customers will see the video until the end. And the cool thing on this discussion was that her boss was sitting on the table too, and I was asking him how her bonus system is structured. So is her bonus system of her salary is just based on, for example, conversion rate of the videos. And here begins what we are talking about first-party data strategy. So if we want from the social media manager that you get more users on your own domain, then you should reflect this one, even, for example, in her salary system. So first-party data strategy is really much, much more than just collect data.
Definitely.
And from your part at DFDS, how do you view first-party in your strategy?
Well, as critical. It's one of the key elements on our data strategy. Yeah. And one of the ways that we are approaching it is actually to say that the web-centric perspective on data collection is actually not really useful for where we want to go. Because we've got the set of users and we've got the set of customers, and these two user groups overlap. And if we view the web activities from a very web-centric point of view, we're missing out on understanding key customer interactions that need to be a part of the whole journey. So one of the things that we're trying to do is to think about events in a wider lens. So rather than just looking at it as something that happens in our acquisition strategy, to actually view all of the different connections in which we gather events as part of a whole mosaic. And so we are moving towards calling it business events rather than just web events, and then figuring out how do the different domains and the data schemas across really map up. And so that's one of the things I'm also curious on your part, since I know that you're both focused on the server side angle and how that protects us against some of the more destructive happenings in the client. And are you also looking to do less web-centric tracking and interface maybe with some of the back-end tools in the business's landscape that also produce events that we would like to understand?
Yes, this is one of the big movements of changes in the last 2 years. I mean, we started with server-side tracking. We had super advantages. We got the first customers. But very soon the customers said, okay, now we implemented server-side tracking. We stripped everything from our client. What's now? And the next move was data enrichment, so that you really connect the data before you send the data to third parties. This was, for us, the very important move, because once you have sent the data to third party, you cannot catch up the data, right? So you cannot throw data enrichment behind this data. So you need to, in real time, enrich the data or reduce the data or change the data. So the data really reflecting what you want to achieve, and then share the data with the rest of the world, with the other tools. So this is a very big topic at Gentis, yes.
Exactly.
I can add that I completely agree with Thomas. We do the same. We also started like server-side solution, so clients move their text from web to server, and now we also enrich data. We have databases, and we like enrich data, send it to Meta, Google Ads, wherever you want, and we're trying now to also build customer profiles that will helps you to gather information inside these profiles. So I think it's really similar for what we're doing, and strategy, it's really similar with our other audiences.
And I mean, we really have to understand, especially with the end of third-party cookie. I mean, to understand what third-party cookie has done for us, it was sending data to the big tech companies, and then they could enrich the data with their very good data. And without third-party cookie, this is not possible anymore. That means now we, as brands, are more in the responsibility of enrich the data to get more value out of the data, to get information out of the data. It's not just enough to send data to somebody else and say, please make good advertising for us, right? So and I think this is the big change in this year everybody is talking about.
Yeah, owning the data, but then also making it interact with the other platforms that are out there. So we're only really scratching the surface, and unfortunately we're out of time pretty much. But we could have a drink at the bar and have a further chat with it. But Thomas, Dennis, and thank you for joining me, Astrid from DFDS. This has been Superweek TV. I'm Jomar Reyes from the brand leadership community. Thanks again, and stay tuned. Lots more coming up over the next couple of days. See you then. Hello and welcome back to Superweek TV. Let me just get the analog timer happening for these gentlemen. They're old school. My name's This is Jomar from the brand leadership community. I'm joined by some three esteemed gentlemen. Today with me I have Steen Rasmussen, co-founder of IAH Nordic and also serving as head of brand analytics in the brand leadership community. Peter, who's director of digital analytics at Decathlon, and one of our long-time founding thought leaders here at Superweek, Mr. Doug Hall. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thanks so much.
Use that term very loosely, but
reputations, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And the dynamic, what I was really interested to hear from you guys is, from my angle, it's really talking about brand. And I know Steen, I almost cried when he said, brand is now critical. In this day and age of how things are changing. Peter, you're in a dynamic where you're now working for a brand instead of serving multiple brands. And, Doug, you've seen the evolution over the years of the discussions here at Superweek. If we would talk about the relationship, Steen, with, say, brand strategy and data, or data being, brand being critical, can you, expand on that as you mentioned in your talk?
So about an hour?
It's into 1.5 minutes. How should I turn it around again? Yeah.
No, so I think in my experience, I think we've come through a lot of changes when it comes to brand. So in the early days when we were talking about data, a lot of it was supporting the performance models. So brand was, I remember the early days when we were kind of scoffing at brands, feeling there was something extra because everything was tied into performance. Everything was performance advertising. We were looking at conversion rates, breaking everything down into numbers. And I think the understanding has changed a lot with the maturity of the data industry, in the sense that we now see that brand is a factor in its own. So a brand will supercharge the impact of whatever you're doing.
Of the purchasing cycle as well.
Exactly. Yeah. So whatever part of a strategy will be building on a brand. So, and a brand can be the door opener, but it can also be the barrier.
Is it measurable?
Yes, but not the way we would normally do it in traditional analytics. It takes something else.
Peter, you're now working at a brand.
Yes.
You've been on both sides now. Well, what are your thoughts from the inside out? What are the challenges? Is brand more a part of the metrics that you look at, or are you still in the engine room?
I mean, I'm 6 months in, and Decathlon's a very, very big brand.
And you figured it all out already?
God, no. There's a lot to learn. So in a way, I haven't actually even got to that part. I mean, I'm still... There's times when I've spent weeks and I've been looking at the digital analytics side of it, because you're really trying to work out the strategic side, what you're trying to plan to do, the people, the processes, rather than actually the data itself. The value of the brand, reputation's been great. When you can see people going, I now work at Decathlon, that's incredible. I love the place. I love going there. We grew up there. We bought our goods from there. That's great to hear. Measuring that impact, and where I think that become relevant as well, is comparing actions and efforts we do in different countries, and the performance is going to differ. But part of that difference is because of that brand association. So in France, it's part of everyone's life, their childhood. Other countries we're expanding, much less so the Netherlands where I'm living, it's not reached that level at all yet. And so you can say we could have the same website, same app, same marketing campaigns, not as effective. The difference there, big chunk actually is the brand itself.
So it's this unmeasurable element that you can only see when you do the comparison.
Why isn't this going as well? Well, actually, a little bit of that is that brand value.
Yeah, exactly. Doug, you were talking about, you mentioned the word as we were leading up to this session, maturity.
Yeah.
There's a lot of context that you could put it in, especially with these fine gentlemen here. But when you talk about maturity, are you talking about brands being mature enough to look at the value of the brand, or the industry itself?
I think it's more nuanced than that, even, Jomar. I think maturity itself is not a static measure of a thing. It's continually evolving. I think last year, were we talking this much about AI? about use of AI in marketing, in data. So as this sliding window of maturity keeps moving, it's important to be aware of what is considered an appropriate level of maturity. How do you keep up with that? And are we measuring our maturity, our mature use of data, of marketing, of analytics? Are we measuring it for our own good? Are we measuring it relative to our competitors? What is this measure of brand performance actually for? And really, this is something Peter and I were talking about over lunch in terms of, to use the analyst prayer, it depends. It depends whether or not it is a B2C brand. So in that respect, we're measuring the brand perception in the eyes of the customer. But if it's B2B, then we may be looking at a competitor. We may be looking at, if we're employing an agency, then is the brand performance or the measure of maturity something that rewards the agency in itself, or is it actually for the business? It's quite a complex question. There is a right answer, depending on the context.
Now, I mean, for my time, I worked at AC Nielsen for a while. We used the term brand equity. It's kind of not a term that I hear a lot, but I think is probably even more valuable today than ever, as companies more than ever need to own their brand, own their data as a part of their data strategy. So my question, I'll run this from Steen onwards, is how can we develop some metrics for brand value, brand equity moving forward? Is there some kind of industry standard, or should companies have their own standard, at least comparisons over the years?
I think it's important that you kind of say that the brand can be multidimensional. So you have this, so one of the oldest metrics that was proposed for brand was saying, what is your share of direct traffic? So that's, but it's just not that strong. So you need to kind of have saying, like Doug was talking about, saying, looking at it relatively, saying, my brand is something compared to the end users, it's something compared to the market, it's something compared to other stuff, and then setting up measures there, right? Because we did a test at one point, right, where we went in and we took the same website, and in one version of the website we put a well-known logo in the corner, and in another we put an unknown logo we made ourselves, and then we usability tested the site for users, right? And the moment there was a well-known logo in the corner, people were much more acceptant that if they couldn't navigate, it was their problem. But if they didn't know the logo, then it was a problem, a fault with the company providing the online service, right? So you kind of have this, the brand is, it can be made tangible, but you really need to focus on what dimension of it you're interested in measuring. So that was a yes and a maybe and a no.
Yeah, I mean, it's there's a lot of it depends there as well. Yeah. Peter,
it's the halo effect. Like we've said before, like sort of evaluating different marketing channels and the halo effect from one marketing channel to a different marketing channel. The same can almost work when you're looking at the impact of anything we're looking at, the impact of the brand, the halo from the brand. This campaign is overperforming because the brand impact forms there. People are not going to buy from a website and trust that it's not a scam, and that the navigation through and the flow may look weird, but, well, of course, it is this company, therefore I trust them, the brand halo effect. The amount of effort you have to put in to have your returning customers come back to you. Is it a email every month or a reminder? You have to give away discounts. We want you to come back to us, it's been 12 months, here's a discount to do so. Is that discount 20%, 10%, 5%, or just a reminder, is a measure of how good the brand name is. I think the brands, having that brand reputation means you have to spend a lot less to get the same or more value.
But it's also much more complex, right? So if I had the conversation earlier about e-commerce, how you say you have a brand, people come to you and buy, and then suddenly the guy who delivers the parcel kicks it and
is part of your brand.
It turns into part of your brand, and in reality it's something you outsource to somebody else. You have no control over that. Well, you have the control that you selected this partner, but otherwise you have no control, but it's still something that will impact the brand experience.
Yeah, I mean, again, for the customers, they don't care who that delivery partner is, it's part of your brand experience. Exactly. So for us, it is the online experience on the website, on the app, for your marketing campaigns, the campaigns they see outdoors, and definitely also in the stores. Plus that chatting back and forth is are these products cool to wear and to use around, and certain of that. That's all part of the branding. So you have to get all of it right to be successful. And something where you can get one thing wrong, and that can hurt everything else as well. The negative brand values.
Well, talking about brand ownership is very similar to talking about data ownership in that they're weird things. They're not physical entities as such. And to say I own the brand or I own the data in a legal sense, fine. But to maintain it, to maintain that ownership, I continually have to invest in it, and that's a weird thing. But if what am I investing in exactly? It very much depends, not just on the data strategy, but the overall business strategy. I'm investing in my data to perform a particular function. In the same way, I'm going to invest in the brand to perform in a particular manner, to change the perception of my potential customers, existing customers, lapsed customers. They are the goals that I'm essentially investing in, putting my money against in order to get that return. So depending on the nature of what change I want to make to the brand, the way the brand is perceived, that's how I would go about measuring success. But I still don't own it.
But there's an interesting shift going on, and maybe it's me being oversensitive to the market, right? But one of the things I feel right now is that we have a lot of customers who had a branding part and a marketing part, that they're being consolidated into one now.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you're right.
So the brand activity is going to be tied into the marketing activities. So it's not two different activities. It's actually, they need to be supportive of each other.
Inextricably linked, absolutely. In the same way that we see regulation being inextricably linked as well. Whereas we have the GDPR categorised under a privacy regulation. We have the AI Act categorised under transparency, whereas the Digital Markets Act is categorised under competition, but they're all absolutely linked to each other.
So what is the future for brands? If you had a brand owner, a product owner in front of you who their job is to grow a brand, and they have everything from creative to product innovation and development, product scheduling and forecasting, what would be your advice from a data strategy point of view, Steen? And we'll take that around.
That's a really easy question. Now, so I think from a data strategy perspective, one of the things I would probably start with first is kind of what we see. Lego, for instance, right now they have a division where they try to making a data culture across the entire organization, right? So it's everybody in Lego, from production to top management, need to have the same understanding of what data is. So really, I see it as you need to start with a culture. That a culture of data that you can work around, so you have like kind of the same ambition and the same guidelines. So if somebody in productions has an idea about data, they will have the same definition of brand and how they impact the brand as other people have, right? So the guy putting stuff in the boxes will know that if they forget something to put something in the box, it's actually something that impacts the brand. So, and having this full circle understanding of it makes it ridiculously complex, but that would probably be starting with the culture.
The internal culture.
Yeah.
And Peter, what advice are you giving yourself for the next 6 months to a year?
Yeah. So I haven't really thought about brand, and in a way, developing a brand it's one of the old stories. Like, so selling things is now online, but people have always spread the rug by the side of the road and laid out their products and actually put it in the right place for the footfall going by at the right prices to get the attention. That's evolved a lot over the years, but the basic principles of location hasn't changed. And I think with branding, developing a brand, have a reputation. When a brand is just a reputation at the end of the day, that has never changed. Good product at a fair price, everything else, or
and how it makes you feel as well.
Yeah,
how it makes that,
and also hasn't changed. But what I've thought through just discussions here is that we can possibly almost for the first sort of time do some clever ways to really calculate the value of the brand with the use of data. That's where the data comes into it for me, is that we, with this huge amount of data for us available now, trying to find ways to use in different ways, and that's where the buzzwords, the AI, etc. can come into it, to do things we couldn't calculate manually. How can they calculate that halo effect and measure it over time and compare against competitors. I mean, if someone produced a brand value based on the halo effect across every company in the industry, companies will be all over that. You can guarantee it as a business idea for anyone out there. But yeah, I think it's using the data in smarter ways to really try and calculate that of the brand, so you then get the return on investment, and also compare the efforts you're making, because there's horrible things you can do, the community outreach, the different marketing activities, different creatives, which ones are working, which ones aren't. Back to experimentation. But let's evaluate the different ways you're spending money, to getting a return on that investment or not, through the use of data.
Doug, your wisdom to impart on...
Well, just reflecting on what Peter and Steen have said, you know, the old, I think it was Oscar Wilde quote, where he said, you know, what's worse than people talking about you is when people don't talk about you. And I think that's a key measure. But at the same time, it speaks of a holistic measurement of brand in terms of quantitative as well as qualitative data. And this is something that you were mentioning there in terms of the AI. Fine, we can measure conversations on the socials, we can measure feedback forms, but now being able to quantify the measure of sentiment within that feedback, I think, is an essential part. And actually, it's a measure that's getting far more easy, far more approachable, and to automate at scale as well. So the overall measure of reputation, not just of volume, but of quality, is an essential part of that data strategy as well.
And any words of warning to look at in the future? We've got some new regulations coming in. Steen, first-party data is important more than ever. We've got the digital marketing.
If we just focus on the branding side of things, I actually think that is simpler in the sense that we're kind of looking at the entire market and the entire perception. So it's not something that becomes personal. It's actually on a over-personal level. So it's actually a good measure. The challenge is getting the full picture and not letting the very vocal persons kind of bias your data. So there will be a challenge there, saying that the really angry people won't be able to push further, right? So they will not be able to diminish the value of your brand.
To get a wider snapshot rather than just the squeaky wheel gets the...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I think data and privacy, etc., is another risk factor when it comes to a brand these days. It wasn't there in the past. I mean, if you do a data breach, your reputation could be up here and just drop overnight. That's a lot of value lost. So it's another definite risk factor when it comes to this.
Yeah.
Well, you know, when it comes to regulatory change, the only constant we can be confident of is that it will keep changing. But right now, the change that we're facing coming up to March 6th, I think it is, the DMA, is if that data is being used for targeting or any sort of campaign optimization, it has to be consented. If you want to try and use that data without consent, that's essentially pushing money into a hole and waving goodbye. So any investment that is made in terms of brand growth, make sure it's measurable. That is the advice I would give. Make sure you can see the return on the investment. That's not to say don't invest. Let's be really careful about where you're investing and have your measurement ready, a measurement that you're confident in, a measurement you can trust in to say, yes, this has been a worthwhile investment.
No, some great thoughts there. Any other final thoughts before we...
Well, we've got to pad out until the egg timer goes. We can't leave the egg timer running now, can we? Yeah.
I'm waiting for Esther to throw something.
Oh, we're going to get in trouble. Okay, sorry.
No, we got 5 minutes for some final free flow thoughts. I'm asking for trouble now. Here we go.
Well, you have a sip of coffee.
But like I was saying in my session, I had this idea saying that controlling that in the future, brand will be a much stronger exponent for competition. Because if you only have voice search and you have an AI you communicate through, then going in and asking for, I want the best sneakers, then you'll just get specific, then you'll get sneakers from any category. It will not be
necessarily best for you.
Yeah, exactly. So it will be best for me, but it will normally be then my AI decide what is best for me. But if I go and say, I want the best Nike sneakers, right? Then suddenly I go in and change the category to all sneakers to a branded sneaker. Or I want to know what the best offer is for somebody specific because I like their brand and I trust them as a provider. So getting the brand into the conversation with the AI is going to be important. So it changes the agenda for the brands because it's going to be much more difficult to compete on attention and getting new attention. It's going to be much more complex breaking into markets because there will be a new type of gatekeeper. So brand has an impressive future. We just haven't specified it yet.
Peter?
Decathlon's a great brand, great store. I highly recommend checking it out, both online and in store.
And we'll fully consent as well, right?
Like and subscribe, comments down below.
Yeah, and subscribe to your newsletter. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I've discussed a lot of it already, so nothing else extra for me at this point.
Yeah.
Well, the media ecosystem, to Steen's point, is just going to be changing constantly. The rise of TikTok, seeing your brand appear in an unexpected place should not happen. Shouldn't be. The definition of owned and operated, or the definition of organic, as opposed to rented media, that's constantly going to change. Being aware of what they are. What are the potential sources? What are the potential channels that you can be talking to? Then you think, okay, if I'm going to own this particular channel, I've already got media that I've designed for channel X. Will that work on Y? Can I repurpose that? Can I use some generative AI to repurpose that efficiently? Until you understand what that medium is, how it performs, what value you can extract from that to have the most efficient, least risk investment in that particular channel, it's probably going to be the wisest move until such time as you have methodologies, policies, procedures defined there.
I've just realised, though, actually, I'm now scared about this next year coming ahead because Decathlon actually is investing in some brand measures. I think kind of the first, a bit little different for them. So Decathlon is sponsoring the Paris Olympics. We are now sponsoring. We are sponsoring one of the cyclist brands, so the Tour de France, etc.
Yeah.
They've just opened up, and so I haven't detailed this correctly. I think a running centre in Kenya. They're sponsoring 22 athletes there through our, I like to say, Kipster, if that's correct, running brand, and do it with no. So to basically develop some top runners in Kenya, it's on a scholarship to the top level there. I'm not quite sure the actual source, if it's all Africa or anywhere around the world or how it works. And I think they're getting no commission on this if they perform well or something. There's some sort of a different way of working around that.
And they're pure branding.
They're pure branding activities here.
No call to actions.
They're branding activities. We want to increase the visibility, the brand awareness of Decathlon around the world through sport, which is actually our focus. But I mean, Olympics, Tour de France and all the other cycling events, runners, and there's going to be probably more of these in the future, I assume. So to my going, oh no, I might have to measure this in the future. How am I going to do that? Fun challenge. Thanks for making me aware of that, guys. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. The invoice is in the mail. Guys, it's really been a pleasure having you esteemed gentlemen here with us today.
Thanks so much for having me.
Thanks for having us.
My name is Jomar Reyes from the Brand Leadership Community. Thanks to our team of mind thought leaders. We'll be back again for the next 2 to 3 days, a lot more interesting conversations and talks. Until then, we'll see you later. Don't forget to follow these gents on LinkedIn. Hunt them down. Thank you, and we'll see you soon.
Okay, hi everyone. Finally, I'm here again. Jomar and Rick just lost, like they take the scene, but finally I'm back. And we are gonna speak about silos, or silos. My English pronunciation here.
Silos.
Silos, thanks, perfect. And I'm here with other two incredible women, and I'm just gonna present them, even if you already see them. So we are here with Juliana Jackson, that was already here before. You know her, she's defining, like she has a podcast now, Standard Deviation with Simo Hava. She's working with Media.Monks. In the last weeks, you also take some kind of role with Piwik Pro.
Yeah,
right?
product advisory role, yeah.
Amazing. And with Jen Kuntz. Mm-hmm. Perfect. From 33 Sticks. Mm-hmm. But I also made some research about you. And you are the owner of Digital Data Tactics.
Yes.
Okay, am I right? And you have also a lot of experience with Adobe, and because you work there.
Google, yeah.
Exactly. So we came up with the topic of silos mainly because the last, maybe a month ago, Juliana wrote an article about how to communicate, and due to the fact communication and teaching right now is my topics for this Superweek TV. I asked them to come and speak with me about that. So maybe, Juliana, you can introduce a bit what you talk about your article, and then we can dive into the silos.
Yeah, I wrote an article for January about mobile app development and how teams collaborate. Most of my clients are, product side and mobile apps. Mm-hmm. And it's just for me, it was very hard to sell the idea of data. I know I was talking with somebody earlier. It's very hard when you're trying to push a data agenda in a team that functions very well. And Jim Gordon actually said something really cool. He said that client side, not all silos are built equally. So there's some silos that are perfectly unhealthy but functioning, mm-hmm. and they are focusing on business goals. So how do you go into those teams client side and try to position data, but also how do you align internally first? Because that's the biggest problem. Because a lot of times we blame our clients and we say the client's fault and they don't get it and hippos and all this stuff, but actually we're not internally aligned specifically very well, mm-hmm. to be able to serve this client. So in that article, I had the Fosca, I had the 13 other people that work with product teams, and we try to just basically share our experiences and what works and how can we solve for this problem. But then I ended up talking to Fosca about actually how do you internally align in an agency, especially both me and Fosca come from very large agencies, and alignment can be interesting.
So yes, and actually it was quite funny because I was also speaking with them a few seconds ago, and I caught up with Italian friends, other analysts, and they introduced the topic about silos because they asked me how we are managing inside my business, which is Merkle, the different kind of the different topics related to analytics, so data visualization, CRO, and analytics, and BigQuery, and so on. So it's kind of nice to see that not just me is interested. Oh, and okay, I have a big business, and I ask you to come as well because I think that you have a more little one. So it's nice to also.
The agency I work for, there are 6 of us. So.
Okay, amazing.
But surprisingly, there is a little bit of silo even within the agency. Just there are the people who focus on optimization and the people who focus on analysis, and we all help each other out. I'm mostly on the implementation and technical side, but it is surprising to me how easy it is to get in my own little world and not know what's going on over there with the optimization folks. And so even with a team of 6, it takes effort to make sure that we're communicating and not just doing our own things in separate ways.
So I will do a really easy question right now. Maybe it's not so easy, but what do you think about silos? Do you think it's good? Why do you think it's bad, or something in between?
When you say silo, the first thing I think of is at most of the organizations that I work with, the silos of data teams, that there's the marketing analysts who are often not even considered part of the data organization at a lot of organizations. We had a company a few years back that came to us and told us about themselves and said, and we're very data driven, and told us a lot of the cool things that they were in fact doing with data as far as product development and users and all of that. And they finished with, could you help us implement Google Analytics on our site? Because we've never had any analytics. it was like 2021 or something, and they didn't see the disconnect between we are data driven and our marketers might want some attribution data, and it's brutal because right now Google Analytics 4 and I primarily work with Adobe, which is pushing its customer journey analytics and Adobe Experience platform, which are designed to bring in a lot of different data sets. And really that's where you would get the primary value of them. And poor Adobe's going to these organizations and talking to the folks who have always used Adobe Analytics and saying, look at this new, bigger data, like it's just bigger in scope, you can do cooler things with it. But good luck convincing your data teams who have never worked with Adobe, who already have their own tools, that this is going to be valuable to them as well. So I'm hoping that with GA4 pushing people into BigQuery and with CJA that a lot of those silos are going to have to come down because that's how those tools are going to be valuable. But I think we have decades of bad habits to get over.
So just to wrap up, we can say that for you, silos are not that great.
Yeah, I tend to associate them with lack of communication and missed opportunity for what could happen if folks were collaborating.
And Juliana, for you?
Well, inside an agency, and carefully choosing my words right now, let's talk about Media.Monks, right? Media.Monks has three main pillars: is content, is media, and then there's data. So we obviously, the vision of the agency is for us to work together because you need content because you build websites and platforms, then you need data because you cannot do anything without data, and then you use the media part to activate the data and grow. So in theory, it's kind of like this. In practice, if you think about Media.Monks, and I think you relate to this, is almost 9,000 employees across the world. There's different practices, so I work for EMEA. And actually, funny enough, EMEA is the smallest team out of all, the smallest data team, and we're like a couple hundred, I think they're like, so that's the smallest one. So it's very easy to fall into a thing like we call silo. For me, a silo, when I say silo, I think about people that work on a specific function and don't communicate, as Jen said, with other teams. So what I realized this like early when I joined in, that it's very easy to become like focused just on one thing. So I started, I was lucky because I had a client that was both data and content. Mm-hmm. So in that moment when I was speaking with people from products and from UX and from whatnot, I was like, whoa, like we don't talk to each other. And what happens in bigger agencies, and I think also at some degree in smaller ones, is that you do double work.
Yeah.
And that causes so much frustration. Like if I spend, 10 hours to build a UX framework and somebody from the content team does the exact same thing, we just wasted, a lot of time and energy when we could have just talked about it and worked together on it. But what happens also and again, carefully choosing my words, is that it's a lot of competition amongst us. Yeah. Whoever says it's not, I'm sorry, but you're living a lie.
Our agencies are all, we all get along wonderfully and collaborate, and it's puppy dogs and rainbows.
Yeah, no, so there's a lot of competition, and you want to grow your career. Like, I'm a very ambitious person. I'm gonna, try to do my best to grow my career. But when you do double work with somebody that's from another part of the business, it causes useless friction. And why are we not talking together? So I think, in my opinion, what will solve problems inside the big agencies is to have a completely different function that focuses on getting people to talk to each other. We don't have that yet. I hope we will. Just so you can get those Slack things like the donut app when you just randomly get assigned to a random person to have a Slack call. Those are the best things. I would love that. I never talked to somebody else from another team and got bothered by anything. So it's pretty hard. Kind of that's my experience.
Also because if you think about pitch, or when you propose a new idea to a client, or you need to pitch your agency to a client, you need to talk with others, no?
Right.
Because if you are presenting a strategy and there is the CRO that says something, and then UI UX, and then the content, and maybe they say, but the CRO said that.
Yeah.
No? So it's also, I don't know if you're managing that as well inside your business. Maybe with a little one, it's easier.
We're small enough, and we do make a conscious effort to Well, especially like personal chat, like just getting to know each other and know what projects they're working on, even if they're not bringing me in to help or work with that client. Merely knowing what they're doing or coming to a conference is a really good way. Like I have met so many people that in my mind, like I'm surprised to see them here because I'm so myopically focused on my vision of analytics that it's fascinating to see and enlightening. Like I know I can take things home that I otherwise wouldn't know because I only tend to hang out with, you know.
But actually, I have a question before giving you the word. I want just to know if you are full remote workers or you work inside a business, because also that I think is a huge...
Comes to play,
Yeah. For me, for example, I'm a full remote worker.
Same.
I've been fully remote since 2006.
So
except for a 3-month stint, but my agency is fully remote. And always
also
has been,
somehow mine. So I think is even more difficult. No?
To build a relationship when you're away.
It's not going to happen by accident at the water cooler. You have to put a conscious effort into it.
Yeah, exactly. So apart from that, we have to deal with everything that is just not just inside the business, but also we need to put some, as you said, some effort in creating those collaborations. And maybe if you have, due to the fact we have the last moments, I don't know if you have any suggestion or something that you have done in your business that helped going through that.
Well, I'm just thinking client side because, like I said, that's when I hear silos, I think about what we're trying to help clients get over. One of the biggest things is to find the business goals or objectives of the other team you're trying to get to know, rather than try to sell what you're doing and what's interesting to you to them. Find out what problems they're trying to solve that your little silo has answers for or could contribute to. We've seen really good success with that with clients.
Yeah, for sure. I concur what she said. I think internally in an agency, in a big agency, is what a conscious effort that I do, which I used to, because of, I have, like my own issues and my own ADHD and stuff, I used to take everything personally.
Yeah.
So the best advice that I can give to people is to always assume the best out of everyone else.
That's nice.
Because you cannot be sane otherwise. So like you always have to assume the best out of other people, because otherwise you would literally just go insane thinking like, oh my God. And that's one thing. Secondly, I think it's important that you do a conscious effort to talk to people from other teams. Like, just go and ping them on Slack. Like, just randomly, you connect with them on LinkedIn. See if they share content. So then you can find like a common conversation point, and then to have a conversation with them. Nobody's gonna tell you to fuck off unless they're, have issues. So at least try to have that type of convo. And with the clients, again, I concur everything she said. Go with first trying to understand them, understand where they're coming from, understand their struggles, versus you coming with your agenda just because you have to get paid at the end of the month and call it a day. Like, I like to be paid as well.
Yeah.
For who's listening, but it's very important to be there and understand the people that you want to deliver work with, because for them it can be totally different than for us creating 3 tags.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so thanks a lot for being here. I really think that this conversation could be taken longer because it's really interesting, but we finished right now, so I will pass the word to the next speaker, and thank you so much. We will see you later on.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
That one's in Vertical.
Hello and welcome back to Superweek TV, The Art of Conversion. My name is Jomar from the brand leadership community. I have an esteemed couch full of wonderful minds in this space. I have Ton Vesling, Kelly Wortham, and Matt Gershoff. Welcome, everyone.
Thanks for having us.
We have a rapid-fire discussion here today about the art of conversion, and if we're talking about it from a brand owner's perspective, really explaining it to people who don't necessarily work with data every day, but a brand owner. Ton, you're known as the godfather of a lot of things in your hometown of Amsterdam. How would you describe conversion? I mean, people know conversion rate optimization, but if we broaden it out, what does it mean to a brand?
To really understand the behavior of your customers would be my definition.
Yeah. Okay.
And conversion is broader than just that.
Yes.
And I told you up front, like, making sure you're not shipping things that kill your customers.
Yeah, because that's really bad for your CLV, right? Your customer lifetime value.
Yeah. But that's also part of the whole conversion, validation, experimentation circle. So, small incremental steps in growing to become a better organization.
Yeah. Kelly, your initial thoughts from the helicopter about conversion?
One of the things that I always try to do is explain what I do to people who do not work at all in the industry, and we always try to say that we're trying to make it easier for folks who use websites to get the things that they are doing done more easily. So we're helping brands have better relationships with their customers. And everything that you can do on a website, we have to make those things be done more easily. So it's about usability, but it's also about accessibility. So yes, the purchase funnel, but that's not all we do on websites.
But hang on, isn't that what the UX department is doing?
Also, absolutely, what the UX department's doing, but we still have to test those things, right?
So it's data applied to UX.
100%.
Fantastic.
That's
Matt, do you want to join in the conversation?
Well, yeah, I think if you're talking from the brand, you said the brand marketer's perspective.
Yeah, the main stakeholders in an organization. We can even go to C-level, right? Their understanding of the importance of.
Yeah, I would think in general, just not just in experimentation or conversion, is just analytics writ large is really, it's best thought of, or I think it might be more productively thought of as being having the analytics as the front line for customer advocacy. So I think really it's important. I actually think that you're really only going to get value if you're thinking from a customer perspective. And the whole idea is that the organization is trying to improve to be a better service to the customer for sort of long-term loyalty, profitability. One of the, I think, the tricky bits with the use of the term conversion is that sometimes it focuses on transactional behavior. And I think in the long term, that's not really the way to optimize for relationships. So if you're thinking in terms of brand and relationships and customer empathy, then I think you want to think a little bit more about joining together a lot of capabilities of experimentation actually with research and just to get a better idea of really what the customer needs.
Customer experience optimization already sounds better than conversion optimization.
And maybe not even optimization. It's optimization, but it's in a dynamic, and so it's really this constantly being vigilant and having empathy for the customer. And yes, you use technology, and yes, you use data, but those are like tools, and they're only going to be of service if you actually, are intentional about why you're doing something, and that intentionality should be ultimately rooted in helping the customer and thinking customer first. Is at least our perspective.
So to be honest, I had an allergic reaction when I first heard the term conversion rate optimization. Because you can game the system and say, hey, our CRO is going through the roof, but hey, our profitability is going down. So, and any thoughts on the evolution of CRO into, is customer journey more measurable, important time?
We have to thank Brian and Jeffrey Eisenberg because you had search engine optimization and they started doing more optimizing of the conversion, so they just named it conversion rate optimization.
Yeah.
Luckily, in Europe, rate is not being used, so it's conversion optimization and not CRO or CRO. But it's not about the conversion rate. You can skip your poor performing channels, leave them out, and your conversion rate will go up, but your total number of sales will go down.
I like how you said here in Europe for our North American friends. Do you have a counter to that?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I try to push for is it's about whether you use the term optimizing or not, but it's really about making better decisions with data. And so we're using research, we're using usability, we're using all different tools in our tool set to make better decisions. That's our goal. And to Matt's point, it's putting the customer first, the customer-centric decision-making, using all the tools in our toolkit. And sometimes that's an experiment, an A/B test, a validation, research, all the different tools available to us to make better decisions for our customers.
Yeah. And it's not, we've been in the industry with our software since 2010, and we never have used conversion rate optimization, or the word conversion, I think, is extremely limiting. And again, it gets back to this transactional view, which is like self-centered as opposed to being customer-centered. So we don't.
Yeah, and I suppose this is why, for me, putting the brand next to that, because you don't want the conversion to be a negative experience on the brand. You can convert someone and they can still be negative. So this is where we talk maybe more a little about, well, actually, I want to go take a little bit of a step further back, because you talked about innovation and testing and all that stuff. That can sound very expensive to a CFO or a CEO. It's like, so you don't know what results you're going to get?
Yeah, but it's better decision making. I fully agree on that. And also, a company, a brand has a couple of big projects aligned, and to be able to use evidence to prioritize what should be worked on first, what has the biggest chance and opportunity, and maybe do some small experiments to learn, or could even be surveys. There are more ways to gather evidence.
So the question is, how do you sell that into the C-level? Who's going to sign off on, we're going to have an innovation department or a testing department? And then from a cultural perspective within an organization, how do you shift their mindset that we're going to try a lot of stuff out? Is that a challenge these days, or are there steps that we need to look at?
Let's double the number of successful projects.
That's easy. They make hundreds, thousands of decisions every day. Let's give them better data so that they're making better decisions. And they're, at the end of the day, the decisions they're making are backed with data, and the data-backed decisions are moving the needle, and in a way that is building better relationships with their customers, so that the brand and the customers, when they have better relationships, that, as you know, many people have talked about here at Superweek, you know, that customer lifetime value, that really matters. And the loyalty with the customers, you can turn on a dime, you can take these customers that are upset with you, you can turn them around and make them brand evangelists. Converting a upset customer into a brand evangelist has a bigger impact on your brand than taking a okay customer and making them happy. And doing those types of experiments, you know, I think it was, I can't actually remember which talk it was where it was yesterday, where they were talking about, you know, instead of focusing on, it was Steen's talk, where he was talking about we're focusing on the wrong metrics when we're only focusing on conversion rate. We need to focus on the people who aren't converting. It's the same idea. You know, if we focus on the people who are unhappy and we focus on turning them around, that's the impact you can have on your organization.
It was an interesting, going back to the Steen ideas, I remember there was a project that he worked on, and he also spoke about the unconvertibles.
Right.
So quarantining them off.
Absolutely.
And as important as finding the ones you need to focus on. Any thoughts from your point of view, Matt, on how do you segment your convertible audience as opposed to your non-convertible audience?
No, I mean, I think it depends upon, the company, I think in order for an organization to be effective, I think they need to be, let me step back. I think the value, personally, this may be a little bit contrarian, especially since we sell the software to do this stuff, but I think to be authentic, I believe that the real value, I think it's a mistake to focus on data. And I think, getting to Kelly's point, it's about decision making, and I think the main value of experimentation programs is that it provides a principled way in order to make decisions. And that focuses you to be intentional, like you're being explicit about what it is we're deciding, what our expectations are, so that we can make decisions at the margin. So we're going to get evidence to estimate like the impact of something so that we can decide whether it's going to be worth it or not. But much of the value is in that process to be really mindful about what it is you're going to be doing. And experimentation imposes that type of rigor on an organization. And so I think maybe there's some organization that it's just not going to work for. Maybe they don't, it's just not their culture, they don't work that way. And so I think experimentation programs for a lot of companies that are inherently sort of adversarial to evidence-based thinking and not having just arbitrary decision making, it's not going to work anyway for them. So I think one, it's about being principled, and two, having a theory and understanding of the customer. So it's really what you're asking about is sort of demand elasticity. So it's like, how elastic is the demand? And that again gets to, will this intervention, this experiment actually affect behavior? And so I mean, I'm not sure what unconvertibles means. I don't know if I would refer to my customers that way. I just think are there things that you can provide those other folks that might long-term be of value for you? But you have to decide how you're going to
because
invest
it's interesting that they do visit your offering, so there is some.
Yeah.
So they have qualified themselves in some way.
There is some intention, or you've tricked them through some campaign, and then you maybe really are attracting the wrong people. But indeed, there's something you can do with these people. So maybe going against Steen's vision on this.
Yeah, I'm just thinking at the margin, like how much resources, because you also have to manage your own resources. And so, yeah, obviously not everyone is going to do something today. Maybe these are people who are not really interested in your offering, and that's okay. And that does also get to how much effort do you want to put into the cost. It's really about a cost-benefit analysis. And so I think it's really about thinking that way is what most of the value is.
Yeah, and of course, if you sell products that will not make you a lot of money or even lose money on the first sale, but you're building a loyalty program where in the end, after they are a customer for 2 years, you're going to make money, then it doesn't make sense indeed to have these ones that will bail out after the first offer, because then you're going to lose money on them. But that depends on your business model, of course. But I was thinking, we name it growth mindsets, we name it experimentation culture. We're not naming it conversion culture or conversion mindset. So maybe it's also not a word that we should use.
Yeah, it's a dirty word. I don't like conversion.
Yeah, it's almost.
And it's also, there's something negative. It's like it's almost something against, not quite grift, but it's something against someone's will. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's like
I have a certain belief, and I'm going to convince you, I'm going to convert you that my belief should be your belief.
Yeah, it's like you should be their advocate in helping them see if there's some sort of mutually beneficial relationship. But converting is almost like a little bit more forceful, maybe, and adversarial, perhaps.
So we've got a last round. We've got a bit over a minute left. Looking forward into the world of brands, quick tips that you would give of wisdom in 20 seconds. I know it's not much, but Ton, in the world we live in today, where data is becoming more important for the brand, what's some quick tips that you could throw?
Build an amazing brand. But
that's a good one.
It will become more important. But my scary part is, okay, we apply AI nowadays to help to optimize the journeys for our customers, but our customers are also going to apply AI on their devices to do business with us. And then the ability to optimize the conversations is getting less and less. So then they will ask for a specific price or specific brand, and that's probably all there is left.
Yeah.
Kelly, thoughts on the future for brands?
I think experimentation programs aren't working enough with their qualitative research departments and listening to their customers in particular. So I think we need, to Matt's point about being customer-centric, if you're not listening to your customers, you're not being customer-centric. So we need to do a much better job of doing that.
And this is how you create an amazing brand, of course.
That's right. Exactly.
Final words, Matt.
I think you should, if you're worried about generative AI taking your job and whatnot, you should get into experimentation, because that's really one area that, whether or not the great idea has come from your team or whether or not the great idea has come from generative AI, it still has to be tested in the market. So it's the one thing that really AI can't do is run experiments or at least, evaluate itself. So I would say this is a great field to be in.
Yeah.
Here.
Great to hear some positive outlook for the industry. Thanks for your time, guys.
Thank you.
This is Superweek TV. Stay tuned for lots more interesting conversations and discussions over the next couple of days. Don't forget to follow Find Guests on LinkedIn, and stay tuned. We'll see you soon.
We do have analytics folks. If you're not a member, you should be. No sales and solicitation is allowed, and it is a community about teaching and learning, and it is a great group of folks. There's about 1,300 members. It is global, only about 40% non-American. So you should join. We have a great active Slack community. Conductrix, thank you for being our very first sponsor. And we get together about once a month, sometimes a little bit more, and we invite some of these great folks to give presentations. We do panel conversations like this on topics relevant to the community. So today, we're going to be talking about something relevant to this group. And Jen, I'm going to ask you to introduce the topic.
I don't have my notes or anything. So it came up out of just natural conversation not too long ago, that the industry is going through a big change. And we've already seen it. Jordan talked about it. Piotr talked about it. Like, it's been covered, actually, set up for us very well this morning. That it's what had been like the web analytics, the digital analytics industry is now becoming a bit more data science-y, and we're growing up, and there's been a lot of change very quickly. Talking about how consulting has changed, how organizations are adapting, and how the vendors and tools are helping or not helping with how quickly things are evolving.
Because we're having the sunset of universal analytics.
Yes, yeah. So it's not just GA4. I'm curious, who here works with Adobe tools ever? All right, okay, good, because Adobe doesn't get brought up much. But so there's GA4, which basically forces people into BigQuery, and then Adobe's been pushing their experience platform and customer journey analytics very heavily, which are, in theory, like the interface, you don't have to be a data science person, but getting all of the back-end stuff set up, you have to at least think data science-y, which a lot of Adobe past folks have not had to go there. So.
Right, and Rick, we were talking about the fact that that's just pushing more people and companies into needing more data engineers than they might have available, and therefore, if they didn't have the data engineers, then they're being forced into either having to hire or work with consulting firms because they don't have enough, there just simply aren't enough data engineers available in the marketplace. And so that's what got us led up to having this conversation today.
I think I'm not sure if there will ever be enough technical people for anything, right? I think we had the same with web developers, and I think that problem also has not been solved. Like, it just keeps increasing, so I suspect this will also just keep increasing. It's also maybe that I'm not sure if it's a chicken and egg thing, right? We now, like, these opportunities are now here, and now we want to utilize them, and now we need data engineers to do it. And I'm not sure what came first, but it's definitely happening around us, yeah.
Right, and so the problem is that we outlined was that the market has changed. It used to be almost like in the experimentation world, we have this concept of like the WYSIWYG, the what you see is what you get. We can do this drag and drop, and in the analytics world, we had very user-friendly tools that didn't actually require the data engineer and the data scientist to get the job done. But that is changing because the tools have changed and the marketplace has changed. Yeah. And so today, our esteemed panel, Jen Kuntz, 33 Sticks, Kat Rabant of Ask Why, and you may know her from being a co-founder of Datarama. And then we have Rick Dronkers. Okay, now I gotta go through and do all my introductions because they all gave me interesting facts. So let's share some of our interesting facts. So Jen Kuntz, the most important fact that Jen Kuntz gave me. Let's see, she likes to fill industry documentation gaps. She builds stuff. And she has a bad habit of doing it for free. Do you guys think that's a bad habit, or do you appreciate it? I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's let's give Jen a hand of applause.
To be clear, I am also a consultant who will do paid work for you.
Plug for 33 Sticks. Yay, 33 Sticks. Thank you for your help. And now I got to get my phone to flip. There we go. And then we have Rick, Data to Value. He is founder and consultant. And he has the costly tendency of making clients realize they're LARPing analytics and should actually focus on their core business fundamentals before they ask us to track everything. And we all know, as Kat shared in her presentation, that she likes to share that she's really into ETL for non-technical users. We know she's the co-founder of Datarama. And if you don't know, she loves Belgian chocolate and she loves to share it with all of us. So, really good point. Thanks. Julius. His fact is that he couldn't come up with anything interesting, which I thought was really funny. But he gave me that his YouTube channel recently passed the 100,000 subscribers mark. He says, wow. But I think it's something to celebrate. He's the founder and CEO of Analytics Mania. If you're not following him, you should be, because it's a great way to learn.
Saving us every day.
Yeah. Every day, right? And who knows Joshua? Yeah.
4.
Yeah. He is the founder and master of ceremonies of Analytics Ninja, and he didn't have a chance to give me an interesting fact, so I'm going to come up with some of my own. Let's see. He's an Analytics Ninja. That's actually on his LinkedIn, but I mean, I think it's kind of obvious. He loves gongs. And he loves embarrassing speakers. What more do I need to know? Thank you for being a last-minute panelist.
Oh, you're very welcome. Happy to be here, Kelly.
I appreciate you. All right, so our first question, thank you for setting the stage. On training, what can we do to help the marketplace better prepare for the situation we're in? Let's start with you, Julius.
Are we talking about like AI?
No.
No.
It could be AI.
No breadless tracking.
But what,
no breadless tracking.
What can we do to better prepare brands, people in the industry, practitioners, so that they can better meet the needs without having the skill sets necessarily to work in BigQuery or CGA or because they're not data engineers?
I would say that I will be quite, let's say, boring with this answer, but you just need to keep learning because, I mean, in the last, I don't have numbers to back this fact, but it feels like in the last 3 years there were more changes in our industry than in the last 10 years before that combined, and the velocity and the speed of changes, it just increases so much. So I would say, like, find the medium how you like to consume content and to learn something, but dedicating time in your schedule, I don't know, 1 hour a day, but 2 hours a week, whatever works for you. But you just need to kind of keep learning. For example, I have a huge to-learn list. It's a huge backlog of things that I know I don't know. I wish I knew them, but like sometimes it's very difficult to find enough time in your schedule. But you just kind of have to do that, and it's very difficult to spare time find spare time for that. But that's the only way. I mean, technically, you could try to maybe make some things a bit faster. Try to incorporate maybe ChatGPT on learning something, but be very careful, at least for now, with that, because it's still hallucinating a lot. So when I'm learning something, I'm actually I find some subject matter experts in that particular topic, and then I learn their content. I might buy their courses. I might take a look as well at ChatGPT, just asking, let's say, hey, what would be the I don't know, the list of topics I should take a look at, and but still be very wary of that it might hallucinate. Because when I try, for example, ChatGPT to incorporate in my work, for example, all right, let's write some content. and then write me a blog post about this and this and this. And then since I know that topic, I see how much hallucination is still happening. So at least
she gets wrong.
So at least for 2 years, I would say my job is still safe, writing blog posts, but I don't know what will be about the future.
So I would agree with the part that you said, skill up. I think that when you say that, oh, I don't have these data engineering skills, or I don't know how to write SQL, so learn it, right? The amount of people who have existing skills in data engineering, et cetera, sure, it's in demand, but there are data engineers out there. Measure Slack and other community places that are really great opportunities to learn from others. And there will be some time in a learning curve and whatever, but if there's a need, the way that I learned SQL was just because I needed to. I just needed to learn SQL, so I am now okay at it, right? And I was able to, find people who are far better than okay at it and help learn from those people. And they're in the audience, I'm not gonna say your name, but you know who you are. So, don't be afraid to skill up. From marketers that I'm working with in other organizations and product managers in other organizations are like, well, we don't know all this technical stuff. I was like, well, it's really a part of your job. You should. You should, and if you can't do your job because you feel that there's a gap between your capability, so close the gap.
Absolutely. I mean, come on, give us resources. Where should they go to learn? And
Superweek.
Superweek is a conference, and it's a great conference, absolutely. But where can they learn between conferences?
So with SQL, I learned a lot of what I do from simple mode SQL, which I think Jordan mentioned, right? That you go to mode, and they have very easy, simple tutorials, not super in-depth, but it's given me the basic skills I need to do to write SQL.
I think what also helps is having a pathway to something that is relevant to you. So for this audience, the Google Analytics data set to BigQuery is relevant for a lot of people. It enables learning and tinkering with that. So then Johan is here in the audience, the GA4 BigQuery website, the resources on there are amazing, and that helps you learn SQL to something that you already understand the basics of, because you already understand the GA4 data set, hopefully, a little bit. And then you can apply it while learning, so it makes it easier to learn something new if you bridge it over from something that you already know.
Also, I probably also have a tip on learning, at least how I approach learning, is that I never learn just in case. I always learn just in time. I mean, when I need something, then you learn and then you apply it. Because in the past I was like, oh yeah, I should buy this course. I buy the course, I can learn it. It sounds cool, and I never apply it for the next year because I don't need it. When the actual situation happens, when I need that skill or that knowledge, I just forget about it. I mean, I have no memory of anything that I learned. So it's better when you have a project, you have to implement something, then find the subject matter expert of that particular topic, then look at their free stuff. If they have a paid offering, there's a high chance that the paid offering will save you time. I don't know, maybe we'll give you some tips or whatever, but something cool, and then learn when you need it. It will have much better impact because you will not just be watching the tutorial and oh, this is cool, I might need it sometime, but oh, I need this for my project right now, and then you actually apply it in practice. So that's how
the practical application that allows you to really learn in the moment. So one of the things that makes communities like the Measure and Test and Learn community so powerful and conferences like this is that you get to do that in the moment, right? Yeah. And one of the things that I love about the Test and Learn community is that when we have conversations like this, you, the audience, get the opportunity to ask the questions. So I'm just a moderator. I actually am not an expert in this. So what do you want to know about training? Anybody have any questions before I move on to the next topic? Yeah.
Thank you. Just one thing, because you all said learning, continue learning, but in my experience and in the last days here, there are so many paths how that I can go further down to learn. Like it's the technical side tracking, it's the analytical side, like the last talk from Snowplow. It's like the tooling side, GA4, Piwik Pro. It's like the consulting and strategic side. And like you said, Julius, it's not just in case, but just in time. I think it's some kind of prioritizing, because when you need it, you have to learn it. But I would say, my question is that nowadays, otherwise than back in 10 years before, we have more to choose in which way we want to go, in which way we want to focus and specialize. So do I want to be that technical guy or girl? Do I want to be that analytical guy or girl? Do I want to be more the consultant guy? And I think that changed a lot in the 10 years. You cannot be such in a such generalist role. I don't know, can I say it so? In English, generalist. You have to be more this expert or specialized role, I guess. And that's very hard, because when you have to choose and you like more paths than one, it's very time consuming to choose or to be an expert in more than one path. I had an experience a few years ago. I was a freelancer in analytics, or I'm a kind of freelancer in analytics, and I did not only Google Analytics, I also did Adobe Analytics and RepTrack and other tools. And I had a talk with one of my potential new customers. They searched for an expert in Adobe Analytics, and it was a very mature company. And I said, sure, for sure, I can help you with Adobe Analytics. I did a few projects with that, and it didn't took about 30 minutes that we all know in this interview that I'm not that kind of expert in Adobe Analytics. So, and that was the point for me that I said, okay, I cannot be an expert in all those tools. I have to choose one, and I choose Google, or I chose Google Analytics then. But I think that's, a question we all have to ask ourselves, which way we want to go, which kind of those paths is a lot fun for me.
To specialize in a tool or architect or an analyst role, how do you make that choice? And do you have to make that choice as a consultant versus a practitioner?
If I may, I'm sure there are other opinions, but I've noticed that every time that I've made a choice to learn something, no matter what it's like you can't choose wrong. As soon as you learn it, like the following week, it will come up again. And there are so many ways you can go, paths you can go down right now, that just this last week I had one of those where a client who's on CJA, and it's the first time I've been on it, but the only thing I had learned and troubleshot thus far came up that following week with the client. I was like, oh, I know this one, I've done this one. And it's every topic I've done where I've done kind of a hyperfixation on it. Within months, you start hearing about it, and you start having opportunities to share it. I will say with Adobe products, it can be a little bit harder, because if you don't have experience, or if you're not currently working with somebody who works with Adobe or owns Adobe, and you don't have access, it can be hard to learn. But it does have a really strong community for once, if you are thrown into that mix, that there's a lot of resources you can go to.
I know where to go.
Yeah, says the fellow from Experience League at Adobe.
I think it's maybe also, it's not a one-way door, right? Like, it's not a decision like you have to pick now and then never come back to it, right? You could say, I'm going to specialize in GA now and do Julia's course, and then you might invest a month. Probably you'll learn something valuable, but after that, you are still allowed to specialize in Adobe if you want to, right? Like, there's not, like, you're not closing the door forever. So I think you shouldn't approach the
Just to make the debate interesting, I will disagree with that.
Okay.
I think that there is something to be said about the fact that we are in an industry that is growing and maturing, and every industry that is in that sort of dynamic means that, as I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but as the gentleman said, you have to specialize. And none of us, unfortunately, is getting any younger. And as we specialize and move forward, we mature in our careers, and we also become sort of professionals that are recognized for certain skills and not others, because that's simply the natural progression of a career. So I would say that there is something to be said about choosing carefully when you make choices, especially, as you say, between more technical, less technical, where exactly you're placing yourself in that landscape. And for that, there's an opportunity to really first understand the landscape from the point of view of what we do as an industry, but also from the point of view of generally how industry works.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from with that, but I still disagree. I think Juliana is an example of this. I think she
I'm ready with the question.
she reschooled from product, let's call it product, right, to our industry in the last 2 years, I would say, right? And I think there's obviously value in doing research beforehand, but I think it's not a irreversible decision. A lot of the I'm now a professional in this industry. That's what you're telling yourself, but people are open to you switching profession and becoming a professional in an industry next to that. I think it's mostly the things we tell ourselves, like, oh, I'm now a GA professional, I cannot do something else. I don't think that's actually
I think that's true to the degree that you are prepared, at least on certain markets that are maybe, like definitively the very competitive markets, that you are prepared to take a couple of steps back.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you do
right?
have to put the
And
it won't come for free.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of my point. Sure, things are possible, but they're trade-offs.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I agree.
The horse is going to ask a question.
No, so I don't even know if this is working, but anyway, yes, to what you said. I get it from both.
It is working.
But you have to talk it.
I get it from both of the points of view, but I want to say something that is very unpopular for the people here, most likely. It's just that what this industry needs, and this is coming from somebody that came from product and marketing into analytics, and I learned all the implementation shit, is that we need business courses. We don't need another GA course. We don't need, I'm sorry, but we don't need another tool course. I don't know how many people can go confidently in a client call and understand a business model and understand how to read a P&L and understand what's revenue or what's acquisition cost and understand what's a profit formula, what's internal resources. So all of us are going into these client calls. We focus too much as an industry on GTM or on the tracking of the website, but we have no context on how that business makes money. So the last thing we all need, I'm sorry, Julius, is another tool course. Like, if you want to be a rebel, take a course about what is a business model, what's unit economics. You're going to go in that client call, and you're going to be much more valuable. This whole industry and leaders in this industry spend thousands of dollars on collecting and analyzing data, but the true value comes from people that can actually speak the value of data, and there's not too many people in our industry that can do that. So take a business course.
Whoa, hold on.
Was there a question in there?
Yeah.
I believe that was a statement and a little bit of a mic drop.
I'd actually love to take that one.
Yeah.
Please do.
Can I? So it's funny that you say that, because that's literally, I was thinking, when you introduced the subject, I was thinking exactly along those lines. Like, what came to my mind is we are in an industry that just got through a seismic change that literally nobody is happy about, right? We've all been ranting about GA4 for years, and it was going to come, and now it's there. Oh my God, it happened, and it's so terrible, and we don't like it, and whatnot. Nevertheless, it is there. And I think that one of the things that is complicated when you are on the data side, on the implementation side, especially if you need to find those projects that are going to allow you to upskill, is you have stakeholders or clients, like one of those. Those are the people who need to understand the value of the projects you're making, and in function of that value, you should determine what skills you are going to work on, as opposed to the opposite. Because skilling for skilling, sure, you can learn SQL, but that isn't necessarily going to help you upskill for what the business actually needs.
So I want to respond also to Juliana.
Yeah, debate.
Like,
please do.
Yes, I am. So,
yes.
when I think about the time that I spend at Superweek, and I look around and a lot of people here in our industry, there's a lot of people here who know quite a damn lot about business and about economics and about making practical business value to clients. It seems to me to be an inappropriate sideswipe, like, oh, we're just tool and tech oriented. Right? When I was talking about SQL, it's because of business. I work with companies and I help them solve problems that are business problems. So sure, there are some parts of our industry where, let's say that, it may be that if you're a really damn good data engineer, you might not be able to have that same conversation with the business stakeholder that I am, right? But that doesn't mean that that's like our industry. Like we're teams who work together, and that can include data engineering and the data visualization, and so just because there might be some underlying tech stack, and I do feel as a highly technical person that my technical abilities serve business purposes, but I don't buy it. Or no, let me say it in a more positive, nice way. My experience does not resonate with what you said, that this industry does not provide enough focus to providing business value. I think there's a lot of us here who are right on target when it comes to the language of business.
And that's cool. But why do you think we're so siloed from other teams? What do you think we're so siloed from other teams?
But I think too, though, to Juliana's point, and this might segue into where we're going, I don't know. That and I don't agree entirely, and it might have been a little hyperbolic, but right now we're seeing a lot of people who we have the skills or we have the tools who now do these advanced things, and when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail, whether or not your company is ready to be nailed, But yeah, I'll be losing sleep over that one later. But honestly, we're seeing a lot of that people are evolving beyond what their company needs and what their business needs, because that's what the tools are providing, and that's the skill sets that are suddenly very valuable. So, I have clients that were barely getting the foundations right for universal analytics who are now learning SQL. And there's value. There is cool stuff they can do with that, but they're not there yet. But Google kind of shoved them in, so here we go.
No, but also, I don't want, because Joshua, I'm not saying that we don't, I'm not insulting people if that's what you're trying to, say. But I'm only saying from my experience is that you need to be a bit seasoned, because otherwise you're going to be narrow in your world, and more of us need to talk to marketing, need to talk to product, need to talk to devs, because if you stay narrow, you're only going to, as she said, it's got a nail, which is good to get nailed from time to time, but it's also good to explore other options besides your own nail, because it's only going to make you better.
Ezekiel.
Yes.
I totally agree. Getting nailed makes you better.
I'm just saying.
No, I think we could just use these last 30 minutes as a nice example, because we started with, oh yeah, the gap, the need, we need to scale up, right? And then the gentleman asked well, okay, but where? And then we moved well, maybe that's not the question. Actually, we need to step back and stop scaling up, and the whole conference kind of goes between those two, right? I just want to back up Yeshua, and I think that this concept sums it up. It's more there's room for everyone, right? I think that's kind of what makes it work. Otherwise, we're getting into this high variance ping pong, and that's kind of what takes it slow and back. So the encouraging words are, yeah, I truly believe there's room for everyone. It's just, you need to decide, who said cat, I think. Where do you want to be in that landscape? So, I don't know.
Yeah, that was something that probably about, I think it was Superweek, the one year that Jim Stern came, I went and like was doing a little crying on his shoulder. I'm like, I'm so myopic, I'm only doing all this implementation work, and it's like, it's not, and he's like, actually, oh, sure, sometimes you need a plumber. That, like, that's okay if that's what you're doing, that you know how to do, and you're providing that component. And so that's okay. So that's just, for me, it actually made me feel better. And I still ended up doing other things and building a team that's able to be much more cross-functional and provide analysis and more valuable outcomes on the business side. But it's okay. That's like we can work together as cross-functional teams. And some of those folks will be more technically oriented, and some of the people will be more businessly oriented. And I think that having a good balance of both so that you can bring the value to the clients. I just don't think that we're missing business in our industry. So I appreciate that, Ezekiel.
Thank you. So I think getting back to the training landscape, I think that the training landscape is more like oriented to the tools, to the technique, like to the tools and to the tech part, and less to the solving true use cases, like industry related maybe. So yeah, I do think that in this room there are a lot of smart people that can solve business problems with data and analytics, but what I think we miss is publicly available trainings and courses and content that will not just show you how to use a tool, like where to click and how to write a query, but why doing this and how to do this to solve a real business problem.
Well, in that case, I can try to defend myself a bit.
Why is this?
Juliana,
you have no mic. You have no mic.
Yeah, so in this case, I totally agree. This is the reason, at least in one of my courses, in GA4 course, the first 20 or 10 lessons, they show 0 GA4, actually. Like, it's about actually getting, like tips on how to get familiar with the business and to better understand the inner processes of the company, and then identifying like what are the goals. Like again, it's the basic stuff. But what I've noticed is that a lot of people, especially like not in the analytics space, but those just regular average marketers who just want to see their source or medium or whatever. So when they start working with analytics, like they don't even know these basics. So I basically take a step back before showing the tool, and like first I explain that you need to learn about the business, you need to learn like what is the business goals, like how to identify what's important to track. Now you're ready to move to tool, and like in this case, like the first module or two, you just apply, actually you can apply that to any tool, any analytics tool that you might want to use. So
do you have metrics around like which lessons get watched more?
I do have, but I mean, I have those metrics, but the shoemaker has no shoes. I don't have time to look at them.
The reason I ask is because I think you're right. We should be focusing more on actually providing business value with these tools and learning how to do that. But I think most people are. It's much more obvious when you're missing a technical skill than when you're missing a business skill like that. Yeah. And people are much more aware, or maybe they're more inflated about, well, I've got the business part down, but I can't come up with this JavaScript or whatever. And I can tell you with the technical blog, the posts that get the most views are the ones that are deeply technical, because I don't write for the views, but
what I'm doing is that, let's say you are working in insurance or like banking or somewhere, and you need to understand how to use tools that are available for your industry. So this is the use case. You for example, let's say you are like a marketing manager of a travel website, local like small website, and you want to understand how to like which are
common use cases for travel websites, or which are the common use cases for, I don't know, maybe a lead generation website, and what to look for. Like, yeah, I understand you can go and see how to do this, but you need something like industry-specific content, I think.
Well, I'm gonna disagree, because I think if that content exists that you are asking for, then you're out of a job, sort of. Because you have to add value, right? So you have to piece it together. Like there cannot be specific explainer content for every industry, every niche, and every problem, right? Because that means that it's all solved, sort of.
Can I disagree with that as well? I'm sorry, I always disagree with you.
Keep it interesting.
I think that, if you take like a typical career in our industry, person starts working in the industry, has a certain set, learn a certain sort of corner of the industry, generally from the technical side, whatever it is. You sort of, get more senior, more specialized, etc., etc. At some point, your blocker is not whatever you know technically. Your blocker is how you can do change management, how you can affect people around you, how you can, all of these sort of like just skills that you have to sort of develop when you work in a business environment. And as part of that, typically then, if you sort of think about how can I get better at that, you'll seek a mentor. You'll ask formally or informally, right?
But you're not going to learn it in a short blog post or
you'll learn some things that way, but really industry-specific knowledge is something that you typically learn from people who are in that industry and that you kind of like. So it's learnable. It's just not in books. Yeah, I think
it's all about the networking.
And it's experience, right? So it's not like. It was about training, and I think we're not going to be able to create specific content for every specific problem. Like that's what I was trying to say. Like I think it's at a certain, like you have the how-to, like technical how to use data form, how to use BigQuery. It's amazing. You learn how to push the buttons, right? You need that, and then you could learn about change management. There's a lot of amazing courses that have nothing to do with our world, but that are out there. Some of them are free, Coursera, whatever. But then after a while, you have to piece it together, right? That then comes the point where you have to create experience, seek out mentors, and work your way through.
What I mean is that seeking out mentors actively and seeking other people's experiences and integrating that into what you do is training, in my opinion. That is part of what you should consider training on the job when you are progressing in your career.
Yeah, I agree. But there's not going to be. You cannot Google search it. There's not going to be content for it, right? That stops.
An LLM for that yet.
Well, they're going to try to generate it, but it will be shit probably. So, yeah.
So I've been sitting with the mic for like 3 minutes now. So I just want to agree with, first of all, this idea of some stuff is so dynamic that certainly not in a book, because by the time it's published, it's like out of date. You can't address everything in a blog post or things like that. There's also confidentiality. Certain things you don't want to make public, and so this is where I think Katrien is right as well. Mentoring people, networking, all the conversations you have in the corridors here are part of learning and part of seeing where you are and what the issues are, and helps you grow as well. Mm-hmm. So there's part that is me and a potential learning platform, but it's not the only thing to do.
And just to do a shameless plug for TLC, which I have no financial interest in, I think that's why communities like this are really amazing, because this is how you find mentors and how you find people who can specifically help you where you are in your career. And I think we are fortunate enough to be in an industry where we have this type of community. This is rare. This does not exist in every industry, and where you can ask, and people generally will actually say yes and help you.
Yeah, absolutely. Who remembers the beginning of Measure? Raise your hand.
What are you considering the beginning?
When there were 200, 300 people in Measure.
In Measure Twitter?
Measure Slack.
Okay, because there was Measure Twitter before that.
In the hashtag.
Right?
Yeah.
And you remember how you could ask a question and people in the industry would answer you immediately, and right?
Yeah.
That's what the TLC is still like today. So it's awesome.
Thank you very much. I would like to transition maybe the discussion to the next point, because we have talked a lot about like consuming content in a way of learning, but the best way to learn, and this is not me saying, but very smart people before me, is actually creating content, no? And we have a pioneer, obviously, in the GA4 GTM space here with Julia, so I would like to hear your guys' take on it, because if I think about the situation you just painted, which is like, I'm in the insurance company, I want to analyze the website, but there I don't find content of like what numbers to look at and stuff. How about like I share my thoughts about it? If it's good, people might or might not follow. But if it's bad, people will give you their opinion on why it's bad and like how to, and then you can like optimize your content and it gets better and better, right? So we live in a time where we have so much content to consume, and it's actually hard to choose which content to consume, but it's easier than ever also to create content, right? And I would love to hear some of your takes on this.
Honestly, my learning journey skyrocketed. Like, I mean, learning myself something when you actually start writing.
Yeah.
I started blog because of actually another reason. I was on the Mount Stupid of the Dunning-Kruger effect. I thought that, oh, I know a lot about GTM. So then I published like my first blog post. I remember, I think it was about the data layer because I thought I understood it. And I remember that the next week I got an email notification like, oh, someone posted a comment. Simo knows I exist.
Simo knows me.
And then it was like, hey, nice article. However, and then it's like, yeah, so it's good, but like you misunderstood this and this and this, and I was like, okay, now I'm kind of understanding, like I'm going down to that valley of realization that, oh, okay, so I don't know this, and then basically then I learn, and those learnings I actually write a blog post and I document it for myself, but also like for others. So when you try to learn a topic and when you try to explain it, you have to learn it twice. Because first you learn it for yourself, and then if you learn the topic well enough, then you have to simply, like if you manage to explain a topic simply, you understand it. So that's what actually helped me skyrocket the learning journey of GTM and GA and like that space. So definitely writing content is for me helped a lot.
Best way to learn is to try to teach it to somebody else. The second best way to learn is to try to learn it from Matt Kershaw.
But I think too that the best content is content that is filling some sort of gap. Like if I'm writing a blog post, it's almost always there wasn't documentation for this, but I spent a whole bunch of time figuring it out, so I'm going to let you see. There's a lot of vulnerability to that. So a lot of my posts start with, I'm not an expert in this, but no one else has posted about how to implement OneTrust in launch. So I'm going to throw it out there, and if anybody else knows better, please tell me. But I'm going to be vulnerable and make that content. And that stuff, much more than I woke up and I decided I want to be a content creator and get a lot of likes, so what am I going to do that's going to be the most popular? That's where there's a difference, I think, in content creation sometimes.
So I have one more question that I want to ask of the group, and then we'll wrap it up.
Samara looks about ready.
Okay. Well, then I'll ask a question, then I'll let you ask a question. So the question that I want to ask of you all is, are there any tools that, whether AI or otherwise, that you think we can address the situation in the marketplace to help meet the needs that we've all discussed, whether through training or through consulting or whatever, to meet the gaps in the marketplace?
And it all comes back to AI, right?
I think it's a double, we are really facing a double issue. Everybody's facing AI, but this industry, we're facing a double issue where we've got the GA4 sort of seismic change, and we've got AI coming in and basically shifting the baseline for everyone. And we have to adapt to both at once, and there is no choice about either of them, really. So I think it's a lot. And I just don't really think that there is a choice about adapting the use of AI in your workflow, because it really is shifting what is going to be expected from the average person in the average, obviously the average person doesn't exist, but for the sake of example, let's say the average person exists. The expectation is absolutely going to change, and we have to adapt. Whether that is solving the problem, I absolutely don't think so. I think it's just a necessity to adapt to it.
It can also be a good learning tool too, though. Like, I don't know how to do this thing. I'm going to ask AI and learn alongside it, or at least check my knowledge with it.
I think we'll also have a super big impact on teaching. And so, like a simple example, Loom. Like, how easy has it become now to quickly record something and then have Loom cut out the us and the ums and whatever, and like, sir, it won't be the quality that Julius is producing or Simo, but it can share an idea pretty quickly, right? So even if you're not willing to write it, the ability to share content, the ability to even turn it into a blog post after you record it, right? So it will also play a role on that front. So I think, yeah, that will also have an effect. Like I could definitely see that opening up, making it easier to share your thoughts. Let's say you're not a good writer, right? But you do want to share, so yeah.
I will also say that AI needs to learn from something. Right? It's not making this up. So the areas that when you're asking AI, generative AI questions, that it's providing pretty good answers, it's because some of us have fed it with those answers that it read and be like, oh yeah, so now I understand, or whatever, how it actually works. So the creation of content that comes from humans will be, in my opinion, more accessible to general people who can ask a bot to answer that, because if they don't have access to the human, but the bot's got to feed on something. It's got to, which is why whenever I ask a server-side tag manager question to ChatGPT, it can't answer the question because it doesn't know what server-side tag manager is. It's just answering tag manager. It's like, do this in JavaScript. I was like, it's not JavaScript. Right? But like data engineers went to dinner, so I'm trying to answer it like myself, right? So if people we need to keep on writing. We have to keep on writing, and so I think AI will help us, but only to the extent that like if we are continuing to produce the content that it can learn from. Last question.
Yes. So you're talking about creating the content, right? So if you take average junior or medium, specialist, he would have read Simo's blog, he would have watched all of the Julius's videos, and how do you choose the topic and actually have the bravery to write about it, even though there were already 5 or 6 amazing people and professionals who already kind of elaborated on this. Yes, when you're an amazing specialist, you can say like, oh, I used the script that from Simo and I applied it and changed it and adapted it for my use case. Then it becomes new content, as Jen was referring to. But when you are not at that level, what advice would you give to people to write the content, have bravery enough, like how to overcome this situation when you say like, oh, I'm repeating?
Well, I don't necessarily. One of the reasons I write so little is, well, there's 2 reasons. One, because I'm not providing it enough priority. It's not that I don't have anything to say, but also, like, I'm not going to say something that's just like other people talked about. Right, just to say it and just to like produce content. I don't think that's particularly valuable. So I'm not sure of your question. How does somebody who's kind of starting just produce content? If it hasn't been said before, then say it. You may be wrong, and you may need to like learn.
You'll find out.
And then somebody will tell you, no, that's not how it works, and that's fine. That's fine. So I would encourage people who are new to forms of content creation or teaching to be courageous and understand that people will hopefully not throw you under the bus for that just because of their own weak egos. But write something new. Don't write the same shit. Like I hate those blogs that were created by certain companies that I'm not going to name, but all they did was just like, oh, there's something happened. We're going to write our obligatory blog post that says frickin' nothing, blah, 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 blah. It's like, why? For SEO?
Yeah, it's SEO.
It's for SEO? No, I know it is for SEO. And the people who sold those agencies made a shit ton of money. So maybe I'm wrong about it because I'm not super rich and I haven't sold my company because I don't have a bunch of SEO. But I don't care. I'd rather do something now.
I feel like I'm an authority on this because I don't write at all. Shamefully lazy and hate social media. But what I would say is generally the people who have become, experts on subjects and are sort of big in, it's not by chance. They're mostly people who are really, really, really interested in what they're doing, in what they're writing. It's difficult to sustain anything otherwise. And I think if you are, starting or sort of like, a few years into a career or field or whatever, chances are if you want to do this, you're interested in something specific. The more specific, the more close it is to what you're actually passionate about and the questions you're asking yourself, the more susceptible you are to create original content because it's going to be your angle, your questions. The questions are as interesting as the answers. And so that is going to make it different from what's out there.
I'm not going to disagree with you on that.
No? That's disappointing.
I think I'm going to disagree because we just said the best way to learn is to teach. And if somebody else has already written it, doesn't mean that I've learned it. So I'm going to go out there and I'm going to try to learn something and I'm going to write about it because it's for me, not somebody else.
But if you're not ready for it to be a blog post, that's what the community is for.
That's right.
Like, it starts with a Slack post. There's TLC, there's Measure Slack, there's Women in Analytics. There are so many groups where you can ask a dumb question or post a finding and say hey, is there a better way of doing this? Or maybe this will benefit somebody else. And then that may become a blog post or it may just become a connection with somebody else who's going to be useful.
Absolutely.
My philosophy because there are some situations, for example, I start writing a blog post about some topic and then I see that already 5 other people have already written about that. So I look always at this, of course, there's SEO. SEO is organic traffic is my main business fuel. But in this case, what I try to apply to myself is that, all right, there's this content, someone wrote or 5 people wrote about that. Can I post that same, the article or content about that topic, but can I make it, let's say, 10% better than others? And then if I answer yes, then I will write a topic about that because maybe, again, let's say conversion configuration in GA4. The steps are the same. I cannot make up unique steps in GA4 setup. But maybe I can take a look and add, let's say, I don't know, a chapter on some, I don't know, examples or something like that, some real life situation. So if I answer that I can make it better, again, biased opinion, but if I feel better about this, then I try to do that.
And then add the links from everybody you learned before.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you all. You've been wonderful. And thank you all for all of your wonderful questions.
Thank you to our sponsors, Conductrix and Piwik Pro. You're free to go now.
Hi everyone, we're back. I'm Fosca, and right now we're gonna speak about communities. There will be 2 speeches, one today, and we are gonna speak about how to nourish and create them. And we will focus mainly on physical communities, so communities that we create in physical spaces. And tomorrow we are gonna speak about more online communities. Today I'm here with Peter O'Neill and Elena Nesi. Actually, Peter is working for Decathlon now, if I'm not wrong, and is building a team from scratch, while Elena is a lead of Media.Monks. And actually, just a quick information, we are going to also have a speech all together, and me and Elena on Friday. But right now, we are going to speak about communities. So they are here mainly because I think that a lot of people knows, but Peter decided and created some kind of format, which is a measure camp, and I think is kind of nice to start from that for the first question. Like, why is it important for you to build up a community? What do you find and like the importance part? And let's start from that, and let's see where it's gonna take us.
Okay, and it wasn't the original intention.
Okay.
Back in about 2011, a few years now, I just started my own agency, just myself, was freelancing, to run the future. I am very opinionated, lots of ideas I wanted to share with the world. And I was writing a blog, but I wanted to get further out there. I wanted to be able to speak at conferences. And right then I couldn't, because I didn't have a brand name behind me. I was interested. I wasn't a well-known person as a consultant, nothing going. So that was frustrating. Then I had a friend of mine, Dees, and he dragged me on a couple of events. He took me to an event called a bar camp, and it was at eBay offices in London. It was over a weekend. People actually slept there at night and played this weird game called Werewolf. It was mostly developers. The thing was, as I said, that there was no agenda. Anyone could speak on any topic at all. And I found that fascinating. And I tried doing a talk, and my friend ended up, and one other person only. But it's still a good chat there. But beyond that, what was great about was the buzz that was happening in the room the whole time, and between sessions, just chatting back and forth with smart people about interesting ideas, and I loved that.
Yeah, well, you were just speaking about that just a few seconds before, like.
Those conversations are great. So I went from there to one for product managers, and one for social media people, and one for Twitter. And that was really exciting, just to have the same level of energy and discussion back and forth. And next time, more people came to my sessions, not just 2 people. So when an excuse came along to try and run a Digital Anks event in London, I went, guys, I've got an idea for a format. Trust me, let me go for this. And we had no clue what we're doing. No idea how to run an event, how to do anything whatsoever. But
so brave.
Brave, stupid. I was actually calling it like a dumb confidence. Just trust it's going to work out. Trust you'll find a venue. Trust you'll find sponsors. Trust you'll have people turn up. Didn't know. But we went for it, and we got a venue through my friend to visit the head offices. People signed up for it. We found catering. We found sponsors. Everything sort of came together there. And same on the day itself, 130 people turned up. And I did an opening talk, and I threw in jokes in that, and people laughed at my jokes. That was incredible. And in the half of the day, people was going, you just feel it again, that buzz, that sort of, you see the measure camp with people talking back and forth, because it's on a weekend, and they're all passionate about it and want to be there. That was happening, and that was incredible. End of the day, did everyone like it? Yes. Do you want it again? Yes. Shit. So it's on every 6 months from that point onwards. And that's where it came from. There's no big plan for that.
Yeah, which is kind of nice. But anyhow, and we want also to concentrate community, no? And now you also I'm also asking maybe Elena how you see, because me and Elena are also organizing the first for us the first measure camp is nice, but we don't want just to concentrate on measure camp, but in conference and community in general. So right now also here in Superweek, as you said before, I just run out and I see people and I just began to speak with them and exchanging things. I'm not really into watching the speeches sometimes. I just got out and speak with people. Even if it's really interesting what we are going through. But maybe also, Elena, tell us how you perceive also this conference and what is maybe different also from a different perspective?
It's difficult because so many ideas pop into my mind, but I must say that the very first one is I met you here at Superweek. It's true because thanks to other people that introduced us to each other, we met and we started a collaboration even if we don't work for the same agency. And I think that's amazing. And through our collaboration, we learned so much from each other and we came up with a framework that really works for team leading. At least we believe it works. But we had good feedback from our team,
Yes.
so I'm confident with it.
So we are thanking Superweek for being able to introduce us, and that leads to creating a third measure camp in Italy because we are both organizing it, and we are also gonna speak. So it's kind of nice to see how an event like that can create this kind
develop people, I think, and it was...
And innovation as well.
The ideas that come out of it. And I mean, it came about, going international, was like some guys from Paris went, this is really fun, about the fourth or fifth one, put it back in Paris. I mean, yes, as long as it's all about the community. It's the community running it for the community, that's how Measure Camp works. And I think it's gone from that, obviously it's gone to Italy, it's gone around the world, that's been incredible. Always local organisers doing it, volunteering their time to help that community, because it matters to them. I think that's a big part of making communities work. If you try and do it just to make money, that's your purpose going into it, it's going to be quite as good. But when you're doing it just to allow a community actually to happen, online or offline, that's how you become more spontaneous. You lose control a bit, be let the community develop by itself.
So actually, also this TV is for the community, we can say.
This is part of it now.
So
The fact that people who are on the other side of the screen are seeing this are now part of the wider community. Like you will find people come up to you, Measure Camp, and saying, I didn't hear about Measure Camp, I hadn't heard about Measure Camp Italy, I saw it on TV, I'm here now.
Yeah.
And they're going to say as well, I'm also going to speak, because I saw you two were following, I'm going to follow your footsteps.
Yeah, it's super nice actually. And I really think we feel that. And I really love the format of Superweek because it really also gives the time for me to meet others people. So, okay, we have the most interesting, I really think it's one of the most interesting conferences I've been to because, of course, we have speakers that are like you spoke, and we have different kind of speakers as well. There is Julius. There are a lot of people that we can say they are the VIPs of the analytics world, which is kind of nice, but we have also the time for us to sit down, speak, exchange thought, meet each other, find ways to communicate, and we are gonna speak also about that in our presentation. So it's kind of nice. And maybe it could be nice also to, I don't know, what your expectation also from this conference is, what you want from that.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, I felt almost a little bit guilty for the fact that I've missed so many sessions this time.
Yeah.
Not deliberately, it's been a case of being in other conversations, being here, chatting about other things. But at the same time, in a way, you're not coming to Superweek just listen to talks. You're here to gain knowledge and to make connections, to be part of the community. And I've got that without having to be in the sessions. That's felt okay.
Yes, I of course agree with the getting of the knowledge and the networking. I will add that it also gave me some courage to get a little bit more out there. For instance, last year, Simo made an explicit speech about participating in an active way in the community. Of course, it wasn't only him. My managers monthly at every sync encouraged me to do so. But coming to a conference and seeing other people put themselves in a vulnerable place because you're in front of a big audience, I think that's scary for everybody, except for the very seasoned professional that did it so many times.
Still scary for them as well. And
thanks. That's good to know, actually.
Everyone is terrified every single time. But it's important as well, the fact that it looks easy. When someone up on stage here, it makes it look easy. They've done it so many times. I mean, for Jim Stern, it is easy, but for everyone else, it is hard. And it's actually one way frustrating the fact that you don't have enough people coming through the ranks to add support and to start doing it. The people who've been doing it for longer than I have, for 20 years, running the WebAnks Wednesdays, speaking at the conferences, they want to pass that on to the new crowd coming through, but we need the new crowd to actually take that off us and to volunteer and put the work into it. It takes time. I mean, trying to build a community up, it takes a lot of effort, a lot of time, a lot of stress. But when you get the people saying, that was incredible. That helped me make friends, to realise I'm not alone in what I do. I've learned from this. I want to help out next time. That's the reward that comes through and makes it feel special and makes it all worthwhile. So we've got to find ways of actually encouraging that more. So it's great having the two of you getting involved in this and leading the TV, leading the measure camps. But it's the more we can encourage the more junior members of the community to become more active in helping lead the community, the better it'll be.
Yeah, actually what I saw, we are a lot of measure camp organizers here, which is kind of great because it really seems that the Superweek somehow is a hub also to meet up with other measure camp organizers. I've never saw so many in just one place, but I really saw that the youngest were us.
Oh, that's right. I haven't noticed that.
Yeah, and 3 girls. So yes, it's nice, the community, but also it could be nice to see also more girls, more female, and in general younger people coming here, and that is something that also we miss a bit. So they are trying, actually super nice. Right now I also discovered, like for this year, also in the Superweek panel, there were a really balanced kind of female and male speakers, which is kind of nice, but also growing the community and get to know each other and understanding that you don't have to be scared to speak, because anyhow, what are you going to tell people? Maybe it's interesting, and it's kind of nice also. And having a community around you make it feel a bit more...
It's very supportive, and this has been, for me, I mean, I've been part of other communities, I can't say for that, but Digital Arts community from day one for me has been incredible. Having the generation before me, the Jim Stearns, Stefan Hamels, Aurélie Poles, etc., who freely gave away their ideas and knowledge to everyone else. I think that's a really nice benchmark for myself to follow, for Simmer to follow, for Chris to follow, all sort of people who are now, all of us, like still sort of quite freely going to events, sharing our knowledge and passing it on. So it's a community where you should feel very free to come in and to not be afraid of having an idea and sharing it. I mean, I met Julian from Measure School at a Measure camp in Hong Kong, but the first time we saw there, and he still looks very young now, looked younger then. Yeah. But seeing him come through and develop over the years, Magda, who's running Measure camp in Bucharest, and meeting her, I think it was an E-Metrics, whatever it was called at the time, in London, and seeing just incredibly entrepreneurial then, incredibly entrepreneurial now, very successful with all this, but seeing her development over the years is amazing. So it's great to watch that. But I think we want to be able to give support and advice to the people who are starting off, like more so junior. Would love for more of them to come along to a Super Week, to be involved there, or for the WebEx Wednesday type events or anything else, and to help people get bigger and better in the industry, to discover the next stars is what we'd all want to do.
Yeah, Elena, I was actually thinking how the community also can help businesses, because of course we are people and we love to speak with everyone and to meet each other and to find ways to get together, but we are sponsored by our business. So the community is important, but also how they can, like, how can our business can also get some positive side from that?
I have 2 ideas in mind. One is obvious, which is I will come back with notes about all the speeches I learned and I will present to my team so that they can also learn from it. So it's a good investment because I learned so many interesting things during Super Week already, and I can reuse them in my work, make my work more efficient. It was really inspirational. So I can make my job better, and my team can also, because I will share the knowledge with them. But also participating at these conferences, I think it can give you a sense of purpose. It gives it to me, at least. I know that some people on my team sometimes spoke to me how they feel challenged about finding purpose in their work, and like they want, in a way, to be helpful to people, right? And that's how I frame it for myself. I am making a speech or presentation with you because I want to help other people. I want that other people that are going through what I went through when I was, a junior, feel safe and have somebody who makes them feel like it's possible to get to a position in which you know your stuff. And giving your employees this sense of purpose, I think it's very good for data retention and for keeping them engaged with their job and loving their job. So putting people in the position to do presentations and participate in conferences shows them that analytics is not necessarily only about making business bigger, but it's also about making other people more at ease with their topic they're struggling with. That gives me joy.
That's nice.
And I think it's important to give joys to your employees.
Yes, definitely. I think there are both good points. You have another idea or something to want to add?
I mean, without wanting to talk about MARTECH the whole time, and one thing I was trying to do back in my old agency, and I'd recommend for any agency out there, is to have an incentive there for the junior people, that you will cover the costs of travel and accommodation for one MARTECH a year to go along to, on the condition that while you're there, you lead a session, and you come back with the notes from the sessions you went to share with the team, and you write a blog post about it. In terms of promotion for your agencies, that's actually pretty good. The cost, not that high. Travel accommodation, they go for a weekend away in a different part of Europe. So these are the trips to Europe, not across the US possibly or to anything else. And it's also they're then pushed to actually lead a session. And that is terrifying the first time, to stand up, MARTECH or anywhere else, and to present yourself publicly. But the confidence you get from doing it the first time, and the thrill you get from it, and the desire to do it again and again, it's a big step forward for both you, I'm sure, doing it the first time, and for anyone who got junior members of your team, it's great as well. So it's opportunities to step up, whatever it takes, wherever it is a good part within the community.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
Yeah, I'm so grateful for MARTECH because it got me the opportunity to make my first presentation, and now at least at Superweek it's not going to be my very first. And I have an idea on how I might feel like doing the presentation.
Terrified beforehand, over the moon afterwards.
Yeah, Superweek, I really think is a really high-level conference. MARTECH, and I read that a lot. It's also a place, it's a gym also where you can train. Practice to do your first speech. So it's amazing that also a community that met in this kind of conference, this is so high level, allows also other people to practice and then come here with the strength to propose a speech and be comfortable with that, no? And another thing I think that can be, because I really want to push the fact that agency and businesses need to give the opportunities to us, not just junior, but also leads as we are, because I think that Superweek is most for leads, head off, because it's really high level and it gets a lot of general ideas that then you can share with your peers and they can do research and etc. Is also the possibility that I can give to meet others, and define the fact that they are not abstract entities, because you see
they're humans as well. They're not up there.
And Juliana, and they are all the VIPs of the industry, and they say, but you're real, and they speak with me. So it's kind of...
And you're kind of like me. Like it's inspirational, because then you meet them and you go like, oh, okay, you're a normal person like everybody else.
Yes.
So that means I can do that as well.
And they can help us out. So if we have a problem, and there are also other communities, and we are gonna speak about it tomorrow, which are not aligned, and maybe we can focus a bit on that before maybe closing up, is that there are a lot of communities online which are TLC, and there are measures like, and etc., that are really important, because you can have a feedback from others, but after a while it's like, with whom I'm speaking with, you know?
You meet them eventually. But I was going to say, I said to you before, like Measure Slack said now for Juliana's community, for the online version. But when I started off, I was in the Yahoo groups, WebMax Forum, being run by Wandering Dave Ree. Then I think it went from that to Google+, then on to Twitter, and now it's gone to Slack. It's moved over the years from place to place. But the same idea of ask a question, get top-level feedback from the experts, but also for yourself, learn to get confident to actually answer questions yourself. And it's like giving a talk for the first time. The first time you see a question, they go, oh, I answered there, type it in, go, put it out there. It's terrifying, but that gives you the confidence. Actually, I'm not feel like an expert yet, but at least I'm part of the community. I'm participating back and forth. I think that's one thing. If you're there just absorbing information, going to listen to talks, reading the questions, asking questions, but you're not trying to give back as well, you're part way in.
Yeah.
You're dipping your toe in. You get as much out of these events, the community, as you put into it. When you start sharing yourself and risking and possibly being told you're wrong, but doing it anyway, that's been so much more back.
It was so amazing. Once I put a question, and there were Juliana that replied me, and it was so nice because I didn't know him, but I was going to Superweek, and then I met him. I was like, oh, I met the guy that brought me back, and so it's kind of nice.
My second or third blog post I wrote, Avinash commented on it, and that was I'm assuming it was actually Avinash in person, as opposed to someone else who knew me, trying to make me feel good. But yeah, getting a comment from Avinash on a blog post was a huge thrill.
I can imagine.
Massive.
So, okay, let's wrap up. Maybe you can, a phrase or something, maybe to involve or to try to make our audience understand what is a community for you.
It's just people with a common interest getting together.
Okay.
And that's why, when asked, do you want to do it in Paris? Go for it. Make it about the community. The other community I haven't mentioned so far for digital analytics, Measure Bowling. Do you remember Measure Bowling? Do you ever do that?
No.
No.
That sounds
We started
nice.
that at one point where I randomly started because someone I met online only, she was living, I think she was Irish, living in Hungary.
Okay.
Was coming to London and had Israel Bowling Wednesday on when I'm in town. No, there is not. We just have one just there. We'll go bowling. And about 34 of us turned up to go bowling. Turned up. My girlfriend at the time going, who is this person? I've actually never met her. It's a fun idea. Before my time, then went, Nicola Mel went, I want to do it at the same time. Okay, we'll do it at the same date. I wonder if anyone else cares. At its peak, we had about 30 odd cities around the world going bowling on the same day and sharing ideas back and forth. COVID's killed it a bit.
Yeah.
Might come back, but again, that was no talks, no presentations, just people, and it was in some cities 2 people, other cities 80 people. Same interest, getting together, having some fun, building those relationships, and not for the immediate, what am I getting out of it? Where's my lead? It's build it up. So in the future, if you've got a question, you're looking for a new job, looking to work with someone else there, the potential's there. I think that's a big part. Is it's not about immediate return. It's about just building something for the future.
And for you, Elena, just to wrap up before closing?
For me, community is like a big, huge team, but a great one. And everyone wants to elevate you and is cheering for you to succeed, and that's so great. I still get surprised by it. I don't know why, but always in a positive way. And if I cannot, if you know somebody that doesn't know about Measure Camp or Superweek, tell them. Because I knew, because my colleagues Michael and Martijn told me, hey, but do you know about Measure Camp? You should really come. It's so great, yada, yada. Tell people around you.
But beyond
they
that as
deserve
well,
to know.
on the same principle, is if you hear of Measure Camp in a new city, tell your colleagues in that city as well to go along to it so they don't find a surprise. So people in Karachi, if you've got any contacts in Karachi, let them know about it. The ones in Sri Lanka, let them know about it. Zurich, New York, and anywhere else, spread the word when it comes to a new city.
That's
good
super
as well.
Nice, yes. Okay, I think we need to wrap up. And I really thank you so much for being here today. We also say goodbye to Peter because he will leave Superweek. But we will see you tomorrow, and I hope you had a nice day, and we will see you in a short time with Rick.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Come join us at Reasonably OK Week, here at the beautiful Ramada Inn in Shelbyville. Situated with easy access to the New York Thruway, the Ramada features 3 fully carpeted conference rooms, all with unobstructed views of exit 31A. The hotel also features a free continental breakfast. This choice of breakfast smartly avoids classic American breakfast foods that may leave conference goers full and sleepy, and focuses on poorly executed European classics that will be sure to leave attendees fully gruntled and ready to learn. We've got all the hot topics in analytics, like which shade of beige is best to wear on your Zoom interview, statistically speaking, how to A/B test your add to cart buttons, and GA4. Ever feel like modern conferences are making you think too much? You'll love Reasonably OK Week. Instead of trying to overload you with a bunch of highly detailed, actionable information, here at Reasonably OK Week, we understand that a light drip of platitudes beats drinking from the fire hose any day. Most of those details are going to be out of date by next year anyway. Do you remember that guy from LinkedIn? The one who posted that thing you once read but forgot to save? He's one of our speakers. We've also got the woman from that thing you went to last year, and the whole team behind that project management tool you remember doing a trial of in 2017. We've even got semi-famous analytics stars.
I'm Simo Ahava, and you'll see me at Reasonably OK Week.
Semi-famous analytics stars who are definitely real, not cardboard. Of course, none of this would be possible without our sponsors. For 2024, we're reasonably proud to announce we've secured sponsorship from Piwik Amateur, Website Story, and 4 Seasons Total Landscaping. We are moderately excited to see you at Reasonably OK Week. It'll be fine.
And that's why bounce rate is the most important metric in all of analytics.
Somebody order a semi-famous analytics star?
Dude, I said bring that in the back. Bring it in the back. In the back.
Hi everyone, we are here today because as you can see there is someone that is trying to take out the attention from the Superweek conference. And actually we are a bit, I don't know, we are a bit angry about that, you know, it's like Superweek is the best conference ever and now this kind of strange conference came up. And we spoke about the community with a couple of people before with me, and sometimes you really want to create and strengthen the community, but right now I don't really want that, and we want actually to invite those 2 organizers to speak with us and understand why they set up this other conference. So we are really, really happy no? To introduce to other, moderately, happily, reasonably happy to introduce the organizer of this another conference that had joined us through a Zoom call, Josh and Jason. How are you guys?
Hello.
Hey guys.
It's kind of awkward. Kind of awkward to meet you guys since of all the competitive rivalry we have here.
Yeah, that are we wanted to know the people behind you. They are the attendees of your conference there.
We had a very big turnout, right, Jason?
Yes, a lot of real, totally real, not AI generated things, and cardboard cutouts. The full house.
Okay, so we are actually here, and we wanted to understand why you made this other conference. Why you didn't come to Superweek?
And why did you steal Simo Ava from us?
Yes, exactly.
I think there was a bit of jealousy involved. We're in the States, and while I would love to be in Hungary right now, the cards were not. It's a phrase. The cards were not in the cards this year.
The cards were not in the stars dealt in your favor. Yeah, I get it.
I have a young child who was just born. It just didn't work out this year, but so we decided to throw our alternative. But yeah, I think you guys. We never said we were the best conference. You guys are the best conference. We're just reasonably okay.
Now, apart from joke, it's super nice to have you here. Me and Rick saw the sketch and the gags that were going on LinkedIn, and actually it's quite nice also to involve people of the community. And this is the first time actually Rick made the first Zoom call this morning, so this is the second one. And maybe we can speak about which are the benefits to be in a conference and why you miss it so much. That could also be something interesting to speak about.
Yeah, it's it's just really good to actually meet people in person. Josh and I have never actually met in person.
Wow.
This is, I think, only the second actual Zoom call we've had. We just text each other a lot, and 75% of what we text are stupid jokes. But so we're gonna meet each other for the first time probably at the Measure Camp New York, and there's no substitute for that. There's no substitute for being in the same place as someone and really having those making personal connections and really finding out what other people are about and what they do, not just. Zoom call is great too, but
it's reasonably
not the same
okay.
thing. It's okay. Yeah, it'll be fine.
And from this is the first year, honestly, that I have even met this community. I've been in the analytics space for probably about 9-10 years now. I've read a lot of the content that's out there from all these brilliant people in the community. This is the first year that I've kind of discovered Measure Slack, the conferences, everything and it's an incredible community. So this is definitely the first year where I felt incredible FOMO for not getting to go to Superweek. Because I know a lot of these people through just engaging with them on LinkedIn and everything. And it seemed like such an amazing opportunity, and I will be there next year. And I guarantee you our conference won't be.
Maybe we can ask Zoli if we can have the spin-off of Reasonably OK Week inside Superweek.
You'd be in the shack next door to the conference, right?
I see some opportunities here in the building. That should be fine. So did you guys already catch something of the live stream so far? Were you able to at least catch some of the Superweek vibe?
Yeah, definitely. And I've watched a lot of the videos in previous years, and I'm here in Columbus, and Tim Wilson and I are two of the organizers of the now Data and Analytics Wednesday, formerly Web Analytics Wednesday. But so I know Tim well, and every year Tim comes. He's not there this year,
Yeah.
so maybe that's why I'm feeling less left out than many of those years. But every year when he goes to Superweek, I'm like, oh, I totally should go. I totally have to go. And then, I probably it's mostly laziness, but haven't yet made it. But I definitely do watch a lot of the videos, and I know last year that Tim had some copies of my book. He was handing out to people. I'm like, okay, thanks. That's nice. I guess I don't have to come after all. You can just
send Tim.
But no, it's the community. The important thing is the community instead of being on a video, no?
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
And and this year when Josh reached out to me about our rock opera, I've been since I think I don't know if that was maybe one of the first things that started. Josh, you could probably say better what were some of the things that led you into the community. But I remember after he reached out to me to ask me about Google Analytics alternatives, and he was like, "I'm writing this rock opera about GA4," and I'm like, "Please, can I play guitar?" And he, for some reason, agreed to that. And but since then, we've had a lot of back and forth about oh yeah, you should totally. Why aren't you in Measure Slack? And why? Oh, you should talk to this person about it or whatever. And so, that was a fortuitous kind of thing. And then in a way, it comes back to Superweek and Measure Camp, because that was part of the impetus for me wanting to write the book was 2 years ago after Measure Camp, talking to Tim and thinking about some of those Google Analytics alternatives back then. So yeah, it really, the community kind of pushes each other forward and does a lot of good sharing.
Yeah, I feel a bit that we are making you a little bit sad not being here, but we are waiting for you next year. Huh?
Yeah, are we going to get a live commitment from you as well? Will you be here next year? Or
I'll be there next year. Yeah. I'll be there next year.
So far, we have 2 out of 3 Zoom guests that committed to coming next year. So are you going to leave us hanging, Jason?
Okay, yeah, I'll come.
Great, we want you.
Love it.
That's super nice.
So then we welcome you in the studio as well. That's also a done deal. So guys,
great. Sure. Yeah, we'll be in the studio.
That would be amazing.
Yeah.
For real.
Any other content from Reasonably OK Week that we need to be aware of? Any analytics superstars you need to share with us? People that were not able to show up here that maybe were able to show up with you?
Well, I will say that Jason magically put together an entire website for it yesterday. So
wow.
we're gonna launch the website. It is just a archive of all of the posts that we've already put up, just for the fun of it, so that everything lives in one place. And this parody website. But yeah, I mean, it's I think what's so fun about this whole thing is, from what I've found with the musical stuff that kind of I've been doing and Jason has been doing, and then the comedy stuff that we've been kind of playing around with, is just the community is craving this kind of creativity, and that's what we see in Superweek too, right? It just looks like, and there is so much creativity that also comes out of the conference, and you have this community of people who are logical, really specific subject, right? A logical, very specific subject, which is data analytics, right? And then you just see all this robust creativity that is, how are people making this fun, and how are people making this, not that data is not fun, but you know what I mean? It could
be more fun.
There's so much opportunity to also be creative with it. And that's what, I've found that people are craving to be a part of too. So it's just really cool to see you guys doing it, and we're playing around with it. And yeah, it's just been fun.
For sure. I think.
Okay. Yes, we will. It will be nice. Yes, you were the closing episode of this TV Superweek for at least us.
Yeah, for today.
Yeah, for today.
We'll be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Yes, exactly.
10 a.m. Thank you guys for
It was amazing.
sharing your amazing conference, your reasonably okay conference.
And we will wait for you next year.
Yeah. Take care of Simo.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. At least you have Simo.
If you guys want to, I mean, I don't know how well this is going to work, and he might get mad at me for doing this, but I'm happy to bring cardboard cutout Simo onto the screen to say goodbye to everybody.
Yeah.
I think that would be good.
Just so that everyone feels like they saw him this time. So we grab him.
We can say that we had Simo at Super Week.
I promise, Simo, this is the last time I use this.
Oh, okay.
All right, so we have this, and just for the fun of this, this is I had to AI his legs because I could not find a picture that he had with legs. So the legs are AI,
but the rest is real.
The rest is real.
Simo on Super Week, guys, we made it. Great.
Yes,
thanks for your
a
help.
lot. So see you next year, and thanks a lot. See you
Bye-bye.
tomorrow.
Thanks,
See you
everybody.
again.
Bye.